We're live at Coletco for Thursday, April 24th, live Facebook record sale. When you're on and watching, be sure to let us know by saying hi, hello, aloha, arrivederci, sayonara, or any other hello, goodbye in any language that you can think of. Use iPhone as a webcam. Remind me later. We got to get that hook up. Jake said I can connect my phone and walk around up front and sell stuff. I was like, holy moly, I'm in on that. Then we could just mount my phone on a tripod, and if I need to stop and show a crate up there or something, or a box of popcorn, we're going to start selling popcorn. Tanner's got a phone call. Let's find out who it is. Sister Hackett. And we're early tonight, 5:28. Love it. Early. All right. So what we're going to do, folks, is sell records tonight. We're going to hit copy link. We're going to hit group. We're going to hit share there and share there. We're going to hit copy link. We're going to jump over here to Coletco. Here. We're going to hit that like button. At followers. Boom, boom, boom. Facebook Live. It's also tag top fans. Michelle, who's all on tonight? We got Wes Wilt. Welcome, Wes Wilt. David V, Homeland Conspiracy, Robert Warner, Pat Lucero, Stephen Riley, Mike Bartlett, Mike Openshaw, John Stites, Rebecca, Hiram, Laura's already tuned in, Boontar, Kathy. Who else we got? Sean, Purple Fuzzy, Craig, Michael, Brandon, and Tim Floyd. We got in the building right now, Tanner. He's up front unboxing Japanese. Laura, John, and Paul are doing what they do best. They're getting stuff ready for us to sell tonight. I am doing, hopefully, what y'all think I do best, and that's sell the stuff and share all these links. I'm really good at sharing links. That's probably my best talent here. If someone's like, man, we need a link to be shared, they usually say, well, call Chad. He can do it. I'm really good at sharing links. It's so let's go here. And I actually got a pretty good ad running, advertising us selling stuff in general. And link to Thursday live sale. Dun, dun, dun. All right, then let's open up Chad one more time. Hey, it's Barbara Streisand's 83rd birthday. When John comes up here, we'll get him to sing happy birthday. Um, what song of the day? It was a Tool song that was playing just a second ago. Man, I don't know what it's called though. Hold on a second. I'll tell you what I listened to on the way over here. Or what? Here's what was playing when I pulled in. Incubus, Pardon Me. That's what was playing when I pulled in. But that Tool song, was it Schism? No. Hold on a second. I can tell you. I'm almost done sharing links. It is called... Some of them I don't know the names too well. It's not Intolerance. It's not on Fear Inoculum. It's not on Enemy. It's definitely on Lateralis. Reflection? No. I don't think it's Schism either. No, it's definitely not Schism. It's not. It's Lateralis. I think it's Lateralis. Yeah, Lateralis. It's Lateralis. It's the song Lateralis. Yeah, that's what was playing here in the store when I got here. No, Lateralis. Yeah, that's a good one. All right. Some of them, I think I've just not got all the perfect names down on that. Or of, what am I trying to say? Some of those names I'm not as good as yet. I'm an early Tool fan, I guess you should say. It's like I'm just about a year or two in. Black, then white, yeah. That's it. Okay, here we go. So the show is underway. It's Thursday night, and welcome to Coletco. Let's go ahead and get started with... actually, no, I've got some pretty cool stuff over here to sell. I've got I think we're going to try some of these hardcore records tonight, since it is Metal Night, which should keep the auction block very busy. And then I'm going to sell off the rest of these metal CDs. I did some organization last night, so I'm working on getting some of this stuff ready. So let's go ahead and get our first couple auctions up. And some of these, you're just going to have to say, Chad, I'm going to say, Chad, I don't know what these are. The Ride the Lightning, I bet Laura could tell us right now what it is. I didn't know we had a Coverdale page. That's kind of what I'm excited to see how that does. All right, so the first 45 I have is Damage Deposit, straight to the bottom. Damage Deposit's a $5 start. And Criminal Instinct, Sweet Dreams. Those are $5 and $5 start. I'm just going to call them 45s tonight, because I don't know if they came from New Orleans or the Hardcore Collection or where they came from. And I got an empty crate for us. Okay, and then here is this Friday the 13th poster. I'm going to show it now because I'm always showing it at like 1 a.m. Do I have an Urban Cowboy soundtrack? Not that I'm aware of. I've got to sell this elsewhere. I've shown it a few times. It would have already sold, but it's a pricey poster. It's $750. It's an original Friday the 13th. So just so you know, I have that. I know there's 2 or 3 people that's been interested in it for a while. And that's been my asking price. And I'm basically just waiting to strike a deal with somebody. So it's an original Friday the 13th poster. We showed that last night. And let's see here. There's the unsold auctions from last night. The unsold auctions from last night were Willie, just because they're probably some of his most expensive ones. So I got to find somebody who wants some Willie Nelsons, some rare ones, and we'll go from there. Okay. And tonight's agenda, here is probably what's going to happen about the next 5 hours, and then probably to 6 hours. Brandon, I know you want that poster. I've been waiting to strike a deal with you. Maybe I'll still have it near your birthday or Christmas time, and you can buy yourself a nice gift. We're about to auction 45s, albums, half off bin. I've got 3 crates of new vinyl from yesterday to pull from. We'll do another vintage bin. We've got 2 crates of new vinyl. In between that, that'll probably get us closer to where we're going to start our featured auctions. When I do that, we'll start the new vinyl, and by then, John's crates will be up here, Paul's crates will be up here, Laura will be having crates up here, and for the rest of the night, it'll be 45s and albums. We got a new batch of Japanese, which is I'm about to start right now. And I think, did Tanner bring those back here to me? Maybe not. I think they're still up there. You still got the Japanese up there? Japanese still up there? Yeah. Okay. All right, so I was about to figure out where they are. But here we go. I actually have, we got a delivery of crates today. And with that being said, with the delivery of crates, I had Tanner found a leftover of an old Hatchet Ed crate. Now, unfortunately, I don't know what pressing this is, but we got like a VG copy here of Kiss Alive. It's got 2 different labels, which I think is something they were doing back then. It's like a transition deal, but it's Kiss Alive. It's on 2 different labels. It has the original inner sleeve and the book, and we're going to put that up for a $25 start. Right now, I don't think I have any Slipknot in stock. No. Rebecca has these for $5 and $5, and we're actually about to start with a half-off crate. We're going to start with a half-off crate, and somebody asked last night, do you still have a sealed Odyssey and Oracle that we had last night? And this is, Tanner just found it on the rack. He said, didn't somebody ask about this last night? Because he was watching the sale this morning. I said, yes, they did. So if you were watching and you do want this, this is $38.99. Now, I'm going to officially grab my phone for 2 reasons, so I can see comments. And every time I look up at the monitor, I see a lot of questions. So let me see what I can answer here. And then, let's see here. What just happened? So there's that. And then these have bids for $5 and $5. Damage Deposit, Criminal Instinct. Can you tell me the color of the Going for the One in the green bin? Going for the One in the green bin. And the other question is Ozzy OG Randy Rhoads, OG First Press. There are no reissues of that album. I think all the Randy Rhoads tribute albums are originals. I don't think they did a reissue of that. So quick half-off bin to start the night. Vintage half-off bin to start tonight's show. We have a sneeze. That's a good way to start. We have Hall & Oates, $10. Hall & Oates, Pastimes Behind, $10. Little Richard's Greatest Hits, that's also $10. Roberta Flack, Donny Hathaway, $12.50. Half off vintage bin. Atlantic, very clean copy. Gatefold, $12.50 on that. John Cafford and the Beaver Brown. This is tough all over. Shrink wrap and hop sticker, $11.50. Ian Matthews, Stealing Home. Ian Matthews is $5. And Debbie Harry, Cuckoo. Debbie Harry's in shrink wrap, $10. So final call on these 2 45s, Damage Deposit and Criminal Instinct. That is our 5 and 5. We got a VG copy of Kiss Alive back here for a $25 start. Rami Lucy, first sale of the night with the Roberta Flack, Donny Hathaway, Phil Freeman, you were second. Also here, we have Fats Domino, Blueberry Hill. Fats Domino is $5, and George Harrison, self-titled, is $12.50. And I could have just swore I heard a deposit of Japanese behind me. I did. Yeah, I see that. Okay. All right, and then first in the Japanese box is Crosby, Stills, and Nash, Daylight Again. This is going to go up for a $35 start. This is Crosby, Stills, and Nash, Daylight Again. Japanese pressing. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. As you would expect, there's that. Japanese insert, and cover and obi. Back up to the top, we have a new bid on damage for $7. So, Rebecca, there's a bid on damage deposit for $7. Next is Tony Lewis on John Cafferty. Let's go ahead and pull that for Tony Lewis. Looks like Jamie Diaz was second. And we have, thank you, everybody, for the sneeze blessings. Blood, Sweat, and Tears, $10. Blood, Sweat, and Tears, $10. Child is Father of the Man. And Peppermint Lounge, Twisting with Joey D, back at the Peppermint Lounge. That is now $10. Damage deposit is now at $8. Criminal Instinct, though, is sold for $5. And you can pick up a VG transition label Kiss Alive for a buy it now price of $25 if anybody is wanting that. So Kiss is a no bid, buy it now. Always early deals on the auction block. Everybody's still waking up and getting on. And so we have Bobby McFerrin, Simple Pleasures, $12.50. Genesis Abacab. Genesis is $10. Genesis Abacab. Little Richard's Greatest Hits, that was $12.50. Jacket of Shannon, Put a Little Love in Your Heart, $7.50. Little Feat was $12.50. And John Fogerty, Center Field, $12.50. Donna Busey on the Kiss, that's so to Donna. For $25. Thank you, Donna. That's so to you. Next single is going to go up right now for a $5 start. It's called Born Into Debt, Cruel Hand. Born Into Debt, Cruel Hand. We all owe a death. $5 start. That's now up for bid. Christopher S. on the Genesis Abacab. That's so to him. And then Lily McCurry on the Little Feat. And we are going through a half-off bin. That's so for $12.50. Bill Keenum second on Abacab. Bourne has a bid for $5. Rebecca out on Damage Deposit. That's so to Kristen Driscoll for $10. We have Marshall Crenshaw for $5. And Atlanta Rhythm Section for $5. The Crosby, Stills, and Nash is a $35 start. No bid right now. Going once, going twice. Next single is Corn on Macabre. Corn on Macabre. It's on clear vinyl. What an interesting cover. It's on clear vinyl. $5 start on that. Teresa has that for $5. Melanie is now $5. And the Communards, which is self-titled and shrink wrap, $10. This was the last crate we went through last night. And I said, we're going to start tomorrow night's show with this crate. And Van Halen's our next Japanese auction. It's going to go up for a $35 start. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. I have the Japanese insert. There's no obi, but it is Japanese quality. $35 start on that. Mike Bartlett on Atlanta Rhythm Section. That's so to Mike Bartlett. And then John Stevens on the Communards. We're going through a half-off vintage bin. This was shown last night about 12:30, around 12:30-ish, and I was like, we're going to read through this one time. If you want something out of here, let me know, because when I show these again, quote, during kind of like prime time, we have, we're going to be selling it. Or we're going to be selling everything out of here. Blood, Sweat, and Tears is $10. Also, we have the Versatile Impressions, arranged and conducted by Johnny Pate, $12.50. The Moody Blues, Long Distance Voyager, that is $7.50. And Rita Coolidge, Anytime, Anywhere, $5 on that. The Crosby, Stills, and Nash, Daylight Again, is a buy it now for $35. The Crosby, Stills, and Nash, Daylight Again. This is going to go up for a $35 buy it now. No bid on that. We have Japanese to run here early tonight. The flip video was very popular, and we sold a lot of stuff out of there. We're going to be going through some of that next. There's CSN if anybody wants it for a $35 buy it now. And then that's sold to Eddie Pasir. Thank you on that. Thank you on that. There is the that single, Corn. We're going to call it Corn on the Macabre. And that's at $8. And then this here has two bids for $5 and $5. Teresa bid 5, and Darren Johnson, you bid 5. So Darren, technically you're out. Teresa came in first on that. Also, Bob Dylan, slow train coming. Dylan is $17.50. Bob Dylan, slow train coming. Chili Whack, Lights from the Valley. Chili Whack is $5. And Peter Frampton, Wind of Change. Peter Frampton is $5. Bill Haley's Greatest Hits on MCA, $7.50. And yes, going for the 1. Now, is that what somebody asked about earlier? I think they might have, was inquiring about it, maybe even last night. I was trying to figure out what they were, that might be what they were asking about. Somebody asked what color it was on. This is black vinyl. This is a U.S. original for whoever asked about that. There's Yes. Eric Clapton was here, $15. And then the Doobie Brothers to Lou Street. The Doobie Brothers is $7.50. I'll check it, but I've never seen this on colored vinyl unless it's some kind of new pressing. Or there's a new pressing out there I don't know about, or a more modern. But no, this is a U.S. original. And then we have Pure Prairie League for $7.50. Robin Trower is $10. Jefferson Starship is $7.50. Amazing Rhythm Aces is $6.50. Deep Purple is $17.50. And Warren Zevon is $17.50. All right, so Cruel Hand is sold to Teresa for $5. By the way, some of these I'm going to leave in the sleeve because it has, stickers that match the originals here. Corn is between Teresa and Ryan. Ryan, you've been outbid on that. Lillian on Eric Clapton. Lillian, did you hear my question last night about the outlaw Josie Wells? You might have replied and I didn't see it. Lillian got Eric Clapton, and then also somebody asked about do you remember if I got the Japanese Rainbow early last night? Yeah, I'm pretty sure you did, Jeff Brindley. I'm pretty sure you did. Yes is $10. Going for the 1 is $10. I've never seen that before, Mike. I'll have to be on the lookout for that. I didn't know there's a blue vinyl of that existed. Jason Zerl on the Deep Purple. And then Bill Keenum on Amazing Rhythm Aces. That's sold to Bill Keenum. And the half-off price on Yes is $10. Okay? So, Lillian, do you still need or want an Outlaw Josie Wells poster? Because I'm pretty sure we sold you one, but you wanted a road one, and we actually ran back across one. So I still have an Outlaw Josie Wells poster if you're interested. I think you might have already got one, but I can't remember which one you wanted, or I don't know what happened. So maybe you'll probably know better than me. Eden Riviera said he will take Yes, and so I'll have to look back and see what we discussed maybe on that, or maybe I can't remember. Tanner brought it to my attention. He's like, I think somebody already bought that and we was supposed to find it for her. And then Bill or whenever we found it. And I was like, well, I found it. I'm glad I didn't sell it because 2 or 3 people was about to bite on it the other night. Warren Zevon is $17.50. Bad Luck Streak and Dancing School. This has the original on the sleeve. The half-off price is $17.50. And then Ryan Eaton, did you say out on this? Ryan Eaton, did you say out on this? And Teresa, she did. Teresa gets Corn for $9. And Van Halen's a buy it now for $35. All right, let's put that in a new sleeve. And thanks, everybody, for tuning in early tonight. We are already selling the heck out of some records, especially 45s and half-off records. So let's keep going. And but Lillian, I'll just we'll look into that. I can't remember if I already told you a price. I know what I priced it the other night for, and then we'll get that sold to you if we need be, okay? And then Matthew Powell. So Michael Peevler just asked the Van Halen bid. So Michael, if you want it, it's $35. If not, Matthew Powell. Ivan said he will take Warren Zevon. All right, time for all new auctions. And we're going to read through those one more time quickly. I'm just going to go ahead and put up 2 new singles, and then we'll get those next 2 going quickly, okay? First thing we have here is Bloodlet Embrace, the long-lost 1993 demo track from Florida's Metalcore Legends. $5 start on that. I should have made a post and let everybody know we're going to be selling pretty much hardcore singles like this all night long. And then Cult Ritual. And I'm just going by, some of these are kind of sealed and resealable baggies. I'm just kind of going by what I see on the hype sticker there. So those are 5 and 5. Matthew Powell, you do get Van Halen for $35. And then Christopher, you're second on Warren Zevon. All All right, so let's read through those one more time quickly. This is a half off Ben final call, and then I'm going to try to bundle everything that's left. So without pausing, a quick read through. Hall & Oates, $10. Little Richard, $10. Ian Matthews was $5. Debbie Harry was $10 in shrink wrap. No condition notes on any of these. Fats Domino, $5. George Harrison, $12.50. Blood, Sweat, and Tears was $10. Twisting at the Peppermint Lounge, that was $10. Bobby McFerrin, $12.50. Little Richard's, $12.50. Jacket of Shannon, Put a Little Love in Your Heart, $7.50. John Fogerty, Center Field, $12.50 on John Fogerty. Marshall Crenshaw, $5. Melanie was $5. Blood, Sweat, and Tears, $10. The Impressions with Curtis Mayfield, $12.50. The Moody Blues, $7.50. Rita Coolidge was $5. Bob Dylan was $17.50. David Williams wants Hall & Oates. And we got Chili Whack for $5. Peter Frampton is $5. Bill Haley's Greatest Hits is $7.50. The Doobie Brothers to Lou Street is $7.50. Pure Prairie League is $7.50. Robin Trower. Somebody asked earlier what Robin Trower. I just remembered I didn't answer them. Who asked that? It was Tim Floyd. Tim, twice removed from yesterday. $7.50 on that. David Williams, the Moody Blues, $7.50. And then Jefferson Starship, $7.50. All right, those are all still available. So I'm going to give that a couple seconds, make sure everybody got out of there what they wanted. And then let's see here. Boom, 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 boom. Give me one. Let me grab this. I like answer questions in my head without actually letting y'all know. And they're probably like, Chad's ignoring me. And I'm probably like, actually, no, I answered you in my brain. I'm sorry, you just can't read my mind. So that happens about every once in a while. I'm taking a picture of this hardcore crate so I can post it in the group right quick and let everybody know for Metal Night. I'm good. That's a great post to make. All right, here we go. So I left off with Moody Blues. David Williams also got the Doobie Brothers. Nice pickup there. The name of the Frampton album is called Wind of Change. It is $5. And then Tim Floyd said he will take Robin Trower. And then Bill Keenum wants Pure Prairie League, Firing Up. And then Colt and Blood and Colt and Blood and Colt. All right. So Blood and Colts at $10 and $10 with Teresa and Teresa. Here's my nightly offering of bundle deals. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. There's 21 records in there. Bundle deal for make that 20 records. Pam does want Peter Frampton. Make that 20 records $95, less than $5 a piece for the rest of the crate. $95 bundle deal for the rest of the crate. How could you go wrong? Bundle deal for the rest of the crate, $95, unless somebody grabs something else, and then we can renegotiate. But right now, the rest of that crate, $95. It's going right here behind me. Let's go ahead and put up our next Japanese auction. This is a really cool Bob Dylan compilation. I think I've only ever had it one other time before. So let's grab it and show it. And this is Bob Dylan. It's called Super Gold Disc or Gold Disc. The vinyl is exactly what you would expect, near mint minus and pristine. It has the Japanese insert and the inner sleeve, foil cover. It has the booklet with it. Has a picture of the poster that came with the Greatest Hits album. Very cool foil cover. Dylan, a $35 star. They're still bidding on Blood, but Cult Ritual's a final call for $10. And now we're ready for some excellent stuff right here. So let's go ahead and get started. And the first thing we have is, let me grab this. And we're ready for a read through right here of some of these. Hope everybody's ready. Hope you've hit the like button for me. Hope you've hit the like button, the share button, all that good stuff. I'd greatly appreciate it. There was a comment on this video as recent as 54 minutes ago. All right, so here we go. Here's some stuff I'm looking for. We got Whitesnake, Nico, Clutch, Black Crows, Kid Rock, Bolshe, Suicidal, REO, Full Fathom by Clutch, Black Crows, Big Star, Black Crows, Robert Plant, Bauhaus, Mars Volta, Living Color, Black Crows, Motley Crue, Cranes, Rammstein, and Queensryche. Who got Frampton? That was asked by Patty. Patty got that because she asked about it first. She asked about it first, David. She asked what Frampton, and then she claimed it. So Patty got the Frampton, and then John Smetzer wants Little Richard. Now, I think there was two in there, John Smetzer. There was Greatest Hits, and then Greatest Hits, or wait a minute. Yeah, there's two different deals here. Well, one, yeah, I think it's the same record. It is. It's the same record. One is on OK, and then one's a little bit newer copy on Epic. So your copy, you can have OK, OKEH, or the Epic Press. Should be on a blue and black Epic label, I bet. Yeah. So your call on that, there's two of them. And that was, who asked about that? John Smetzer, okay? Now, Dylan's a $35 start. Blood's at $13. Bloodlet, that's with Hiram. Teresa, you're out. And then Cult Ritual is sold to Teresa for $10. John Smetzer wants the copy that's on Epic. So that's sold to him for $12.50. And now the bundle. How about if anybody wants to bundle $80 now? So now there's 19 records, and technically you didn't lose anything because he took a duplicate. So now the bundle, I sold that for $12. I just reduced the price by $15. Now you get one less record, but it was a duplicate. All right, let's go through some new vinyl here. Rammstein. This was my last copy. It's already been sold, but here's a great opportunity to go on a waiting list. So if you want to go on a waiting list, they'll be back in next week. That means you won't get billed until the following Monday. $46.99. 2LP Rammstein. Their catalog's always been a little bit more pricier, but we have always sold the heck out of it. This is sold to Tim Floyd. Thank you, Tim. That's sold to you. Also, we got 3 copies here of the Black Crows. Here's the one I'm talking about. This is $29.99. It's an unofficial, the Black Crows live at the Greek, 1991. So early, great stuff there. This is sold to Ben Digert. Autumn Betts got one. There's one sold to Autumn Betts. Thank you, Autumn. That's sold to you. And then Bill Samus got one as well. And that was my 3rd and final copy. And now they're all gone. So if anybody else wants one, let me know. Let me know. And I can have those next week. Good thing about going on a waiting list for like a Thursday or Friday, you won't get billed until the following Monday. Bloodlet's at $14. Hiram, you've been outbid. Let's grab another hardcore single. It is Barbra Streisand's 83rd birthday today. And I just want to let John be aware of that.
I would have took the day off.
John said he would have took the day off if he would have known that. It's either her 83rd or 86th. Death Token. Death Token is now up for bid. I wonder if Emily Ferguson's watching, though. She's probably celebrating. Death Token. This is going to go up for a $5 start. There's a Frampton challenge. The Frampton record goes to Patty Williams. She asked the title first, and then 2 people claimed it. She was first on dibs. Death Token's the $5 start. Next thing we have is Jeff Coleman on the bundle. So let's go ahead and tag that. So let's sell him those 19 records. Let me count them one more time to confirm. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Yep. Jeff Coleman, that's going to be 19 records sold to you for $80 Thank you, Jeff Coleman. That is this bundle here. Little Richard's the first one. Ian Matthews will be on the bottom for whoever's tagging. And thank you. Let's put sticky notes around those so those know. They know. We just emptied out a whole crate of vintage stuff. That's why we're here. And let me tag this, and then I'm going to get back. But there may have been a challenge on Peter Frampton, but it did go to Patty. So sorry for the confusion. But yeah, Patty asked the title. If you happen to slip in and ask a title, and then somebody else claims it, you still get dibs. We kind of put a quick hold on that, okay? Now, she's 83. Thank you. All right, so here's where I left off. Here's where I started. Ramstein is sold to, this was sold to Tim Floyd. And if anybody wants on a waiting list, let me know. Then we just sold 3 Black Crows live at the Greek. And now let's take a waiting list because all 3 of these got claimed in the flip video. Mr. Eddie Pasir, I believe, wants on a waiting list. Now, these will be back in, like I said. These will be like in on Monday or Tuesday, which means you won't get billed until the following Monday. I think everybody knows that. Thank you, Laura. I very much will need that tonight. She just handed me a bottle of water. That's very kind. If only we could get Paul to do nice gestures like that. And then Death Token 5, and Dylan has a bid for 36, okay? Now, Bloodlet, we have an out from Hiram, so that's sort of Teresa for $14. Next is Rush, Fly By Night. This is new and sealed, $36.99. Rush, Fly By Night, 180 gram. I have 1 available. And then Robert Plant, Carry Fire. This is also available, $44.99. Robert Plant, Carry Fire, 2 LP, new and sealed. Robert Plant, Carry Fire. And then Peter Murphy, Love Hysteria. This is on Indigo Colored Vinyl. Peter Murphy's second album, $33.99. Death Token has bids with Tim Floyd for 5, Chris Bryant for 5. Dylan has bids for 36, now 38. Our next Japanese auction is a Stone Cold Classic. And this is the Eagles, Hotel California. The Eagles, Hotel California. First, the vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. Very, very nice. These pristine complete copies I really like because it also includes a really killer poster here. This is going to be a $45 start. Very, very nice. Gatefold, a classic. There they are. You can never leave. You can check out, but you can never leave. That's now up for bid, okay? They're still bidding on Dylan. Also, I have Motley Crue, Too Fast for Love. This is still available, a remaster for $33.99. And Kid Rock's Greatest Hits. We did sell one of these to Rebecca Howitt. Thank you, Rebecca. That's sold to you. And if anybody else wants one, there is one left. There is one left. And then Whitesnake's Greatest Hits. That's a 2 LP, and that is $39.99. Whitesnake's Greatest Hits. That is available. Let's grab another single over here. We just sold one from this band a second ago. This is Damage Deposit, and this is going to go up for a $5 start. Damage Deposit, that's going to go up for a $5 start. That's now up for bid. Damage Deposit, $5 start on that. And we have Ramstein Mutter. This one's still available. It is available for claiming right now, $46.99. Ramstein Mutter, $46.99. Also, Susie and the Banshees Kaleidoscope. Susie and the Banshees Kaleidoscope. This is $36.99, new and sealed. And if you wasn't on really late last night, you might have missed this. $36.99 on that. And Guy Clark, Dublin Blues. Guy Clark is on blue vinyl, $29.99. Death Tokens at 8 and 8 tied. Tim Floyd came in first. Damage Deposit, $5 start. What about Dylan? Neil Ragler went out. Ryan Eaton has this for $42. And Bob Dylan, Gold Disc, is sold to Ryan Eaton for $42. Final call to get a bid on the Eagles Hotel California. All of the advertised metal auctions tonight will start about 7 o'clock. If you're new and watching, welcome. We are selling records now until at least 1 a.m. I'll be here at least till 1 a.m. for sure. So thanks, everybody, for tuning in. And really, the show's just getting warmed up. I got 2 copies of Clutch, Full Fathom 5. Clutch is sold, and this is sold. I see one for Ben Dygert, and I see one for John Grace. So they're actually both sold, Ben Dygert and John Grace. So let's pull out both of those. I have been selling a ton of Clutch, and guess what? I just ordered more albums that I've never had in stock before. They'll be here first of the week. And then John Grace got Clutch. So John Grace and Ben Dygert. Damage Deposits at 5, Death Tokens at out. Tim's bid. And then, Chad, will you check the Frampton claim? I asked the title and then claimed it. You called my name. Just want to clarify. Pam Murray, without a doubt, you got the Peter Frampton win of change for $5. Without a doubt, Pam Murray got the Peter Frampton win of change for $5. Absolutely no doubt on that. She for sure got the Peter Frampton for $5. 100%. 9 Inch Nails Broken. This is Halo number 5, original released in 1992. 9 Inch Nails is $39.99. And Nico Case. We had one left after selling one last night. This is sold to Ivan R. If anybody wants them going on a waiting list, let me know. Nico Case, though, is sold to Ivan R. And we have Under Oath, and this is on ruby red vinyl. The place after this one, Under Oath, is $33.99. All right, so let's go over here. We got Damage Deposit. That's sold to Rebecca for $5. Rebecca also gets Death Token for $12. And the Eagles is a $45 buy now. Hotel California. Pristine copy with insert and poster. Beautiful. And Obi, just a very nice copy. That's available for $45 buy now on that. $45 buy now. Oh no, the draft is tonight. I don't think that'll keep too many people away from the show. I forgot about that. Kristen, you just got lost Damage Deposit. Sorry about that. And then we have Bauhaus, the Bella Session. Bella Lugosi's Dead, official reissue. Red and black vinyl with poster, $33.99. And the newest Mars Volta album, $46.99. Shannon Lee wants a 9 Inch Nails, and it looks like we need all new auctions, eh? All right. Let's put up all new auctions, okay? Let's do this one with a picture of some kind of wild turtle. And this one here, Violent Reaction. So first thing I have here is I don't know. Let's see what I got. This is Slices on blue vinyl. Slices on blue vinyl is a $5 start. And Violent Reaction, Dead End. And this one's taped shut, so let's go ahead and open this. Violent Reaction, Dead End. This is going to go up for a $5 start. There's that. There's that. And then we have Cranes. That is $38.99, and that was my last copy. Music on Vinyl Press. If anybody else wants one of these, let me know. We can get one ordered for you. This one's sold to Jason Fornerat. If anybody else wants one, let me know. We also have Rat Detonator on red vinyl. Rat Detonator is $33.99. That's red vinyl. And then Iggy Pop is $33.99. Iggy Pop is $33.99. I still have one of those left. That is a Priest. Also, C-Note, Caesar Thomas wants Bauhaus. That is sold to him. And he also wanted the Mars Volta. So both of these here are sold. He got a Bauhaus and the Mars Volta. Thank you, C-Note, Caesar Thomas. Those are sold to you. And we did need a waiting list, another person added to the Black Crowes Live waiting list, Dean Tefford. So add Dean Tefford on that 91 Black Crowes Greek Theater waiting list, along with Eddie Passer. Nico Kapelanis on Rat, that's so to Nico. And then Robert Plant, Lullaby, and the Ceaseless War. Now, Clifford Umstead claimed these, but he was already on a waiting list. I'm going to make sure he did get those, but Clifford, if you're watching, I had already tagged those for you. So I still got 2 copies. And then Chameleons, Script of the Bridge, restored, remastered, $39.99 for Chameleons. Let's put up another Japanese pressing right quick. And the next Japanese pressing I have is Robert Plant. This one's cool. Pictures at 11. This is going to go up for a $35 start. Robert Plant, Pictures at 11. The vinyl is Near Mint Minus and Pristine. There's the LP. There's the insert. There's the cover and Obi. And Robert Plant's a $35 start. Great first bin of recap there for new vinyl. Slices has one bid for $5. No bid on Violent Reaction. Final call on that. And let's read through those one more time and make sure everybody has seen those. And I'm going to grab another one right quick. So we still got Rush for $36. There's 2 different Robert Plants, Carry Fire, and the one I just sold, Lullaby. Those are both 44. They're 2 LP gatefolds. Peter Murphy, one left for $33. Motley Crue's $33. Kid Rock, Greatest Hits. Whitesnake, Greatest Hits. Rammstein, Mutter. Susie and the Banshees, Kaleidoscope. Guy Clark, 9 Inch Nails, Under Oath. Bauhaus, we got 3 of those left. Iggy Pop, there's the Robert Plant again. And Chameleons. We do have 2 crates of new vinyl tonight, which I'm about to get into very, very soon here. Very quickly. Very quickly. Give me 1 second. In the meantime, let me grab this, and let's grab this. I'm going to purge through these comments, make sure I hadn't missed anything. Perfect stuff in here for Metal Knight, too. Chad, if you can order clutch. Yes, Gregory, I read your comment. Jam Room and Pure Rock Fury. Pure Rock Fury. I'll be looking into those. I don't think they were available. There's one Mardi Gras Street. I think that's the other one I ordered. And did I get a copy of Kings of Leon? Yes, you did. Yes, you did. I already pulled that for you. Okay, Robert Plant, final call for 35. And then Kristen Driscoll has Violent Reaction for 8. And Slice is a final call for 5. So, yes, that's a great Robert Plant album. That's, well, the first time I heard that, I was like, wow, it's like, what am I trying to say? It's like Led Zeppelin's top music I've never had heard before. It's like a little treat. Styx, Repu. I don't know how that's actually pronounced. R-E-P-P-O-O. Styx is a $35 start. Also, we have the Japanese insert, the Japanese book, and Styx is going to go up for a $35 start on that. And now we have REO Speedwagon's Greatest Hits. And Ben Dygert, thank you again. That's sold to you for $33.99. If anybody else wants one, let me know. I still have Pustifer. V is for Vagina. Blue with Black Smoke. Pustifer is $39.99. And then Godsmack, Lighting Up the Sky. I've got Godsmack right here for $33.99. I still got 2 of them. If anybody wants one, let me know. They're both still available. Also, Pustifer, C is for Opaque Gold Vinyl. Pustifer is $29.99. And Radio City Big Star is on red and white swirl vinyl, a 50th anniversary, $38.99. Violent Reaction sold to Kristen for 8. Slices is sold to Robert for 5. Todd Saw wants a Kid Rock's Greatest Hits. Let's pull that for Todd Saw over here. Thank you, Todd. That's sold to you. If anybody else wants one, let me know. I'm going to order more. Holy moly, John's got 6 crates. Holy moly. I don't know if Tanner passed the word along to you, but I was like, John, I've got 5 crates of 45s I had never been through before. So I was like, this is good. So, and I did find the rehabilitation cruise.
I saw that.
Okay.
And, well, apparently I found a different tub.
Okay. Good. So those are there.
It also had good stuff in it.
Good. Good. We've been finding we've been unearthing a lot of good stuff here. We forget we have. I think we find more than we sell more. I know y'all see us sell a lot of records here, but I think we find more records here that we forget about we had than sometimes we knew we did have, if that makes sense. But I told John, I said, John, just price stuff today. Everybody just price LPs today, and we've got enough 45 backlog right now to keep us busy for a while. So I told Tanner, I was like, when everybody gets there today, say, let's just price LPs because we have enough 45s to keep us busy for a while. Holy moly. Here is Social Circle. Let's pull this up and let's grab this one here. So more hardcore singles going up. Metal, hard rock. I don't know what you call these exactly, but there's Social Circle. I've got Afflictions and Violently Ill, and those are going to go up for $5 and $5. Those are now up for bid. All right, make sure I didn't miss anything else here. We have the Black Crowes on green vinyl. Shake Your Money Maker, $36.99. Depeche Mode Speak and Spell is $33.99. Also, Minor Threat, that's $24. And The Cure is a 2 LP, Kiss Me, Kiss Me, $44.99. Let's go back up. Jam Rear and Pure Rock Fury. Okay, so yeah, those are out of print. Yeah, I think I've had bootlegs of those. Yeah, I've had bootlegs of those. Robert Plant is a starting bid of $35. Robert Plant is called Pictures at 11. Robert Plant is Pictures at 11. It's a Japanese OG pressing, near mint minus and pristine, with inserts. It's a final call, no bid for $35. If anybody new is watching, these back here are auctions, and these are $5 starts, $5 starts. And then the other album is Styx, another Japanese pressing. This is $35 bid. Ben Dygert has it now, final call. We're also going through new and sealed stuff, which is claims, and you can buy these like right now. These aren't auctions. You can buy them at any time. Big Star is $34.99 live on WLIR. Big Star, The Cranberries to the Faithfully Departed. The Cranberries is $36.99. And Led Zeppelin is $64.99. By the way, Big Star did get claimed. That was another one sold to Mr. Bill Sammis. He got a Big Star and a Black Crowes earlier. That's sold to Bill Sammis. Thank you, Bill Sammis. And then Skinny Punny. How about Skinny Puppy? Mine, the Perpetual Intercourse. That is $33.99. The Minor Threat, I think they call this just like the first 7 inches, the first 7 years. I forgot what that's called, but it's like pretty much everything, right? $24.99. And there is a bid on Robert Plant with Tom Kelly. Thank you. Social has a bid for 5 of Teresa. No bid on Violently Ill. And we have, let me make sure there's everything in here that I pulled. And yeah, I think we're ready for the next crate, but I'm going to read through these one more time. Skinny Puppy. We also have Led Zeppelin. Cranberries, The Cure, Minor Threat, Depeche Mode, Black Crowes, Radio City Big Star, Pussifer, Godsmack, and Pussifer. And Minor Threat is sold to Chris Bryant. Thank you, $24.99. And then Led Zeppelin is a triple LP, $64.99. Yes, that's the single LP, and then the 2 LP Live Olympia. What is the Styx? This is Styx Repop. Repoo. It's a Japanese compilation. It's released only in Japan. Reppoo. I think that's called Repoo. And it does have one bid for $35. There's 2 Pussifers in here. The first one is C is 4 on Go Vinyl, and V is 4. And that's on Blue with Black Smoke, $39. So 2 different Pussifers, The Cure, Minor Threat, Depeche Mode. Everything you see here is available. It can be purchased right at this moment. Those are all available for sale. And I've got one more killer crate like this to read through. And John has 6 full crates here behind me. Wow, we got 2 crates of new vinyl, and there's already 2 crates up here from Paul. Wow, again. So yeah, I'm going to be basically reading through new arrivals tonight for what? The next 5 hours, 6 hours. Jennifer Corbin wants The Cure. Kiss Me, Kiss Me. That is sold. I try to order stuff that's tough to get originals of, like The Cure. I mean, we just don't have OG Cure albums laying around. If we do, they're put up for auction. They're immediately sold. They're all gone. And then we're on the hunt all over the country, running ads, trying to find anybody in America that wants to let go of their Cure records. And most people don't, so it's kind of a hard thing to come by in a big quantity collection like for us to go out and buy. So we constantly have to keep stuff like that in stock. All right, these are sold. Styx and Robert Plant are both sold. It piqued a lot of interest, but nobody else wanted to bid except the only bidders. And this is sold to Ben Digert for $35. This is a Japanese-only compilation. And then the Robert Plant back there is sold to Tom Kelly. Tom, have you bought from us before? I don't feel like I've said your name too many times. Tom Kelly. Tom Kelly bid on the Robert Plant for $35, right? That feels like that was a while back. Let me figure out where that is now. And these 2 45s are sold as well. There it is, Tom Kelly. Have you bought from us before? Thank you, and that's sold to you. And then Chris Bryant on the Minor Threat. Most of their stuff that you wanted isn't available. They only have like one other album, has the sheeps on the front, but most of the Minor Threat stuff on LP type format is not available. And then Violently Ill, this is sold to Kristen Driscoll for $5, and Teresa got Social Circle for $5, okay? Let's go back up. I have not, but I'm registered. Okay, thank you. Welcome to Coletco. Now, for the rest of the night, tomorrow and Saturday, you have $7 in limited shipping. So as much as you buy for the rest of the week, you can get in at $7 unlimited shipping. That includes 45s. If we sell you a Funko Pop or whatever it may be you buy, you can get those all shipped for $7, okay? So thank you and welcome. And anybody else that's new, same thing applies. Once you make your first purchase for the week, you got $7 in limited shipping until the end of the week. You'll see some people go ahead and start buying on Sundays and Mondays, and they'll buy every night. And at the end of the week, they've got 50 albums, and we're going to ship them all for $7. Here is the next auction, 3 Dog Night. This is got the original inner sleeve and booklet, and this is Joy to the World, Shambhala, 3 Dog Night's greatest hits. That's a $35 start, Japanese pressing, and Styx Cornerstone. Styx Cornerstone, this is a $35 start, This has some stuff with it I don't think I've seen before. I honestly don't think I've seen a book with this Styx Cornerstone before like this. So it has a book that came with it. It also has this foil insert. That's definitely supposed to come with it. It's also a gatefold jacket. There is some of that little bit of humidity discoloration on the gatefold. The front and back jacket's really nice. Another Styx, a $35 start. $35 start. And then let's go ahead and put up some other singles. Tom says he already knows the drill. Thank you. Welcome. Some people watch for a long time and they try to get the swing of things. And we was explaining that last night when we were explaining the lag, and some guy said, I watched for like a couple weeks to figure out what was happening before actually I made my first purchase. So, but don't hesitate. And if you ever have any questions, you can ask us as well. Here's our next couple quote singles. The Six, Pretty Plastic. That's a $5 star. And then we got Terry Malt, Something About You, with Charles Manson with some makeup on. That's a $5 star. Those are now up for bids, okay? Is the Led Zeppelin 79. The Led Zeppelin Triple LP is a new Jimmy Page remaster. It should be, if you're on Discogs, it should be like a 2020s press or something. All right, I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. So we got a whole crate of Japanese back here behind me. And then Laura's getting the other auctions ready as well. So a lot of stuff to auction tonight, and now plenty of stuff to show. Should be exciting. We have our last copy of Living Color, Vivid. This is sold to Dean Tefford. Cult of Personality. If anybody else wants it, let me know. I can order you one. I still got all 3 copies of Zach Top. This is Cold Beer and Country Music. Zach Top is $29.99. This is called Terry Maltz. Terry Maltz, and this one here is called the Six. These have bids for 5 and now 6. Three Dog Night and Sticks. We have the Six and the Sticks. Wow, that's going to be confusing. This is S-I-C-K-S. This is S-T-Y-X, Sticks. Next is the Vaughn Brothers, which is Jimmy and Stevie. That is $39.99. Corey Ross, I'll get you on a waiting list for Living Color. There's 2 different pressings. This is much cheaper, and then there's a music on vinyl pressing. This is the one I've been ordering just because they're cheaper, and it's technically a remaster. So there's that. Mad Season is due out for tomorrow, but they hadn't shipped to me. But my distributor hadn't got them yet. So we don't know the word on the Mad Season. Matthew, I've been asked a lot this week. Right now, that is still up in the air. We still don't know about Mad Season. They're supposed to still arrive. Let me see if they've uploaded them. They might have got them to their warehouse today. Let me check my shelf list right quick. I've got my phone open. No, still no update. So right now, they still hadn't, my distributor still hadn't even got them. Zach Top, so did Jamie McCord. I have 2 copies of that left if anybody else wants it. I have David Gilmour, On an Island. David Gilmour is new and sealed, $33.99. This is called Terry Malt, Something About You. Has Charles Manson there on the cover. It's also on pink vinyl. And that is called Terry Malt, Something About You, pink vinyl. 1 bid for $6. And the Six, Pretty Plastic. This is on pink clear vinyl. I need to start showing the colored vinyl on these. That has 1 bid with Teresa for $5. Also, Motley Crue, Shout at the Devil, $33.99. I have 1 of those left if anybody else wants it. Joy Division, Unknown Pleasures. Joy Division's $33.99. And Suicidal Tendencies. Suicidal Tendencies is sold to Rebecca Howitt. Thank you, Rebecca Howitt. And there's 1 left if anybody else wants one. That is Music on Vinyl, $39.99. Nina Simone Sings the Blues. That's $39.99. And Metal Church, Blessing in Disguise. Metal Church is $39.99. The LPs are no bids, buy it nows. 3 Dog Night. Man, I love some of the music on there. 3 Dog Night. Shambhala, Let Me Serenade You, $35. Classic stuff there. Japanese pressing, and that is available for a $35 buy it now. And so is Styx Cornerstone. That's also available. So Styx. And then we also got an artist here called The Six. But Styx is a buy it now for $35. Styx Cornerstone. That is available. And it is $35 as well. We have a claim for Tim Floyd on Suicidal Tendencies. Let's pull that for him. Thank you, Tim Floyd. That is sold. Appreciate it. That's gone. and White Snake Live. This is new, comes out tomorrow. This was my last copy on hand. This is sold to Jamie Diaz. Make sure this goes in for $39.99. I actually got my sticker gun right here. That's good. I can go ahead and put a sticker on it so we don't forget. And if anybody else wants one, I know they're in stock, so I'm probably going to go ahead and post a pre-order because probably a lot of people missed this over on Facebook unless they watched the video this morning. So that's sold to Jamie Diaz. Thank you. And then we have Tedeschi Trucks Band Revelator. This is also new for Friday. I know it's been out for a while, but it's a new pressing from Music on Vinyl, limited numbered. So Terry Maltz is at 8 with Autumn Betts. That's at 8 with Autumn Betts. And now we can go ahead and sell the 6 to Teresa for 5. And now we're ready for at least 3 new auctions. And my crate over here has gotten really full too. So let me go ahead and swap out crates. We've already managed to fill up our first one of the night, which is incredible. That's why I'm here, hopefully to fill up a lot more. And fill up a lot more sold ones. We like to empty. Y'all see them get them. Y'all watch me empty them. And over here, we're filling up the sold ones that will eventually get tagged for tomorrow, invoiced, and then shipped to your doorstep. Jamie McCord wants on the White Snake, and so does Rick Hall. Yeah, sorry I missed that pre-order. I probably could have sold 20 or 30 of those. Maybe I still can. But Jamie Diaz got that one. And then Rick Hall on a waiting list and Jamie McCord. They were in stock as of last night. I didn't order them because I have time now over the weekend to post the pre-order, see how many I need to really order, and then they'll be back in Monday, Tuesday. Let's sell Andrew Phillips sticks for $30. And now Terry Maltz, the Manson record here, is at 9. Autumn Betts is at 11. And then Romelu wants the Nina Simone. Nice pickup there. Music on Vinyl Press. Also, Yes, the Yes album, 2 LP, 45 RPM. That's $64.99. The Sisters of Mercy, First and Last and Always, $34.99. White Snake, Van Halen, Women and Children First, the MoFi One Step for $134, and Extreme 2. And I figured out, I found the waiting list once again. A waiting list was right around the corner. So if anybody was curious last night, the Extreme 2 waiting list was Solarplex Studios. So I had 3, and I went ahead and tagged him. So there's 2 left for Extreme. And we have Queensryche Empire. This just got claimed. Queensryche Empire is sold to Finley Depperstein. Thank you, Finley Depperstein. That's sold to you. 2 LP gray vinyl, silver vinyl. And we have Depeche Mode, Music for the Masses. That's $33.99. Beloshi or Bolshi. I've been wanting to say Beloshi, but it's Bolshi. And this is sold to Rebecca Howard as well. That completes her comment of Kid Rock, Bolshi, and Suicidal Tendencies. And we have The Cure Pornography for $34.99 and Kings of Leon for $44.99. Let's grab some new singles and some other new auctions over here, shall we? First thing I have, let's grab this one, and it is something I can't read. What a cover, too. This is, oh my gosh, Street Trash by Five Dirty Fingers. What a cover. Street Trash by Five Dirty Fingers. That's going to go up for a $5 start. Oh my gosh. I know I'm in some like hardcore stuff when I start seeing that kind of covers. $5 start on those. And then Tim Floyd says he'll take a Metal Church as well. Appreciate that. Where are we on this? Brandon Lack, you're out. Autumn has it for $11. I'm about to sell it to her. Autumn has it for $11. It's up to Brandon Lack, okay? And then what was the other question? Samantha Fish. First, we have, let me make sure I got everybody's comment. Everybody got everything they commented for except, I got to check Clifford. Yeah, everybody got everything they wanted except Dean Tefford. Dean Tefford, you're on the waiting list for Black Crowes, and I'm going to let him know right now. Let me go ahead and like his comment. I'm going to say he's on. So make sure he's on the waiting list, please. And then Clifford commented a Robert Plant, but I'm pretty sure he was already on the waiting list. Here's the deal on Samantha Fish. Here's the deal on Samantha Fish. Here's everybody that got one. And like I said, no guarantees on this one because it's limited edition. She only signed 500. She only signed 500. And so far, I've ordered from 2 places. And the 2 places, I've only got 1 shipment. And if I've liked your comment, then you got one. That was Leslie Silverly, Corey Lawson, Rick Hall, Patrick Lear, Chris Kirkley, Tony Riddle, Peter Moslino, Ken Crooker, Larry Dridge, Jason Waldron, Scott Beebe, Scott Corcoran, Jerry Stone, Fred Cardinal, Bill Samus. So John Smetzer, you're in the last 2, 4, 5 people. There was 20 pre-orders. Between 2 places, I ordered 100. I knew I wasn't going to get 100, but right now, John Smetzer, unless I get some from somewhere else, right now, you don't have one. It looks like you were number 19, and I got 15. Looks like you were number 19, and I got 15. So, I'm waiting. The same place that hadn't shipped the Mad Season, they also hadn't shipped my other Samantha Fish order. That doesn't mean I'm getting them. So, they only made 500. I have a feeling they're all gone. Unfortunately, she only signed 500. I ordered 100 between 2 places because I knew I could sell them. You know, we've got a couple signed Samantha Fish albums over here that we had authenticated that I hadn't sold yet. I'm going to try to dig those out next week. But unfortunately, right now, we are shorthanded. We're short 5, but we're waiting for another order. Street Trash, 5, 5, 5, 6, 7, 8. And I think I lost Brandon Lack. I did. So, Autumn, I'm going to go ahead and sell this to you for 11. I lost Brandon on that one, okay? All right. And let's read through these one more time. So, I have Kings of Leon, The Cure, Depeche Mode, Extreme, Van Halen, Sisters of Mercy, The Yes Album, Tedeschi Trucks, Metal Church, Nina Simone, Joy Division, Motley Crue, David Gilmour, Vaughn Brothers, and Zach Top. Those are all available. We're ready for our first new crate. How about we go ahead and so right now what we'll do, we'll go through some new vintage pre-owned stuff because now that we're going to have so much, I mean, I've already got 2, 4, 6, 8 crates up here. Let's do our first new crate of pre-owned stuff, and then we'll get to the other 2 crates of new vinyl for tonight, okay? And Trash is at 11 with Kristen Driscoll, and that's a final call. And let's go ahead and pull our first pre-owned crate here and see what we have. There is no telling. We're about to find out, though. So let me take a quick flip through these. All righty. And here in about, well, let me check the clock. It's about time to start putting up some of the advertised auctions. A lot of y'all are here for to see what's going to pop up on the metal auction block. So typically Thursday night, for those that are relatively new, we call it, quote, Thursday Metal Night. If we're lucky, we usually have metal auctions all night long, and or hard rock, something close to that nature. And tonight, I think to supplement it a little bit, I've got some hardcore top singles, which usually goes along with the same crowd. And somebody just have asked about metal CDs. And yes, I've got a crate or a box or 2 over here actually of some metal CDs. And I'm about to start putting some of those up as well. So, but the metal auctions, like I said, hopefully if we have enough stuff, we can have a whole night of it. And if we have a ton of metal, sometimes we even straight price some of it. But usually on Thursday nights, I try to keep some kind of, quote, metal or hard rock album up for auction all night long. And I think tonight we should have enough to at least do that starting around 7. And here's our first CD. It's Tool, 10,000 Days. Really cool packaging here. Tool, it's got the Alex Gray artwork where you can kind of look into it and it magnifies it, gives that like panorama view. That's Tool, 10,000 Days CD, $5 start on that. Trash is at 11 and now 13. Kristen, you're out. Let's put up another Japanese pressing right quick. Got a whole crate and a half over here behind me. Got some good ones. I'm going to go ahead and grab this one. I like the way this one looks. This is Deep Purple Burn, and we're going to put this up for a $35 start. The Obi is on it, or the Obi's with it. However, it needs to be put back on the cover. Sometimes that's a little tricky. Sometimes these Obies can be, don't ever take them off because sometimes they can be a challenge to put back on there. But this is a Near Mint Minus and Pristine Japanese pressing. Deep Purple Burn has the insert, and it does have the Obi. You're just going to have to spend some time to put it back on the cover, or you can just leave it loose and it still looks like it's pretty cool there. So that is available. So let's go through new pre-owned stuff that's marked at sticker. New arrivals already here at 6:30. That's okay with me because we're going to have a lot of them tonight. And give me 1 second. Let me click on this and this and this. And now I'm ready to go. All right. And the first record in here is Chicago 21. Wow. 24. I don't know if I've had Chicago 21, but 1991. Chicago 21, $24.99. No wonder. I don't know if I've even seen that like on a cassette or CD before. No, back-to-back Chicago, $9. Chicago 18. Chicago 18. That's $9.99. So Chicago. Kansas Vinyl Confessions. Kansas is $19.99. Kansas is $19.99, and Sunfighter, that's Paul Cantor and Grace Leak. You may know them from Jefferson Airplane, $14.99. No bid on Tool. Final call to get a bid in for $5 on that original 10,000 Days CD. That's never been officially pressed to vinyl ever. Pretty cool there. And then we have back-to-back Chicago claims. And Teresa, you're out on Street Trash. So let me know if you want back in for more than $14. Deep Purple's a $35 start. Ben, your choice on Chicago's. Bob is next. How about the Judds? Why Not Me? $24.99. And Fleetwood Mac Mirage. And this is $19.99. Gypsy's on here, $19.99. Trash has a new bid for $15. Tool has a bid for $5. Carole King Rhymes and Reasons, $14.99. And Billie Holiday Archetypes, and this is $24.99. Sunfighter is Paul Cantor and Grace Leak. Yes, this was a kind of a solo album they did. It is, of course, Paul Cantor, guitarist, Grace Leak. Those are members of Jefferson Airplane, Jefferson Starship. Yes. Trash has a new bid for $15. So Chicago 21 sold to Ben Diger. Chicago 18 sold to Bob Riger. The Coverdale Jimmy Page album will be sold probably around 7:30, 8 o'clock tonight, Central Time. And Isaac Hayes Movement. Isaac Hayes is on a white label promo with no condition notes. Really nice copy, $29.99. Sunfighter is sold to Pam Murray. Now Kristen Driscoll, you're out on Street Trash. Isaac Hayes, back-to-back Isaac Hayes. This one's called Don't Let Go, $19.99. And Pointer Sisters, So Excited, I Just Can't Hide It, $9.99. Tool is sold to David V for just $5. Figured that would sell for a little bit more than that, but it is gone. No bid on Deep Purple. It's going to be a $35 buy it now. I'd imagine they'd sell a lot. Tool could make a lot of cash releasing Anima and 10,000 Days on vinyl. Actually, just pressing Lateralis actually on vinyl would do very well too. A lot of people don't like the picture disc. However, that picture disc does sound really good for a picture disc. So I think it's more like injection molded type stuff now. They don't really use those old like 70s picture disc. Nice copy of Deep Purple there. That's a $35 buy it now. Street Trash is officially sold to Teresa for $15. And Sherry Darnell wants Billy. Let's put up all new auctions. The board is officially cleared. It looks like we got 4 empty slots there. Let's start with the 45s and grab those. Let's grab this and this. I don't know what these are, but we're about to sell them. The first one is the Strike, Danger, and Take Action. Yep. The Strike is a $5 star, and this is Swearing at Motorist. Swearing at Motorist, and this is also a $5 start, okay? Now, we have Sherry Darnell on Billy. We've already took that, and also we have the Hollywood Bowl Wedding Album. This is $9.99. Great music of ceremony, merriment, and romance performed by the Hollywood Bowl Symphony. So you put that on at your wedding. Next is Rank and File, $9.99. Also, Ricky Peterson, Night Watch, $19.90. That's a gold stamp promo, $19.99. Let's grab 2 new auctions right quick. First in the Japanese department back here is Journey Raised on Radio. This one's really nice. Eating tacos and watching Chad. Sounds like Gregory is living life at the fullest. Hopefully I can keep you entertained tonight. Tacos do sound good. I had some Chick-fil-A right before the show started. Grilled chicken club, French fries, or I guess waffle fries. This is in Shrink, Obi, and Hop Sticker. Journey Raised on Radio, $35 star. Why are vinyl records shipped with a cover not in the cover? That's so the record doesn't split the jacket. I wish we could open up all of our new vinyl and ship it like that too. Because if you leave a disc inside of a jacket during transit, there is a high possibility it gets split. So we try our best to ship whatever we can outside of the jacket. Also, we have Jethro Tull Passion Play. The proper way to store records long term is to take the record out of the jacket. That's what I recommend. So it preserves the jacket. The jacket's supposed to protect the record, but actually taking the record out will protect the jacket. Jethro Tull, A Passion Play, $19.99. The King Bees is $12.99. And Gallery, Nice to Be With You. I believe in music. So right now we got Swearing at Motorist for $5. No Bid on the Strike, final call on that. Journey's a $35 start. The Voice, this is an early Sinatra album here. Feels like it weighs 20 pounds. It's on a Columbia 6i label. Very clean. Sinatra, that is $19.99. And John Lennon, Double Fantasy, $19.99. People say I'm crazy. I'm just sitting here watching the wheels. That's what that is right there. Let's see what I have here in some of these, quote, metal CDs. Some of these, I don't know. It's kind of like same thing for a lot of these hardcore top singles. I'm going to be like, well, here it is. I don't know what it is, but we're about to sell them, okay? But the first thing we have is Tony Lewis on FS for the Frank Sinatra. Thank you, Tony. That is so to you. And Julian Lennon, Valot. Julian Lennon is $9.99. And Sonny Okosun, Liberation, $9.99. Sonny Okosun. And National Music Survey, Mutual Radio Network. August of 1986. This has got to be like a radio broadcast. $49.99. It is National Music Survey. That is $49.99, okay? And we have Sawyer Brown. This is $14.99. $14.99. All right, so Swearing at Motorist, that's sold to Teresa for $5. The Strike is a buy it now for $5. Our next two singles are Emerald Sun. This is a metal CD, Emerald Sun. It's nice. It's going to be a $5 start. And then this is Guntz Live, or if that's a C, I'm not for sure. Kind of looks like a G, though. Guntz, maybe not. I'm not for sure. It probably isn't. And this is a $5 start. I don't think it is. I think that's a C. So that's going to go up for a $5 start. And then Journey is a buy it now for $35. This is Journey, Raised on Radio, Near Mint Minus and Pristine, Japanese pressing with Obi and hop sticker and insert. And this is going to go up for a $35 buy it now. And Laura is delivering tonight's featured auctions. Rough Cut, Soundgarden, Metallica. Everybody's probably like, what? What? And there's that. And then over here, we have Deep Purple No Bid, and then Colin Butler on Okosun. This is sold to Colin. And Sawyer Brown. Sawyer Brown is called Somewhere in the Night. No condition notes, $14.99. So we have C Live for a $5 start, and Teresa does want the Strike for $5. And then the Deep Purple No Bid. The Deep Purple No Bid is called Burn. And this is a Japanese pressing, Near Mint Minus and Pristine, Deep Purple Burn, and that's going to go up for a $35 buy it now. Deep Purple Burn. The catalog number is P-6509W. All right, and there's our current information. C Live and Emerald Sun. I'll grab another Japanese pressing in just a second. Can't believe no one got Journey or Deep Purple or the Eagles or Three Dog Night. Here is Jealous Little Royal, $29.99. I don't recall seeing that before. It's in shrink wrap. Jealous Little Royal, $29.99. And then we have Little Johnny Taylor, Ugly Man. Little Johnny Taylor is $19.99, Ugly Man. Also, the Amazing Rhythm Aces, $12.99, the Amazing Rhythm Aces. And Autumn, while I see you live, I did reply to our message thread about the stuff you sent me. So, Autumn, at any point you want to reply, let me know, or any point you can reply, let me know, and we'll get that set up in the near future, okay? Or we can do something through the mail. That might be better if you want to do that. Like I can buy that stuff probably just through our chat, so we don't have to meet, because trying to meet with me here will be impossible. And we probably can just do a deal through the mail, because as long as you've sent me all the pictures, if that's all of them, I probably can make you an offer, and then we can just do it through the mail. I bought some autographs 2 other times already this week through messages. So Van Halen's a $35 start. We have the insert, we have the other insert, and we have the cover. This is a Japanese pressing of Van Halen 2. There's a little bit of discoloration up here, but a nice copy. Dance the Night Away, $35 start. And we have the Eagles, their first album. That is the Eagles self-titled, their first album. That is also going up for a $35 start. The Eagles by the Eagles. This is also going up. I've got all of our auctions introduced. Also, I just dropped YouTube and Facebook just dropped, I think. Hold on a second. Maybe. Yeah, it says 1 of 1. Dang it. Okay, they're back on. I may have lost several comments there for a while. I think I lost Facebook and YouTube there for a while. Hold on a second. Let me pull this back up. Yeah. Let me see here. I didn't see Autumn. No, okay, so yeah. I didn't see Colin. I had to pull up Facebook here. So C Live 8, C Live 10. So C Live 8 and C Live 10. So Teresa has C Live for 10. David V wants Little, Royal. These are all new arrival sticker price. Eagles got a bid for 35. Then Colin, I didn't see your comment because it didn't come through, but I have pulled it up over here. Rank and File is available. It's called Sundown, $9.99, 1982. And then $9.99. And then Patrick C. Smith wants the Journey Japanese pressing for $35. C Live has a bid for 15. And then the Eagles has one bid. Nobody bid on Emerald Sun. This is a buy it now for $5. Emerald Sun CD, a buy it now for $5. And Deep Purple is sold to Sunday Morning Session for $30. Okay? And then Colin wants Rank and File. Van Halen's at $35. There is no Obi with Van Halen. Sorry, no Obi on that one, but there already is a bid, and there is a bid on the Eagles. Let me show a few more records, then another 45. Roberta Flack, Chapter 2. Is it me, or just looks like a beautiful copy? It is, and it's an OG Richmond press. No, well, very little ring wear on the cover. There's a little bit right here, but that cover tends to be worn out. $19.99. And Cellar Full of Noise. Yes, Cellar Full of Noise, Gold Stamp promo, $19.99. Edwin Riviera does get the Emerald Sun CD for $5. That's sold to him. And Chicago 17 in shrink wrap. So we've had Chicago 17, 18, and Chicago 21 all in this crate, $14.99. They had quite a few. Albums, didn't they? All right, here's the next auction. We had one of these earlier, Slices. Slices is going to go up for a $5 start. Slices is on black vinyl. $5 start on Slices. Also, we have Queen. Nice. That's their debut album. $44.99. I don't have any information. That's not the first label, but it's not a new reissue either. So that's a vintage mid-70s pressing of that. $44.99. Ben Digert picking up another Chicago. Also, we have Pat Benatar, Get Nervous. There is some writing on the cover. That's $12.99. $12.99. Did I pull Rank and File for Colin? Yes, I pulled that for you already. Colin, yes, thank you. You got that. And then Nancy Sinatra, Moving with Nancy, Tricolor Steamboat label, $29.99. The Amazing Rhythm Aces, Todd, that is $12.99. C Live is with Teresa at 18. Autumn, that goes back to you, so you're out on that. Kelly Vlodarchek on Queen, their debut. That's surprising to see that randomly in the bin. And now we have Van Halen. Van Halen is officially sold to Jennifer Corbin, just one bid for $35. And Bill Samus, you get the Eagles for $35. So those are sold and sold. Thanks everybody who bid on those. Jennifer and Bill. Let's grab a couple more. And we have the Eagles here. The Eagles is also sold for $35. And this is sold to Bill Samus. Let's go ahead and put that in a fresh, brand new, crisp 3 mil outer sleeve for him. Thank you on that. Saves them a lot of time for me to go ahead and do that. Todd Saw does want Amazing Rhythm Aces. Final Call on Slices. C Live has a new bid for 20. And Asia, self-titled, $19.99. Asia, self-titled. And 38 Special Forces, $24.99. Queen's already been sold. Special Forces is $24.99. And Christopher Cross, another page. Christopher Cross is $9.99. All right, I think I'm ready to turn up the heat on the Japanese auctions back here. Here is an opportunity. First, let me look at the disc. Good one. Oh, yes. Very nice. This is a Japanese pressing of Led Zeppelin 2, and it has the poster. Led Zeppelin 2, and it has the poster. Led Zeppelin 2, very cool. Kind of got this green deal down here at the bottom. Very cool. Led Zeppelin 2. So it is complete with poster and insert. It's not OG. The OG pressings of these very difficult to find. Still a vintage Japanese pressing P-1001A. And that's going to go up for a $75 star. Beautiful copy. Led Zeppelin. That is now up for bid. Slices has one bid for $5. They're still bidding on C Live. We got Pat Metheny live at Midden. That's Midden, $19.99 for Pat Metheny. Hootenanny Special. Bob Dylan appears on this. Zenith Radio Promotional. All folk artists like New Christy Minstrels and the Village Stompers. And then you got a young Bob Dylan down there. Very cool. $19.99 on the Hootenanny Special. The Very Best of Fabian for $9.99. Zeppelin already has a bid for $75. And the Best of John Coltrane. What's that doing in there? Atlantic Jazz Anthology Series, The Best of John Coltrane. So we got Led Zeppelin with Jimmy Page. How about we do his counterpart here, Eric Clapton, or I should say a colleague, whatever, another legendary guitarist. I love Cream 2, Live Cream Volume 2. It's got the better track listing. $35 star. There is that, and here is this, Cream Live Volume 2, $35 star. So let's go back to the top. Pat Metheny is sold to Pat Metheny, I'm assuming to Bill Keenum. Yep. Slices is sold to Teresa for $5. And now Autumn gets the C Live for $25. Thank you. And then Autumn, I don't know if it cut out earlier where you could hear me, but if you heard what I said, just let me know and we'll do a deal in the future on that. Just let me know. We can probably do it by the mail. That might be easier. But totally up to you or whoever. Anthony Phillips, Wise After the Event. Anthony Phillips is $19.99. And Willie Nelson, The Sound of Your Mind, $14.99. Zeppelin has a bid for $80. Live Cream 2, Sunshine of Your Love. That's now up for a $35 star. Our next single here is The Snobs. That's going to go up for a $5 star. Control EP. The Snobs is a $5 start. And the next metal CD here is Brujeria, Brujeria, and then it's called Brujerismo. Rumored to feature members of Fear Factory, Faith No More, Napalm Death, Cradle of Filth, and Demu DeBoer, however you say all that. But either way, it's going to go up for a $5 star, $5 start on that. Okay, and then have I missed Kublai Klein? You haven't. We're about to start the advertised metal auctions here pretty soon. We don't usually start those until 7:30. I have Metallica, Soundgarden, Stone Temple Pilots, Soundgarden, AC/DC, Autograph, Nirvana, Black Sabbath, Richie Blackmore, Rainbow, Van Halen, Judas Priest, Gary Moore, Kiss, Rough Cut, Offspring, Perfect Circle, AC/DC, Alice Cooper, Ozzy, Nirvana, Metallica, Kiss, Judas Priest, Black Sabbath, Ozzy, and Coverdale Page. That's some of the auctions I'm going to be doing tonight, along with Japanese and, of course, our singles here. All right? Now, we have first Led Zeppelin 80, Led Zeppelin 90, Snobs is at 5, Brews at 5, Zeppelin 85, Brew has another bid for 5. Now, we're not going to go back through that. Oh, I left out one record. I left out 2 records. Willie Nelson, Ray Price, $14.99, and Christopher Cross is $9.99. Christopher Cross, Sailing. So that's the last 2 records in there. Not going to go back through this a second time because we have new stuff to go through. There's already right now how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 2, 4, 6, 7, 8. I've already got 8 crates, 10 crates, counting the new vinyl up here, and they're having more, they're bringing up more. So I'm just going to read through these one more time. If you need a price, let me know. Kansas, The Judds, Fleetwood Mac, Carole King, Isaac Hayes, Pointer Sisters, Hollywood Bowl Wedding Album, Ricky Peterson, Jethro Tull, King Bees, Gallery, Double Fantasy, Julian Lennon, and then, or John Lennon, and then his son, Julian Lennon, National Music Survey, Sawyer Brown, Little Johnny Taylor, Roberta Flack, Cellarful of Noise, Pat Benatar, There's Our Nightly Asia, Nancy Sinatra, 38 Special, Christopher Cross, Hootenanny Special, Fabian, Coltrane, Anthony Phillips, Willie Nelson, and Pat Fratt wants, I think, this Christopher Cross, okay? Now, let's go back to the top. And Kareem doesn't have a bid, final call. Snob has one bid for 5. Bruce still getting bids for 8, and Led Zeppelin's now at 105. That's where we're at, and if anybody wants anything else in there, just let me know, okay? I'm going to put these right here behind me. So if you change your mind, you're like, you know what, Chad? Go ahead and give me everything left in that crate. I'm feeling a little bit frisky tonight. Then we'll go ahead and take care of you, okay? And if need some 45s. Cheryl is saying if she doesn't get some 45 soon, her head is about to explode. Cheryl is saying she needs 45s. She's got to have them, or she could literally self-destruct. I've got enough 45s to keep you for a lifetime. Hopefully you can watch for the next 8 hours and the next 10 years, because I'll be right here selling records. Right, Paul? Paul said probably. So, and Paul's brought up another crate. Fantastic. What do you want for everything in here? They're all priced? $3,000. Wow. Okay. There might be somebody take you up on that deal. Let's see here. First, let me, I've got a pre-order to pull up. That's what I'm doing right now. Yes. See you. Thank you, Paul. Paul's delivered his crates and he's heading out. Thank you, Paul. All right. So I have a new album here. Comes out Friday, and it's a Miller album, and it's a meddler. What did I just say? Meddler. Okay. Pat Fratt got Sailing, and then let me make sure I didn't miss anything else. What Asia? Asia by Asia. Snobs has a new bid for 6. Teresa, you're out. Tyler wants Anthony Phillips. Tyler wants Anthony Phillips, and Rebecca wants Cellar Full of Noise. Let's pull those. All right. There's Anthony Phillips, and there is Cellar Full of Noise. Those are sold and sold. All right. So Rebecca got, oh, I pulled the wrong record. I pulled Roberta Flack. Asia is Asia. It was the heat of the moment. Your nightly opportunity to get one. So, okay, Tyler Huber got Anthony Phillips, and then Cellar Full of Noise is the Rebecca. Snobs new bid 7, and then Snobs 8, and Pat Fratt wants Asia. Wow, I need to bring the crate back over here. We'll just keep selling out of that. That's usually what happens. I can probably read through the same crate a few more times, and they'll eventually all sell. Asia sold to Pat Fratt. That's why I'm here. So Snobs is at 8, and then Bruja, or however this is pronounced, Brugeria. JK has this at $8. Everybody else is out. Now, see, Jason went out on Led Zeppelin. That means the Japanese Led Zeppelin with poster. MT Matt has that at 105, and it's a final call. And now Cream is a buy it now, no bid, a $35 buy it now. $35 buy it now on that. Here we go. Let me first pull out some sleeves. So now I've got 2, 4, 6, 9 crates from John and Paul, 3 from Paul, 5 back here still from John, or 6. There's already 2 crates of new vinyl. The reason I keep reminding these numbers is because you're going to be seeing new stuff all night long, okay? All night long. There's enough in here for hours. So here's a new release that comes out tomorrow from Machine Head. New album from Machine Head, $29.99. These are available. They come out Friday. They're on clear vinyl with book lit. And these are $29.99. And here is everybody that got one. We have one for Autumn Betts. Thank you, Autumn Betts. That's so to you. New Machine Head Steve Jowazwak. I don't know how to say his name. He's new. Jozwiak. I think he's new. Steve Jozwiak. And also we have one for Dean Tefford and Tim Floyd. There's one for Dean Tefford and Tim Floyd. Also John Howard and Ben Dygert. And then we got one for James Bragg. And then that completes the pre-order. And I've got 2, 4, I've got 6 extra copies there. 6 extra copies. Oh yeah, I forgot about those. I know what Laura's talking about. Yeah, we do have some other metal auctions unadvertised that are surprises. So I hadn't even told anybody about those. She's probably working on those right now. Snobs is at 11 with Kristen Driscoll. So Teresa's out. This is Bruhija. So someone said Bruheria. Someone said Bruheria, Bruhelja, and Bruherdia. So whichever way, sounds like we're all don't know. So this is sold to JK, and JK gets this for $8. And now Led Zeppelin is sold to MT Matt for that winning bid. And MT Matt, thank you. This is sold to you for $105. Appreciate that, okay? Does he ever only do new vinyl? You just missed 2 hours of nothing but vintage pre-owned. Or hour and a half. We go through new vinyl, we go through vintage. We go through new vinyl, we go through vintage. We go through new vinyl, we go through vintage. You missed the first hour and a half of pre-owned. You just missed it. And we're about to do another crate as soon as I finish this one. Here's the new whipped cream and other delights, Herb Albert. This is new. It's a picture disc. I was wondering where the rest of them were, and here they are. And we had a pre-order for this. And let me finish everybody else that got one. So Herb Albert, the rest of the pre-order was Andrew Eisensmith, and then James Goggin, and Kevin Voitosh. So I needed 3 more. Andrew Eisensmith, James Goggin, and Kevin Voitosh. So there's 1, 2, 3 copies there. Those are all sold and sold. The Snobs is now at $15. Back here in the back, there's auctions all night long, vintage OGs, Japanese pressings, etc., etc., etc. Our next auction is a 2020 pressing of Stone Temple Pilots Core, and this is going to go up for a $20 start. Stone Temple Pilots Core, that's going to go up for a $20 start. Also, we have going up for bid right now is another Japanese pressing, and that other Japanese pressing is going to be another Japanese Led Zeppelin. This, unfortunately, doesn't have the obi, and it has a little bit of color discoloration, but the vinyl is extremely nice, and this is a $35 start. This is Led Zeppelin 4, technically untitled, has the inner sleeve and insert. The cover has some discoloration, and something happened right here. It looks like something laid on top of it, or something was covering all this, but that is a $35 start. Really nice Japanese pressing. Snobs is sold to Kristen Driscoll for $15. And then here is Nico. Now, yesterday we had the Nico Heroin, and we sold out on the number. I don't think there was a waiting list, and I did tell y'all we had more, and here they are. And this is Nico. And let's pull up the waiting list, or make sure I did tag everybody on this one. These are on green splatter, $33.99. We've already got one for Fred, Robert, Autumn, and Jerry, and here's the rest. They're $33.99. If anybody wants one, they are available. Let's go ahead and grab our next couple of hardcore records right quick. And we sell vintage OGs here. We sell new vinyl. We sell everything. We have everything you could possibly imagine. Just name something, and I can probably find it for you in the next year. Let me go ahead and put stickers on these Nico. That is the same Nico as in Nico and the, look, there's serial number 1. Look, I got number 1 of 100. I got number 1 of 100. How cool is that? Somebody's probably got to buy, surely somebody wants that just because of the number. I got number 1 of 100 and number 5 and number 51. STP has a bid for 22. Let's put up a couple more singles and maybe another CD right quick. Let's go ahead and grab this right here. And this place called Coletco, I can make all your dreams come through and come true. Anything you ever dream of, I can make it happen right here. First with Terry Maltz. That's the same one that had Charles Manson on it earlier. Terry Maltz is a $5 start. That's now up for bid. And let me grab another demented looking CD here. Usurper. Visions from the Gods. There's another CD. And this is going to go up for a $5 start. Next is STP 22, STP 24. Nick wants number 1. I knew it. This is sold to Nico Bargeron. Someone's going to buy that just for the number. That's sold to Nick Bargeron. And then Tim Graham, you're second. Also, this is the Cramps. And I don't have a price on this either. Hold on a second. There was 4 records in here that wasn't priced, and I was supposed to mark them before I brought this over. Give me 1 second. This is the Cramps, and this is $33.99. I ordered 7, and they shipped me 2. Yep, these are $33.99. This is a live unofficial from the Cramps, $33.99. $33.99. There's one, there's two, and I've got two. It's called Weekend on Mars, 1979. So these are $33.99. That's new, comes out Friday. Teresa gets one, Craig wants one. I ordered 7. And also we have another Nico, and this one I didn't post a pre-order of. Here's another Nico, Janitor of Lunacy. And I didn't post a pre-order of this one. It comes out the same day. And this one, Nico, this one is a little bit more. This one's $44.99. It's a double LP, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, this is a double LP. I also have number 100 of 100. I have 100 of 100, 13, 14, 28, and 27. But I also have number 100, 100. This is a double LP, so it is $44.99. Let me go ahead and get these stickered. No, these are ones I forgot to sticker here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I got 5 of these. There was no pre-order for this. If anybody wants Nico, probably need to get that posted because I forgot to. I think sometimes I go ahead and post stuff or order stuff. And I'm like, well, what I'll do is I'll go ahead and order 5. I'll post the pre-order. And then if I need any more, I'll order more. And then I forget to post the pre-order. And there's 5 copies that probably would have already been sold. All I got to do is post an image, say pre-order arriving this week, and we'll probably sell them. So there's $44.99 with Nico. And yeah, these there's another Machine Head, but we know how much those are. They're $29.99. Machine Head, $29.99. We know how much that is. I know, I've got a price cut in my hand. This is unusual. I don't use these too often. I don't know what it's like. All right. And here we go. So let me update what's going on in the comments because I feel like I've been all over the place trying to get all this stuff marked for everybody. So 1 second, please. First thing I need to do is update all the auctions, okay? The back right auction is Stone Temple Pilots Core. This is a 2020 Euro reissue, 180 gram. The last bid on this was 24 and then 25, and now we have an out and we have an out. This is a 2020 pressing, remastered, and Brandon in Delaware has it for $25. Led Zeppelin's a Japanese pressing, no bid. It's a $35 buy it now. Unfortunately, it has some color discoloration, but the vinyl is what you would expect. Led Zeppelin's a $35 buy it now. Let's go ahead and get that in a new sleeve, and somebody can pick that up right now. The next thing I'm about to do is go through a Paul crate that just got brought up here to me. This is sold for $35. By the way, these Nico albums have never either been printed or they're just really tough to get. Okay, so let's do that and let's do that. And there is this and there's this. So then we got 2 singles here. Terry Maltz is $5 start, no bid yet. And this CD, yes, there is. William Drugovich bid 5. That's a final call. And then that CD, Yusufer per. That's a $5 start on that. Now, the next comment, we sold Teresa Cramps, Craig Cramps, Robert Warner on the Cramps wait list, Joe Delgado bid 26 on Stone Temple Pilots. Brandon in Delaware, you've been outbid on Stone Temple Pilots. That's 26. Then Brandon bid 27. Robert wants Nico. We'll give him number 100 of 100. That's sold to Robert Warner. What press is STP? I just answered that. And did Rays on radio sale? Yes. And Kristen Driscoll bid 7 on Terry. All right, so here's what's left. New album from Machine Head. The pre-order has been fulfilled. This is Machine Head Unatoned. Comes out Friday. 12-page book. I have them in stock. $29.99. Sunday bid 5 on Usurper. There is a bid on this for $5. I see that now. Thank you. All right, so there's bids on that. Now there's a new bid on this for 7. There is this for $29.99. This is new. All the pre-orders have been fulfilled. The iconic whipped cream and other lights. This is a picture disc. If you didn't see the image, it looks just like the cover. It's a green picture disc, 60th anniversary and remastered, $33.99. Very cool, a picture disc, now celebrating 50, 60 years. And then we got 2 albums from Nico. This one was posted for a pre-order. We've sold several. This is Nico Heroin, numbered to 100, $33.99. This is Nico Heroin. It's a single LP. They've only made 100 on green splatter. And then the other album also comes out Friday. And this is a double LP. Janitor of Lunacy. These are also numbered to just 100 copies. That's also on Green Splatter, $44.99. And then we had a special request for this. Jason Isbell, Foxes in the Snow. Jason Isbell, and this is the last thing I've got a price for everybody, because this was a special request. So let me pull this up right quick. And I'm about to bring over the Paul crate, because that was the second read-through of this. We're going to go through Paul crate, John crate, Paul crate, new crate, Laura crate, John crate, Paul crate, Chad crate. And we might even do the very coveted and rare Julie crate, or a Jack crate, or Jill. We don't know at this point. Can y'all hear the birds chirping in this store? Grog on YouTube. Grog needs a Jason Isbell. So Grog, I'm going to give you a Jason Isbell. And Grog, let me find the price on these for you. This is the new Jason Isbell on Indie Exclusive, and these are $33.99. So Grog, I don't know if you're watching, but I got you taken care of. This is the new Jason Isbell on Go Vinyl. So that is that, and that's that, and this is sold to Grog. These do not come sealed. These just come shipped loose in a baggie, okay? There's that. Terry Maltz. Terry Maltz is sold to Kristen for $7. Sunday gets this for $5. And Joey Delgado. No, there's a new bid. Joey, you've been outbid. STP 21BK King has this for $27. All right, that's at $27. And Brandon says he's out. It's really up to Joey Delgado now, though. And Christopher S. gets the last Jason Isbell. All right, thank you on that. And then let's go ahead and put up another Japanese pressing. Also, we're still bidding on STP. So now we got several bidders on that. Let's grab another Japanese pressing right quick. And this is, we had one of these earlier. Here's another one. Well, we had something like this earlier. This one's different. This is Bob Dylan, new gold disc. Bob Dylan's a $35 start. $35 start, new gold disc, like a rolling stone all along the watchtower. Lay Lady Lay, knocking on heaven's door. Japanese with Obi, $35 start on that. STP's near mint, 2020 pressing. 2020, I remember when those were being made. That's when I really just started ordering a lot of new vinyl, and those things were super in demand. It looks like they still are. Let's grab a couple more singles out of here and put these up for auction. The next one I have here is the Iceman Cometh Slap Shot. I'm not for sure what that is, but it's a $5 start. And then this here is inside of a sleeve, inside of another sleeve, inside of another sleeve. This is, let's do this one first. Adrenaline OD, a nice song in the key of D. $5 start on that. I don't know what some of this is. It's like inside of a sleeve, inside of a sleeve. So there's those $5 starts and $5 starts, okay? So we left off by saying STP 29, STP 30, and then Dylan 35, Run DMC, and STP 32, and Chris Bryant said yes. So the only thing left in there is Nico, Herb Albert, and Machine Head. If you want anything in there, be my guest. Let's bring over another crate of pre-owned. Let me make sure Clifford was got all those Robert Plants he wanted before I go any further. And I have a whole nother crate of new vinyl we'll do later. No, that's Stephen A. Young and Stephen A. Young. Okay, so I do have another Robert Plant to pull for him. I can do that right now. That was Lullaby on the Ceaseless Roar, and that's sold to Clifford Umstead. Clifford Umstead, it was a different person, so I'm kind of talking to myself. This is sold to Clifford Umstead for $44.99. All right. Now, let's grab this crate here that Paul brought me and see what he's got in here. Looks like some cool stuff. Yep, let's go through this crate. All right. New pre-owned crate going up right now. Let's do this right now. What number of Nico records are left? Janitor, there's 13, 14, 28, 27. Heroin, there's 51, number 5, and number 52. The Cramps is Club 57, Irving Plaza, New York, August 18th, 1979, $33.99. If anybody else wants on that waiting list. All right, everybody ready? Let's see what's going on. So since I've stepped away, about 3 people have asked, what is the Stone Temple Pilots? Now, this is a 2020 reissue. Also, something to know on Stone Temple Pilots, there is not a U.S. original pressing of this. So when this originally came out in the United States, it was never originally pressed on vinyl. So there is not a U.S. original of this album. And the high bid on this is Chrissy Wiebe at $32. It's a 2020 Euro reissue. 2020 Euro reissue. And the high bid on this right now is Chrissy Wiebe at $32. Bob Dylan has a bid with Neil Rigler for $35. And then we put up 2 new singles. Adrenaline has a bid for $10. Slapshot has a bid for $5. Another bid for $5. And then Watch Machine Head, their new album that comes out tomorrow. And then STP Out. What number, Nico? Cramps, we just answered that. Tim Graham wants number 5. And Ivan R. says he'll take 1 as well. So let's grab number 5. And then Ivan, if it's okay, I'll give you number 51. Okay, so number 5 is sold to Tim Graham. And then we'll give number 51 to Ivan R. There's 1 copy of Heroin left by Nico. And then we have that other album as well. Okay. Final call on all the auctions. Let's go ahead and start going through this new arrival crate from Paul. Nielsen's Greatest Hits. It is from the Connery collection, which means there's a name tag on the cover. However, the vinyl is very clean. If I say name tag, that means it's a very clean copy, but there is somebody's name written on the cover. There may be a few of those in here. Here's another one, and this is Fluff, a 1972 white label promo pop psych album. Fluff. It is a white label promo from Roulette. There is a name tag on it, $19.99. And the best of Pacific Gas and Electric. That's $14.99. There is a name tag on the cover, $14.99 on that. And the Tacoma Blues series, Rare Blues, Tacoma Blues. Nothing wrong with this one, $19.99. All right, so here's what's going on. The next thing is STP got a new bid for $33. And then is the Adrenaline OG. None of these 45s have been researched. Slapshots at $7, STP Out. And there was no other bids on these. So Adrenaline OG is sold to, this is sold to Chris Bryant. Chris, that's yours for $10. Adrenaline OG, that is sold to you for $10. And then Slapshot has a new high bid of Kristen Driscoll for $7. New high bid for $7, and that's with Kristen Driscoll. Tyler Hubery does want Fluff. That is sold. Let's go ahead and sell Bob Dylan. Bob Dylan is sold for $35, and the Bob Dylan is sold for $35 up here to Neil Rigler. Thank you, Neil Rigler. That is sold to you for $35, okay? That is sold, and now we have no OD, right? Question mark, question mark. No OD. I'm going to have to figure out what's going on here. And let's see here. What just happened? That was this 45. This is Adrenaline OD that you just bought for $10. A nice song in the key of D. Adrenaline OD, the nice song in the key of D. By Our Records Incorporated. That's what you bought. That's what just sold for $10. Now, Slapshot's at $9. And then over here we have STP. And the last bid on STP that came in was Chris X at $33. That's a final call. And then I think there was a claim out of the bin. It was Fluff. We've already sold that, okay? Now, before I go any further, I want to make sure everybody's hit the like button on Facebook. I would greatly appreciate it. See the like button that's on the screen? That's what you got to make sure you hit both on Facebook and YouTube. That way you constantly see Coletco stuff. Every single day when you're on Facebook, you see constantly Coletco, all the time, all day. You're thinking about it at work. You're thinking about it while you're sleeping. You think about it when you're brushing your teeth. Coletco. Next auction is Voice of Reason. This is going to go up for a $5 start. It's on gray vinyl. Our next hardcore single, $5 start on that. That is now up for bid. And every once in a while, we can submit and summon some balloons on the screen. How cool is that, right? Did y'all see that? And now we have, back to the Paul Crate, Leon Russell live. This is a 1973 US, 1999. That's a triple LP, Leon Russell and Buka White. Very nice, 85 UK. Nothing wrong with this one. And if I don't mention anything about condition, that is EX++, near mint minus. That is 1999. And Chocolate Milk, action speaks louder than words. Chocolate Milk, excuse the nudity there on the cover. That is a original 1975 US, 69.99. STP, this is officially sold, and it's gone to Chris X for $33. $33. Let's put that there. So this current single, The Iceman Cometh, is a 4-band compilation, and right now that has a bid with Ivan R for $20. Ivan R has that for $20. George H gets the Leon Russell. Thank you, George H. That's so to you, Grog, second. And now our next auction is going to go up right now, and that next auction is an unofficial pink vinyl pressing. This is unopened. We believe it is unopened. It comes in a resealable bag, but it doesn't ever look like it's been opened. It's a bootleg unofficial of Kiss Love Gun on pink vinyl. Pink vinyl, that's a $25 start. Kiss Love Gun, $25 start. That is a pink vinyl unofficial that's now up for bid. Also going up for bid right now is another Japanese pressing, and it's a Cheap Trick album that I don't see too often. So let me grab this and put this up for auction. This is Cheap Trick, The Doctor, and this is going to go up for a $35 start. Cheap Trick, The Doctor. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. There is the LP. There's the Japanese insert. There's the cover. Does have a few humidity spots here on the cover. $35. And somebody asked earlier about the no bids. Right now, the no bids are $35 Led Zeppelin, $35 Cream, $35 Three Dog Night, and the Eagles is $45. That's all the no bids for tonight. Everything else has sold. Slap 21, Slap 22, Kiss 25, Kiss 25, Kiss 26, Slap 24, Cheap Trick 25, Kiss 27, White Chocolate. So this is a 73 US. So we got Chocolate Milk and we got White Chocolate. Paul did that on purpose. This is in shrink wrap, 1999. And we have Chet Baker, You Can't Go Home Again. Chet Baker is an original 1977 US, $24.99. And Blue Moon Swamp, John Fogerty. John Fogerty's a 2017 US, $24.99 on that. And the Doobie Brothers, a Burbank label, very clean, their self-titled first album, $19.99. Chocolate Milk is $69.99. It's an original 1975 US, $69.99 for Chocolate Milk. Tan RCA, that is original. Very cool there. Romulus C first on Chet Baker. That's so to Romulus C. Natasha's out on Kiss. Kiss Love Gun is a 2015 UK unofficial on pink vinyl. It's a UK unofficial on pink vinyl. Mike Torres has the high bid for $30. Mike Torres has the high bid for $30. And then Cheap Trick, still one bid for $35. And that's a final call. And that final call is with Bill Samus. Slap has gotten a lot of bids. The Iceman Cometh Slap Shot, 4-band compilation. The last bid I remember reading off was Kristen Driscoll at $24. And that means, Teresa, you were outbid on this. And right now, there was no bid on Voice of Reason. Unless I see one, I'm making it right now, a buy it now for $5. Voice of Reason is a buy it now for $5. Let's put that right over here. Also, Eddie C. Campbell, Let's Pick It. Eddie C. Campbell's a 1984 Netherlands press, only time on vinyl, $19.99. Eddie C. Campbell, Let's Pick It, $19.99 on that. And Edgar Winter's White Trash, $14.99. Edgar Winter's White Trash, $14.99. Final call on Kiss. Mike Torres has it for $30. We're about to sell that. And Jerry Gonzalez, the Fort Apache band, The River is Deep, an original 82 German import, $24.99. And this is Ninja Gun, a 2008 alternate rock album on green vinyl, $9.99. Led Zeppelin Japanese, $28. That is sold to Patrick Fu. You get Led Zeppelin 4 there for $28. Thank you, that's sold. Cheryl's in on Kiss at $31. Mike Torres, you've been outbid. And now Bill Samus, you get the Cheap Trick, one bid, $35. So let's sell that to Bill Samus. Thank you. Cheap Trick is sold. to you. All right, that is gone. And we have Kiss is now at 31 with Cheryl. Back to you, Colin Butcher. Colin Butcher. How about Colin Butler on Apache? New bid on Kiss at 35. Tim Buckley, Star Sailor, and Original Seti Terre Haute, $34.99. She went out, so Kristen Driscoll, thank you. You get slap shot, and that is sold to you, Kristen Driscoll, for $24. All right, let's go back over here and put up another single then. Let's grab this one and this one. I have another stack of CDs here I'm trying to chip away on, but first, ooh, this one looks interesting. Voorhees, like Jason Voorhees, Kill Your Idols. $5 start on that. Interesting sleeve there. $5 start on that. And then we have Daniel Stripped Tiger, Teenage Cool Kids. That's a $5 start. Okay, so there's our next two singles. I'm not for sure what those are, but as usual, they're $5 starts. Next is Natasha on NG, and that was Ninja Gun. That sold to Natasha Pickett for $9.99. The Charles Mingus Quintet and Max Roach, a 1990 US remaster, $24.99. Keel has a bid for $5, aka Voorhees over here. James Cotton, Take Me Back. James Cotton's an 87 US, $19.99. And Johnny Jones with Billy Boy Arnold, rare recordings by Elmore James's legendary piano man, Alligator Records, sealed, $19.99. Nice pickup, Christopher S. Christopher S. does want the chocolate milk, and we still got white chocolate as well. That is sold. And that is sold to Christopher S. Charles Mingus is officially sold. Charles Mingus is sold to ST, and Romelu next on that. Mike Torres, you get Kiss Love Gun. That's sold to you for $35. Thank you. That's sold to you. And now we're ready for new auctions. Next is Gary Moore Live. Gary Moore is a 1984 UK. This is going to go up for a $25 start. Gary Moore Live, a 1984 UK. That's now up for bid, a $25 start. Gary Moore Live. And that is an 84 UK original on Jet Records. There is no condition notes on this. Very nice. We've only sold 3 records out of the advertised auctions tonight. And the 3 records advertised I've sold, I think, was that Kiss I just sold. There's Gary Moore, and I think the only other one I've sold out there tonight was, what was it? It was, there's only been one other. That's about it. That's about the only few. So if you're here for any of the advertised auctions, you hadn't missed anything, because I think I've only sold, an STP Core, which was a 2020 reissue. So yeah, you hadn't missed anything. If you're ready to buckle up for the new auctions, welcome. 84 UK. We're going to be selling them for the rest of the night. So you essentially hadn't missed anything unless you were here for STP or the Kiss Pink Vinyl bootleg I just showed. Make sure I didn't miss any claims. We sold Charles Mingus, Romelu second. So Voorhees is already at $10. Jeff Brindley, this is called Voorhees, Kill Your Idol. This may be split. Is this a split deal? These get confusing when people are bidding on them. So yeah, this is split. This is 2 different bands, Voorhees and Kill Your Idols. So there's 2 different bands there. So I want to make sure everybody knows that's one record. And I'll try to figure out what you're bidding on, because sometimes I have these split records. Some people's calling it Voorhees. Some people's calling it Kill Your Idols. And that's where it goes back and forth. And then we have Daniel Strip Tiger. And this, I think, doesn't have a bid. It's called Teenage Cool Kids. It doesn't have a bid as of right now. Gary Moore already has lots of bids. Grog wants Tim Buckley. Grog on Tim Buckley. Thank you, Grog. That's so to you. And then Going Away Blues, Yazoo. 1926, 1935. Red Labels. It is a reissue. Going Away Blues, $34.99. $34.99 on that. And then Tommy Bolin Teaser. Tommy Bolin is $19.99. Tommy Bolin Teaser. And Ma Rainey is a promo. Looks like it's a double LP compilation. $34.99. So Kill Your Idols, a.k.a. Voorhees, is at $12 and now $13. Gary Moore is at $40 with George Jones. $40 with George Jones. And now our next auction is going to go up right now. Let's go ahead and knock out this Nirvana. It is a 2020 pressing. It's not a Palace press, but it is a 180-gram remaster of Nirvana Nevermind. 2022 pressing, not Palace, but it is, those 22s are remasters. Nirvana is a $20 start. Okay. Now, next was what color was the Yazoo label? Going Away Blues is $34.99. It's on like a reddish orange Yazoo label, and it's a red label reissue at $34.99. Gary Moore, 42, now 45. This record here is at 20. Nobody bid on this unless I missed it. Daniel Strip Tiger. It's a $5 buy it now if anybody wants that. We have Love Sculpture, Forms and Feelings. Love Sculpture is a 1980 German pressing, $19.99 on that. Kenny Burrell, Asphalt Canyon Suite, a 1969 promo, $59.99. This is actually a yellow Verve promo disc jockey, not for sale record label with promo sticker, $59.99 on that. And then Air Supply's Greatest Hits. It does have a name tag on it, $9.99. Nirvana's a $20 start. There is absolute war breaking out right now for Gary Moore, 40, 41, 42, 45, 47. And then this Voorhees Kill Your Idols is at $20. That's a final call to Jeff Brindley. Final call to Jeff Brindley. Next single that's going to go up right now is going to be a $5 start, and it's called Shank, The Endless Blockade. Shank is going to go up for a $5 start. It is on black vinyl. Shank, The Endless Blockade. $5 start on that. Gary Moore, 45. Gary Moore, 47. Boontar on DST, and that was Daniel Strip Tiger. That is sold to Boontar for $5. Thank you on that. Whoops, something almost fell out. And it's on blue vinyl, if I didn't show that earlier. It is on blue vinyl. That is sold to Boontar. Gary Moore, 50. Nirvana, 20. And Ben Dygert does want the good old-fashioned Air Supply, okay? Now, we have Saga, Silent Night. Saga is a 2021 remaster, $24.99. Grog does want Kenny Burrell. Thank you on that. That's sold to Grog. And we have Rainbow's End. This is Resurrection Band, a 1979 US. It is EX, $12.99. So Voorhees, Kill Your Idols, that is sold to Jeff Brindley for $20. The high bid on Gary Moore is at $50. Nirvana does have a bid for $20. I have another Voorhees. This one's called Fireproof. This one's going to go up for a $5 start. Voorhees Fireproof. That's now going up for a $5 start. And by the way, if y'all didn't see the other night, these hardcore singles, this collection. So I'll show you a crate that I'm showing you the crate I'm pulling these out of. If you missed my announcement the other night, so I've got like file baskets like this full, and we have about 22 baskets like this full. So I think Paul says it's somewhere between 8 and 10,000 plus all the other stuff. There's some in like cardboard boxes. I know where those are at too, and in big like tubs with lids. So we've got records like this. We bought a collection probably soon after Paul started working here, almost 2 years ago now, and they've been stored in the back. So we've got about 8 to 10,000 kind of hardcore punk or metal singles like these. Most of them I think is hardcore. So we have enough just like this to keep us going for a long time, in case you missed it. But I have thousands of these, thousands and thousands of them. Clear Lights is a 67 stereo. Paul has a note here, great light. VG Plus, $19.99. I think most of it, I would just, well, you're going to get a good sample right here. Everything you see tonight is exactly a random, if you had to poll a sample out of them, whatever you see tonight is going to be exactly the kind of stuff that's in all those tubs and baskets. There's a bunch of it. So whatever you see tonight is going to be a good sampler. Bacon Fat, Grease One for Me. Bacon Fat's a 1970 US, EX, $22.99. Clear Light. Clear Light is sold to Colin Butler. And we have Fleetwood Mac, a 71 German import, VG condition, $19.99 for Fleetwood Mac. That is a German press. Okay, so no bid on Voorhees, looking for a $5 start. No bid on Shank, looking for a $5 start. And then Gary Moore is sold for $50, and that's sold to George Jones. Nirvana is a new pressing. Yes, it has one bid for $20, and I'm about to sell it to C-Note. It's a 2022 US, not a Palace. 2022 US, not a Palace, okay? Now, next in the crate is the Yellow Balloon, a 1967 US Psych Pop, VG condition, $14.99. VG condition, $14.99. Cheryl Barnes on Fleetwood Mac. That's sold to Cheryl Barnes. and Three Kings and the Queen, Victoria Spivey, an original 64 US with cover wear, VG Plus, $29.99. And then Nirvana, Nevermind is so to C note for $20. All right, now we need all new LPs. Colin does have Voorhees for $5. We're about to sell that and make Shanka buy it now unless somebody else wants to bid. Let's go grab a couple more. But I think, you know, when we bought these, we called them, quote, metal/hardcore. But I think, you know, most of them are, oh, I know this artist. This one's usually pretty popular if this is the same one. So NOLA, I bet there that I can put my hands on. There's about 3 more boxes of NOLA stuff. Now the rest of it's buried, and I just don't know where it is. It's like today, Tanner just cleaned out this room over here because we just bought another pallet of crates, and he found more Fred Goodwin records I didn't know we had. And then I forgot about like a lot of comics that I bought from my cousin that I was going to auction here, like Hanna-Barbera and Scooby-Doo and some like more Conan, and I forgot I had all that. So we've discovered some pretty cool stuff here in the last 24 hours, and we hadn't even had to buy anything. We just basically had to clean up our store a little bit. Okay, Colin Butler on Yellow Balloon, thank you. Back to selling. Long story short, as y'all know, we got enough stuff here to sell for a lifetime, and Paul is still buying. And then Bacon Fat, Christopher S. is a 1970 on Blue Horizon. It is EX edition, $22.99. EX $22.99. And Shaky Vic, Little Woman, You're So Sweet. This is a 69 US Blues Rock, VG Plus $39.99 on Shaky Vic, and Frost Music, The Frost, a 1969 US coverware, VG Plus $24.99. Voorhees sold to Colin for $5, and now Shank is sold to Kristen Driscoll for $5, and now we need all new auctions. Let's pull something over here from the advertised metal bin. Somebody asked for this a second ago. This is a 77 US repress of Kiss, Dress to Kill, a 77 US repress. So it is 77. This album originally came out in 1975. Here's the good selling point, though. It is EX++ near mint minus. It does have the original inner sleeve and a nice jacket clip corner. Kiss is a $35 start. That's now up for bid. And Christopher S. does want Bacon Fat. Bacon Fat is sold. Perfect Circle. I'll start getting it on deck. Give me 1 second for that. I'll pull it up in just a second. Next is Feel the Sound of Harvey Mandel, a 1974 Pittman, VG Plus $19.99, and Tim Buckley is an original 1966 VG Plus $14.99. VG Plus $14.99. Our next single going up right now is Judge, and this is called New York Crew. Judge is going to go up for a $5 start, yellow label. Feel like this should be a pretty good one. I've heard of them. I've ordered their records before. Judge is a $5 start. New York Crew, if that's the same artist, pretty sure it is. And this one here, I can't read the font, so that's always a good sign. Who do we have here? It's also a $5 start, and this one is Moon City Decay. That Moon Decry Records. I have no idea. I don't know if you're supposed to hold it this way or this way. I have no idea. $5 start. Eric Quincy Tate. That's EX $36.99, a 1970 Monarch. EX $36.99. And the American Metaphysical Circus, Joe Bird and the Field Hippies, VG minus $9.99, 1969. Paul says this is a bunch of hippies. This right here is a bunch of hippies. This is VG minus $9.99. Back up at the top, the last thing I had was Kiss is a $35 start. Melanie said Eagles for $28. Melanie, I had the Eagles price for $45. I'll sell it to you for $38. Judge 7. And then we have Voice of Reason 5. And that's over here. This is sold to Darren Johnson for $5. Okay, and then this is called Sunday. Is that what that says? Oh, no, he's just replying to somebody, I think. Maybe. Trying to claim Resurrection Band. Oh, I'm glad Gregory said something. Sorry, Resurrection Band. I will pull that for you right now. How am I missing your comments? Where is that? Sorry, I'm going to have to drink some purple juice and get reset here. All right, so sorry, I didn't mean to ignore you, obviously. Hold on a minute. My train just wrecked. Hold on, I'm buffering. Okay, my eyes started getting blurry. All right, let me figure out what's going on. So Judge 7. Next is Colin Butler on Joe Bird and the Hippies. ST was second. Judge 9, Judge 15, Judge 10. And I think we're good to go. All right, so let's show Judge again. Judge New York Crew. It looks like it's on a yellow label. It says, with that on the flip side, if this helps anybody doing research, over here it says 1988. So there's the back of it. Judge. High bid on that, it's $18. Now we're going to, unless somebody can identify this, Fred just bid 5, and he said black cover single. So that's unknown. I still don't know what that logo says. So there's that. There's that. And then our only LP back here is Kiss, and it's $35 for a starting bid. It's a 77 US repress. Now, the next thing I'm going to do is be grabbing the next auction, but I'm going to keep showing a few more records. We have Soul to Soul, music from the soundtrack, recorded in Ghana, West Africa. Roberta Flack, Eddie Harris, Staple Singers, VG, just $9.99. That sounds really cool. Never seen that before. Jeff Beck Wired is a 2010 Friday Music Remaster, VG Plus, $24.99. Jeff Beck Wired. And we have White Duck. This is a 72 US folk psych album, VG, $19.99. Judge has a bid for $30. I had a feeling it was. I've seen their stuff before. I have a keen eye, obviously being a record dealer, when I see a good single. And I don't know, it's just something in the back of my brain. Let's use Google search and figure out what this says. This is Track Premiere something, New Noise Magazine. What have we found here? Soothing, maybe. Sure, I'll accept your cookies. Just get off here. Now I clicked on some kind of ad. I'm on a heavy ad. Bad. Soothing? Track Premiere Soothing. A through B. I think it's called Soothing. See if that helps anybody. Soothing. It wasn't very soothing. I had to use Google to figure out. Bad part on their band marketing not to put their name. That is a terrible logo. We have the Collectors. Sorry, if you're in the band Soothing and you're watching or you know these people, tell them they did a terrible job with that. The Collectors, this is a 68 US, and Paul says underrated Psych Gem. This is Collectors, VG $14.99. VG $14.99. New auction going up right now. And let's pull one over here from the bin, and this is Rough Cut. Rough Cut. This is a 1986 US Specialty Original. OG Rough Cut in shrink wrap, no condition notes. OG, a $25 start. $25 start on that one. There's the Collectors. Also, we have Adrenaline. Don't be looking back. Adrenaline's a 1983 US, VG Plus $9.99. And Volume 2, In the Tradition, Anthony Braxton. Anthony Braxton is a 1976 US, EX $12.99. ST wants Collectors. Neil Rigler was second. Judge is at $33. Kiss can be bought for a buy it now price of $35. Dress to Kill. It can be bought for $35. Stephen Reeves is in on Rough Cut at $25. So is Kristen Driscoll. And Soothing, now that we know what it is, Black Metal, Fred Cardinal has it one bid $5. Judge is at $33. I'm going through a new arrivals crate here from Paul. We got amazing stuff in here. There's been psych and jazz and rock and country. Amazing lineup of stuff. I'm also going to go ahead and grab another Japanese pressing right quick. What else do I have over here? I got all kinds of stuff. I have an Obilus Kiss Alive 2. This should be popular. Holy moly. It is Obilus, but it is Near Mint Minus and Pristine. This is Kiss. Kiss Alive 2. Near Mint Minus and Pristine. There is both LPs. Also, you get the Evolution of Kiss book. 1 inner sleeve, 2 inner sleeve, original Kiss Alive 2 insert, beautiful gatefold jacket, $45 start. No obi, but if you just want a high-quality vintage pressing, that's amazing being Japanese there. $45 start for Kiss Alive 2. All right, so let's go back over here, and I left off by saying a rough cut 25, rough cut 25. ST got Anthony Braxton. That's sold to ST. Kiss is sold to D Kong for 35. Buy it now price. Thank you. 77 repress. Judge 35. Stephen Reeves second on Kiss. Judge 40. Rough cut 28. No, there's nothing typed in normal font anywhere. Here's an insert talking about how it was pressed or cut on a 70-year-old Presto lathe. That's just information from the pressing plant. But no, their logo, there's nothing written on normal font here unless they've written in the dead. Is it in the dead wax maybe? No. Yeah, that's a tough logo there. I don't know. Soothing. I mean, you kind of, some of these logos y'all know because y'all know the bands. But I guess if you don't know them too well, that's kind of a tough one. You'd think they would print it somewhere, but nope, not there. All right. So, Soothing. And where did we leave off? Soothing is at 6. Rough cut was at 28. Judge 42. Rough cut 30. Rough cut 30. Kiss 45. Rough cut 32. And then we have Cold Blood. First Taste of Sin. VG $9.99 for Cold Blood. West Montgomery Trio, Round Midnight, 68 US, VG $9.99. Phil Manzera, Eno, Bill McCormick. This is a UK import, EX $22.99. And we have Slaughter on 10th Avenue, Mink Ronson, EX $16.99. And we have Prince Lasha, Firebirds, live at Berkeley Jazz Festival, an early US reissue, VG condition, $14.99. Wow, what a great crate. Now, there's a lot going up because I have put up a pretty desirable 80s hard rock album here, Rough Cut. There's already a ton of bids and bidders. Kiss has already had several bids, and then we got a heavily contested Judge single here. We just got a big bump. Jim B's in at $60. Now we have a new bid on Judge at $60. And then Soothing here, Fred Cardinal, let me know if you want back out. There was a bump. Sunday bid $6 on that. Rough Cut just got bid for $40. And then Kiss, which is the obi-less Japanese pressing, the opening bid was James Goggin at $45. James Goggin at $45, and he's the only bidder. He's the only bidder right now. He's the only bidder right now. And the next thing we have, the name of the Judge songs are called Fed Up, In My Way, I've Lost, New York Crew and Warriors. If you type in Judge, Fed Up, you might be able to find it a little bit better. Okay? We got bids for $69 and $75. I think it's a good one. Now, the next actual claim in here is Fred Cardinal on Mick Ronson. That's sold to Fred Cardinal. And then what was the Chris Holmes? There was a question from Danny. What was the Chris Holmes? I don't think I said those words, but if you give me a second, I'm about to read back through these. First of all, my crate's full, so let me swap these out right quick because I can't sell you another record until I move these. By the way, this is a first crate from Paul. There's 2 more over here just like that I'm going to go through tonight. And then also, we have another crate of new stuff to hit after this. But first, let me grab another empty crate. And yes, Laura is working on some signed metal auctions right now. Okay? Soothing out. So Sunday, unless there's a new bid, Sunday, this is sold to you for $6. Kiss has new bids. Rough Cut has new bids. Rough Cut and Judge all still get new bids. And then the next question was how much for Prince Lasha again? This was VG $14.99, an early US reissue. That's a great crate. I think if we do a speed run, we could hit the highlights on this very quickly one more time without putting up anything new. I'll just call out bids as I see them. Kiss is at 60, Rough Cut's at 50, and Judge is at 77. Nielsen's greatest hits. If I say from the Connery collection, that means the vinyl's really nice, but there is a name tag, $19.99. Actually, before I do that, because I'm about to do a bunch of talking, let me take a drink right quick. One quick time out. All right, cheapest Judge for sale right now is $150. No wonder it's getting a lot of bids. All right, so Nielsen, best of Pacific Gas and Electric, $14.99 from the Connery. Once again, if it has that name tag on it, the vinyl's beautiful. Here's a blues compilation, Rare Blues, Tacoma Blues Series, $19.99. Buka White was $19.99, another compilation. We sold chocolate milk. Here's white chocolate, $19.99. John Fogerty, $24.99. The Doobie Brothers, $19.99. Eddie C. Campbell is $19.99. Edgar Winter, $14.99. James Cotton, $19.99. Johnny Jones with Billy Boy Arnold, sealed for $19.99. Tommy Bolin, $19.99. And Ma Rainey, a promo double LP, $34.99. So let's pause there. And here is where we're at. So I left off by saying Rough Cut had a bid for $50. Judge got a bid for $77. Kiss got a bid for $60. Judge got a new bid for $100. The Prince Lasha is still available unless Nick Dahmer wants it. And then we have Judge is at $101. What is the Hotel California? This is a near mint minus and pristine Japanese pressing with Obi, a $45 buy it now. And then Michael Butler got Buka White. That's sold to Michael Butler. Also over here, we have Going Away Blues from Yazoo, $34.99. Rough Cut, since he's out, Rough Cut's a final call to Stephen Reeves for $50, and a final call on Kiss. Gregory Roberts has Kiss at $60. And then we have Love Sculpture, $19.99. Saga Silent Night. Saga is $24.99. Victoria Spivey is VG Plus $29.99. Shaky Vic is VG Plus $29.99. The Frost is VG Plus $24.99. Harvey Mandel, VG Plus $19.99. Tim Buckley, an original 66, VG Plus $14.99. Eric Quincy Tate, EX $36.99. Nick says he'll pass on the Prince Lasha. So Prince Lasha is now sold to Neil Rigler, right? Neil Rigler, that's sold to you. He says he passes. And then Prince Lasha, David, it's already sold. Tom Dearlove wants Hotel California. Let me make sure that Joseph over on YouTube doesn't want it. Joseph, you let me know if you want that. Judd's at $115. And then Soul to Soul, VG $9.99. Kiss. Kiss is a Japanese pressing. VIP $95.29. If I put up a Japanese pressing, I probably don't have any details for you. However, some of these Japanese pressings, you can't tell what they are unless you have the Obi. This should be a first press or an early Japanese reissue. I think it's a first press being VIP $95.29. The high bid is $60 on that. Final call. Also, we have Jeff Beck Wired, a 2010 Friday Music Remaster, VG Plus $24.99. White Duck is VG $19.99. Adrenaline is VG Plus $9.99. Also, Cold Blood, First Taste of Sin, VG $9.99. Wes Montgomery is VG $9.99. And Phil Manzera, Eno, UK Import, 801 Live, EX $22.99. Judge is a final call to Darren Johnson for $115. We're about to sell that. Rough Cut just got a new bid for $55 with Kristen Driscoll. I'm going to make sure 21 BK King doesn't want to bet on Kiss. If not, I'm going to sell it to him for him being Gregory for $60. Now, David Hoy has threw a challenge flag on the Prince Lasha. He says he asked what the label looked like before Nick and Neil asked about it. So let me go back and try to make sure that actually came through, David Hoy, because I saw where you asked about it once, and that was after he had already asked and then claimed it. But if you asked earlier, I will try my best to pull that for you. Did you ask him maybe on the first go-around? Because I don't see that on my screen. I saw where you asked it earlier. Let me see if I can find you. My feed don't go back that far. We're going back over a half hour now. So I think I'm going to have to give that to him. Let me try one more time to try to find that for you. And if not, so right here is where you asked Prince L label. Okay, and so right there's where he asked it, right there. Prince L label. That was the first time. And then Neil said that the Prince Lasha sale. and then Nick passed, and then Neil said he'll take it. But actually, David Hoy was first asking what the label looked like. So let me go back, and we have a challenge flag thrown. There was a lot of interest in this record right here. Over 5 people asked about it all about the same time. Sounds like I need to order some Prince Lasha. First time I've heard this ever. Firebirds, live at Berkeley Jazz Festival, Volume 1. This is an early U.S. reissue, VG 1499. It's on Bird's Eye, Prince Lasha. I love that. They got a bird's eye right where the eye is supposed to go on the bird. So, David, this is yours if you want it. If not, Nick Dahmer passed, and then Neil Reigler would technically be third. And then the Eagles, let me make sure Joseph Yu didn't say sold on this. They asked about it. I didn't hear back from them, I think. What is the Hotel California? And then Tom Dearlove said he'll take it at $45. And this is $45, okay? Kiss doesn't have any tattoos. It just has, he says out. Okay, Gregory, this is sold to you for $60. Kiss Alive 2 had the booklet, both inner sleeves, and the other booklet. So a Japanese booklet, an English booklet. That is sold for $60. Okay? And we have, Laura just delivered a whole stack of autographed and surprise metal records. I wouldn't go anywhere. We just got delivered a whole stack of surprise, unadvertised metal records, and a lot of them are autographed and verified by JSA. We've had these for about a year now, and I haven't never got around to them. Thank you, Laura, for doing all that research. Okay. This is an extremely busy sale tonight. Thursday nights are always chaotic. I'm going to manage the chaos, but this is sold for $60 to Gregory. Gregory, I thought you was about to get outbid. As soon as I did the third and final call, there was about 5 people interested in bidding, but no one pulled the trigger. So long story short on this record, it's a beautiful, perfect copy, and it's sold to Gregory for $60. It's gone. Now, Rough Cut, as always, gets a ton of bids, and this is at $60 with Stephen Reeves. Final call. The last bid on this was Kristen Driscoll at $57. Okay? So now, that's at $60. Over here's Judge, the most contested auction of the night so far. No insert, just a flip open sleeve. And by the way, the vinyl is near mint minus. EX, like all these singles, EX++, near mint minus. Judge is a final call. Jim B's asked about it. Darren Johnson has it for $115. Wow, those are heavily contested. And now Neil Reigler, I'm sorry, but David did have dibs on this, and this is sold to David Hoy. Let's make a note for me to look up Prince Lasha. First time I've heard of him, and there was a lot of interest in that. Okay? And now, make sure I didn't miss anything else. The only other question was on Kiss, another question on Kiss, and then another question on Kiss. Hey, Chad, did you sell the Dress to Kill? And Darren, Dress to Kill was sold. Dress to Kill sold. And now we are ready for a new crate. Okay, so here we go. It's going to be a fun night. I love this. This keeps my brain exercised for sure. 4 auctions, heavy bins, and I have a whole crate of new vinyl here that has never, ever been shown before. This is what Jerry Stone lives for, this right here. All right, I do have a couple sing splits. Thank you, Ed. Ed's left me some sticky notes. He said there are some sing splits. I'll show you those. Some people may want them. All right, here we go. Oh, man. I'm sorry if y'all just had to hear that. That was my best spinal and neck adjustment I've ever had. Here we go. Now, Judge is sold to Darren Johnson. Judge, no more bids. This is sold to Darren Johnson for $115, which evidently sounds like a great price. Somebody said the cheapest one for sale was $150, and it was VG Plus. This is EX++ that is sold to him. Okay? And then, rough cut. Stephen Reeves went out. Final call to Kristen Driscoll for $62. Final call to Kristen Driscoll for $62. All right, let me put these here. All right. So, a lot of these here, here's what I'm going to do with these signed albums. I didn't have Laura actually tell me who signed them because it's going to take a long time to figure out who some of these names are or if it's complete. And most of these are valuable even without the signatures on here. So here's Warbringer. Warbringer is a 2020, limited edition 2000 on blue vinyl with the original inner sleeve. JSA authenticated. The record itself sells between $75 and $100. Blue vinyl, a $65 start. It looks like it's autographed by the full band, and all the signatures have been authenticated. $65 start on that. Next is Rough Cut. Rough Cut is sold to Kristen Driscoll for $62. Thank you. That's sold to you. Our next auction, let's go ahead and grab another single out of here. This is going to go up for a $5 start. And let's grab another one for a $5 start. You never know what they're going to be. Here is the next one. Shutdown. Shutdown is going to go up for a $5 start. And we have some kind of skeletal looking deal here. DBBB. No, that's the label. Surface Tension. Lie and Wait. I think that's the name of the band. Lie and Wait. Multicolor vinyl there. That's going to go up for a $5 star. So all the autograph stuff tonight, I told Laura, we're going to sell them just like the signatures aren't even on there, and we've already paid to have them authenticated, and they're good to go. It'll save us a lot of time, and y'all get authenticated, bonus authenticated signatures, okay? Let's go ahead and show the next first record in here. Dokken, Tooth and Nail. Dokken is with a very cool lenticular cover. Blue vinyl, $44.99. Dokken is $44.99. So lenticular cover remastered, blue vinyl. And speaking of lenticular, I like this one. Looks like the crowd's moving. Dio, Live in Donington, double LP with a fourth side etching. Live Dio, 1987, $46.99. $46.99. Warbringer has bids for $65, $66, $67, $70. Those two singles are $5 and $5 starting bid. Also, we have AC/DC Powerage, and this is a 78 UK original pressing. EX edition. This is OG UK here, and it's nice. EX or better. AC/DC Powerage, a $35 start. AC/DC is a $35 start. Powerage. That is now up for bid, a 78 UK original. So we got Dokken, Dio, and I have, let me skip that one because it's another Dokken, and let me show you Motley Crue, Girls, Girls, Girls. There was a waiting list, Solarplex Studio. He wanted all the Motley Crue remasters. So Girls, Girls, Girls is sold to Solarplex Studios. Thank you, Solarplex. That's sold to you for $33.99. And I have 2 more copies if anybody else wants that. 2 more copies left for $33.99. And the other Dokken is Breaking the Chains. Red vinyl, another new seal Dokken, red vinyl, Breaking the Chains, $33.99. AC/DC, $35, $40, and $40. Lie has a bid for $5 with Teresa. Shutdown, no bid. Final call on that. Next in here is NXS Kick, Atlantic 75th Anniversary Remaster on clear vinyl. That's $33.99 for NXS Kick. And Sepultura Arise, an expanded edition, remastered 180-gram 2LP, $44.99. $44.99. So let's go back up. This crate could have been split up into 2. There is so much new vinyl packed in there. Holy moly. Can't even keep them straight. And I need somebody to start buying stuff out of here. There is a lot of stuff in there. By the way, Warbringer is at 75 and now 77. AC/DC, Chris X, you're out. James has it for 40. Now Warbringer is at 80, okay? And now, we have, next is Rat. Invasion of Your Privacy, that's $33.99. Black, Gray, and White vinyl, Lay It Down. And this is Celtic Frost, the original classic album remastered on 2 LP, Vanity Nemesis. Celtic Frost is $39.99. Celtic Frost, $39.99. And I thought this was pretty cool. I went ahead and bought all 5 copies that was in stock. Casper the Friendly Ghost, a reissue from Golden LP Records. Casper the Friendly Ghost, a trip through Ghostland and story and song. Casper is $33.99. Alonzo on Sepultura. Thank you, Alonzo Breezy Brenzo Jr. Warbangers at 80 with Sean Druin. La and Wade is Soda Teresa for $5. Shutdowns, a $5 buy it now. Now AC/DC's at 41, so we're still bidding on all those. And I'm going to show one more here. Corey Taylor, that is $39.99. 2 LP Violet Purple Vinyl. Corey Taylor. This is his second solo album. Susie Breelove on Casper the Friendly Ghost. That is so to Susie Breelove. Now, let's grab a couple more hardcore singles out of here, or whatever these may be. Let's grab this one, and let's grab this one here and see what we have. This one looks interesting to me. Culture. Modern Warfare Beyond Relief on orange vinyl. Culture is a $5 start. And this is Soviet State. Soviet State, that's going to go up for a $5 start. Soviet State and Culture, that's the next two. $5 and $5 starting bids on those. So let's go back to the top. AC/DC was at 41, and then Susie got a Casper. Rebecca got Celtic Frost. That is sold to Rebecca. And then Teresa also wanted Shutdown. So Shutdown sold to Teresa for $5. Sorry I missed that, but it's yours. And then the Caspers are sold to Natasha, Tracy Miller, and Paul Brothers. I knew those would do well. Natasha, Tracy, and Paul. Warbringer 83, Cultures at 5. There's one Casper left, Corey Taylor, and the Crow soundtrack. 2 LP, 9 Inch Nails, Stone Temple Pilots, The Cure, Pantera, Helmet. This is Jesus and Mary Chain. Rage Against the Machine, Violent Films. The Crow is $44.99. Robin Murphy Glenn on Girls, Girls, Girls. Robin, are you a first-time buyer? If you are, Robin, thank you and welcome to CollectCo. Just say yes, first-time buyer, and I will sell this to you for no problem at $33.99. So welcome. I'm trying to also talk. I'm also trying to sell records and talk and keep up with bids. But yes, if you're a first-time buyer, welcome. And then we got Jim Croce, You Don't Mess Around with Jim, $33.99, 2023 mix by Paul Hicks. This is sourced from the original master tapes. Operator, That's Not the Way It Feels, $33.99. Robin's a first-time buyer. Thank you and welcome to CollectCo. I'm going to try to get through this thank you introduction without messing anything up. Contact our Facebook page, which is CollectCo. This is our Facebook page you're watching us on. And please send us your email address and your mailing address. Your email address, we need that to send you an invoice on Monday. So $7 in limited shipping. Invoices are sent every Monday. Now, between now and Saturday night, when I say good night, you have until then to buy for $7 shipping. You can buy 20 more albums, 100 more 45s. We're going to ship it all for $7, okay? Now, thank you and welcome. There is an ad running, and I've got it boosted all over the country. Let me know if you found us because of our Facebook ad today. We've had a lot of new followers today. I haven't ran a lot of Facebook ads in quite some time. I've already had a few new buyers tonight. I think it's because of those ads. And that's why I've kind of went over instructions a few times recently. So thank you and welcome everybody to CollectCo if you're new. I'm about to update all the auctions. There's the first auction we have is we have AC/DC, an original UK pressing, and Warbringer. AC/DC got up to 43 with James Goggin. Warbringer 82. Culture got a bid for 5. Robin got Girls, Girls, Girls. Thank you, Robin, again. And then we have AC/DC 44. Soviet has a bid for 5. Culture 6 and Soviet 7. All right, so these are getting new bids. Back to the crate. Rush, Test for Echo, 2 LP, their 96 album remastered. Rush and Winger on green vinyl. Their first album, Emerald Green Vinyl, Winger is $33.99. So many great LPs in here. Let's pause right here at Soulfly. Soulfly is a 2 LP, $38.99. So Warbringer Sean, the high bid on Warbringer is Hiram at $82. And this is Warbringer Weapons of Tomorrow, a 2020 pressing, limited to 200 on blue vinyl. It's autographed and JSA authenticated. That is a final call to Hiram. AC/DC is still getting new bids. The high bid on AC/DC is $44, now $45. Culture and Soviet are still getting new bids. Also on here is Motley Crue Theater of Pain. That is sold to Solarplex Studios. Thank you, Solarplex Studios. That's sold to you. I've got 2 more copies. Tom Petty Full Moon Fever, $36.99. Duran Duran Notorious, remastered Duran Duran, $33.99. And more Soulfly, $33.99. That's called Soulfly Primitive. Soulfly is $33.99. Soulfly Primitive, $33.99. Give me 1 second over here to see what's going on. Give me 1 second. Warbringer is not personalized, no. Okay, 1 second, please. All right. Sorry, I had to take care of something. Okay. Now we have AC/DC 45, Warbringer 85, 86, Warbringer 90. Warbringer is not personalized. No, just signed. No personalization on that. SS10, Warbringer 95, Soviet 12. SMI 564 wants the Crow soundtrack. SMI 564 wants the Crow soundtrack. Winger is sold for $33.99. I have 1 extra copy to Stephen Lewis Jr. There's 1 left. Rush is $39.99. Wars 97, AC/DC 46. So Soviet State, the last bid on Soviet was Teresa at 12. The last bid on Culture was Teresa at 6. If anybody else is in higher, you probably need to bid again. She has both auctions, $6 and $12. AC/DC is now at 46, a 78 UK original, and Warbringer's at $97. Last few records in here are Helloween, The Time of the Oath. Helloween is $38.99. And Sepultura, Chaos AD, $44.99. Also, somebody wanted to see Sepultura Arise again. Sepultura is a 2 LP remaster for $44.99. Sepultura is $44.99, a remaster, $44.99. That is available. Okay? All right. Now, Culture, $8. Teresa, you've been outbid. And then the price on the Soulfly self-titled, that's a 2 LP, new and sealed, $38.99. Now, there's a ton of stuff left in here. I think it's just because there's so much other stuff going on. You may have overlooked several things in here, but I'm going to show them one more time very quickly. Plus, this was the equivalent of about a crate and a half packed into one. So now I actually got some space to, I think, pull them out and show them. This is going to be fast. Dokken, blue vinyl, lenticular cover, 44. Dio was 46. Donington, 87. Girls, Girls, Girls. There's one copy left for 33. Dokken, Breaking the Chains is 33. In Excess, clear vinyl. Need You Tonight, 33. Sepultura is 44. Rad is 33. We have Celtic Frost for $39.99. Casper, one copy left. Corey Taylor's 39. The Crow was 44. Last copy. Jim Croce, 33. Rush is 39. Winger's 33. Soulfly was 38. 2 Motley Crues left. 2 Tom Petty's left. 2 Duran Duran's left. 2 Soulflies left. 2 Halloweens left. 2 more Sepulturas left. All right, Soviet State is sold to Teresa for $12. The last bid on AC/DC was Rich Krulak at 46. That is sold. And now I think we're done on Warbringer. I hope so. We're about to sell it. The last bid on Warbringer that came in, the last bid was Hiram at $97. I hope everybody's done. It is a final call. Hiram Aponte. That is about to be sold to him. Celtic Frost is $39.99. This is Vanity Nemesis 2 LP remaster with bonus material, 32-page book, and 2 posters. And then Robin Murphy. First, Bob Riger wants the Crow soundtrack. That is sold to Bob Riger. That was my last copy. If anybody else wants one, let me know. Robin, I'm assuming you want the other Motley Crue in here, which was Theater of Pain. That's sold to Robin Glenn. And then Tawana Bennett on In Excess. Now, does anybody else want anything in there? That was another great crate. Culture. The last bid on Culture was 10. Teresa, Darren, you're out. Let me know if you want back in, okay? And then Duran Duran was $33.99. Notorious. Duran Duran, $33.99. I honestly thought everything in there would sell. And Stephen Lewis does want Celtic Frost. I figured everything in here would sell. I thought it'd be a complete knockout, drag out, everything gone, but it's still there. Let's go ahead and grab this next crate that Paul's marked. Then we'll go ahead and do this other John crate. But first, we got a Blue Million auctions to get to. Holy moly. I better start putting some of these things up. This was requested. I think it's a perfect time to put it up. This is a tough record to get. A 2000 U.S. original, a perfect circle. This is going to go up for $195 start. A 2000 U.S. original, still in shrink wrap, EX++ condition. EX++ condition. This is OG from the year 2000. A perfect circle, $195 start. Warbringer. Hiram's probably on the edge of his seat. There was a lot of bidders, a lot of questions. It was signed all by the band. JSC authenticated blue vinyl, and that sold for $97. 2000, only 200 made. 2020 press. Thank you. And like I said, we've got these tagged tonight, just like the record, but the matter of fact is they're signed and also JSC authenticated. And now Culture is sold, and Culture is sold to Teresa for $10. Rebecca's already in on Perfect Circle at $195. And then Trina does want Duran Duran Notorious for $33.99. So many great records still left in there. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. So there's a Perfect Circle. Here is, should we go ahead and put this up? Let's go ahead and do it. It's $8.19. I just put up a one high-end record. Let's do another one. This is a 1986 U.S. original pressing of Metallica's Master of Puppets. This is the record that gets asked about all week, every night, when we have people hop on and say, do you have any original Metallica albums? When are you going to be selling your metal? And I usually have to tell people every night, all week, Thursday nights, a little after 8 o'clock, you're going to see some grails of metal records sold. Here's the moment you've all been waiting for. Metallica Master of Puppets, an 86 U.S. specialty original pressing with the original inner sleeve, VG condition, a $95 start, OG. This is the moment you've all been waiting for. The vinyl is in VG condition. It has the original inner sleeve, and Metallica is going up for a $95 start. A Perfect Circle already has a bid for $195. We're about to sell it. There is our auctions, okay? Now, if anybody has any further questions, let me know. Let's go ahead and bring up this other crate. And let's go ahead and put up a couple singles. And Perfect Circle's about to sell for $195. Let's see what Paul has us here. There is absolutely no telling here. And let's grab a couple hardcore. So we have every genre you can think of tonight. We've had metal, we've had soul, we've had jazz, hardcore, soul, jazz, reggae, funk. Well, I've seen everything so far tonight. What haven't we had? I'm sure somebody can think of something. All right, here's our next couple singles. This is Caustic Christ. Caustic Christ is on yellow vinyl. That's a $5 start. And we have Death of the Party. Death of the Party, and this is going to go up for a $5 start. Death of the Party. This is on pink vinyl, $5 start. Rap, that is, just pretend that's Metallica. All right, and Metallica has a bid for $95. Final call, just one bid. We're about to sell it. Getz a Go-Go, a 1981 Japanese import, $19.99. Newsstand Getz Quartet, $19.99. This is some stuff Paul's marked. Very curious what's here. We're about to find out. Herb Geller, a 1991 Japanese and mono. Herb Geller is $24.99. Also, Roe Gardner, the Elf, the Savoy Session, a white label promo, $11.99. And the Red Garland Quintet featuring John Coltrane and Donald Byrd, a 73 white label promo, $34.99. A Perfect Circle is sold to Rebecca Howitt for $195. Master of Puppets is at $100. Rick Hyatt, you're out. Caustic Christ has a bid for $7. Death of the Party's a $5 start. Ganlin, Tarzov, and Cheskin, live in East Germany, an original 1980 UK, made in the United States, $29.99. Mahesh Yogi, a 1967 U.S. reissue, that's $24.99. And Chico Freeman, Destiny's Dance, $14.99. Master of Puppets is at $100. Final call on that. Remember this moment. Remember this moment. Final call on Master of Puppets. Next is a 2021 U.S. reissue, limited to 1,000 copies on translucent gold vinyl, numbered out of 1,000. This is JSA authenticated. It's Havoc, Time's Up. It's been signed by three members, 1, 2, 3 signatures. Havoc is on gold vinyl, JSA authenticated, a $55 start. Havoc. Time is Up. Gold vinyl, 2011, limited to 1,000 on translucent gold vinyl, signed by 3 members, a $55 start on Havoc. That is now up for bid. Next is Grog on Jets. Getz is sold to Grog. Metallica 98, Metallica 110, Metallica 125. The Bill Evans Trio, I Will Say Goodbye, $34.99. A 1981 U.S. variant, not on Discogs. A U.S. variant, not on Discogs, $34.99. Tommy Flanagan, Red Mitchell, and Elvin Jones, an 81 U.S., $14.99. And Viva Tijuana, the Fista Brass, $9.99. Also, Claudio Facile Lidio, that's an Italian import, $14.99. And Elaine Elias, a 1980 U.S. with Jack DeJohnette, $14.99. Okay, Havoc, the last bid on Havoc is, or the first bid on Havoc to get that one started is $55. Time is Up, limited edition. And Metallica is a 1986 U.S. original copy, VG condition. Death has one bid for $5. That is sold to Teresa for $5. And Caustic Christ is sold for $5 to Chris Bryant. Those are sold. Next is Shooter Jennings, the Wolf. Shooter Jennings is a 2007 U.S., $29.99 on that. And we have George Duke, From Me to You. George Duke is $14.99. Next singles are going up right now. Without further ado, I have one, I have two. Let's pull these and see what they are. $5 starts. What do we have here? Dearborn SS. Let's see what this is. This is a $5 start. Dearborn SS. And we have Straight Jacket Nation. 6-song EP. Those are $5 and $5. My bad. Caustic Christ was $7. $7 to Chris Bryant. Sorry. Okay? Now, let me take a pause. Because since I've put down Metallica, there's been 3 questions on what exactly is the Metallica that's up for bid. So let me pause and reintroduce Metallica again. I think everybody heard Metallica, everybody heard Master of Puppets, and everybody's like, hold the phone, let me stop eating, I'm going to go put my dog up, Let me feed my fish. Chad is auctioning an OG Master Puppets. Kids, leave the room. Everybody be quiet. There is an OG Master of Puppets up for bid right now. This is Metallica, Master of Puppets, a 1986 U.S. Specialty original pressing. The real deal. Without a doubt, not a club, original inner sleeve. Now, I love the OG copy, but it really wouldn't matter if it was a club or not. The club is just as good, if not better. This is an 86 U.S. Specialty original. The high bid at this moment, 8:26 Central Time and some change. The high bid on this is $130 with Corey Ross. If you're not Corey Ross, you do not have the high bid. 8:26 Central Time in Middle Tennessee. It's a VG copy. It does have some scuffs on it. It's a VG copy. It also has the original inner sleeve. It's nice. There's nothing wrong with this. Has the lyrics. End of Passion Play, Crumbling Away. And then the jacket's also very nice. VG Plus or better. Now the high bid's $135. It's up for bid. If you don't bid now, you're going to wake up in the morning, look at yourself in the mirror, and say, why didn't I buy that record when I had a chance? Now we got 245 Straight Jacket Nation. That's a $5 start. And then Dearborn SS. The singles, I'm going to give very little information because I have no information to give you other than whatever I can read. And yes, that looks like the cover from The Exorcist movie poster. Let's go over Havoc again. Havoc is a 2011 U.S. reissue, limited to 1,000 copies on translucent gold vinyl, numbered to 1,000, and it's numbered 637. It is on gold vinyl. It has the insert with it. It's numbered right here, and it's also JSA authenticated. We've had it authenticated by JSA. The reason it's authenticated, it has 1, 2, 3 signatures on it. It's been signed by 3 members. Don't ask me who, but it's been signed by 3 members. Now, I think we sold out of that bin 1 record, Stan Getz, and then Adam Bernardi said he wanted the information on Bill Evans. The Bill Evans trio is with Eddie Gomez and Elliot Ziegman. It's called I Will Say Goodbye. This is a 1981 U.S. pressing. There is no Discogs entry for this record. Paul says this does not exist on Discogs. $34.99. Havoc has a bid for $55. Metallica's at $138. David Hoy wants Claudio Facio, and that was right here. That's so to David Hoy. Romelu, no, we have a different we have a Romelu Casas. Is that a different Romelu that buys from us? It may be. It looks like Romelu, a different Romelu C. That's going to be confusing. Dearborn has a bid for $5. Metallica $150. Metallica $140. Havoc at $60. And Scott Sneed wants Bill Evans. We'll make sure Adam Bernardi doesn't want it. Okay? Next is Gil Evans Priestess. Gil Evans is an 83 US, $14.99. Gil Evans. This is Eric Dolphy Memorial Album, $14.99. That's amazing. There's another Romelu C that I can't say his last name that also buys, and your name's also Romelu C. What is the odds? Adam Bernardi says Bill Evans. Your name is Romelu Casas. I think I can say that. Romelu Casas. That's not too bad whatsoever. I abbreviate the other one. Is the other Romelu C watching? We have Doldinger Jubilee, a 1973 German import 3LP, $19.99. Havoc is at $65. It's autographed by 3 members, gold vinyl and numbered. Metallica is at $150 with C-Note. $150 with C-Note. Bill Evans, Eddie Gomez, Intuition, $22.99. A 1975 French import, $22.99. Also, we have Al Di Meola, Electric Rendezvous, $14.99 for Al Di Meola. That's cool. And Tommy Flanagan, in memory of John Coltrane, Giant Steps, an 82 German import, $21.99. So our new Romelu Casas, I'm going to go ahead and sell you this. Welcome, first-time buyer. You get Dearborn SS for $5. If you're a first-time buyer, please contact our page. I need your email address and mailing address. $7 shipping. We'll send you an email on Monday. Adam Bernardi gets the other Bill Evans. That is sold. 21 BK King wants Al Di Meola. And now we're moving Metallica to a final call. $150 VGOG with C-Note. Everybody else is out. Grog wants Flanagan. Sold. Havoc has a new bid for $75. I've got a patch of surprise auctions tonight. If you're new, here's how things work. In the back are auctions. Some are advertised, some are surprises. All the 45s are total surprises. These are buy it nows. I've had people get on throughout the night and say, do you have this? Do you have that? Do you have this? My answer is, I honestly don't know. We only sell what's out of the crate and what's up for auction. I've had people ask, do you have this? Do you have that? Chad, do you have this? I'm looking for this. And it's been mostly new people. For the new people, the best way to tell you this is with our inventory and the way this show works, you really don't know what's about to be put up for auction. If you sit back and relax, there's no telling what you're about to see, because I don't know either. I have no idea. These are all surprises to me. You'll find out when I start trying to figure these out. Stockpile. Stockpile on Destroy Me Records is a $5 start. And we have Something Talk Nationalism. It's on a white label, Straight Jacket. Might be another Straight Jacket Nation. It is $5 star. Stockpile and Straight Jacket Nation. All right, back to the crate. Very quickly, because I've got 10 billion things to show. 1989 U.S. Duke Ellington. The Immortal, 1938 year, Bragging in Blues, $12.99. Also, Booker Irvin, That's It. A 1970 U.S. reissue. The name of the album is called That's It. Booker Irvin, $16.99. Booker Irvin has radio station promo strips on it. And Dizzy Gillespie, In the Beginning. We got a big collection that came from a jazz radio station. That's VG Plus $12.99. And the best of Stan Getz, VG Plus $9.99. Havoc's at $75. Sunday morning sessions out. One more look at that. Final call to Jeff Brindley. Havoc, Time's Up. Limited edition. Go vinyl, signed by 3 members, JSA authenticated. We are about to sell it for $75. Metallica still getting bids. Now it's at $165. It's between Corey and C-Note. There's our next 2 singles, 5 and 5. Grog on Irvin. Booker Irvin is sold to Grog. Thank you. And we have this one's for Blanton, Duke Ellington and Ray Brown, VG Plus $39.99, and Tangents and Jazz, Jimmy Giffrey, EX $12.99. Believe me, I used to say, all right, what are y'all looking for? And I would do that at the end of the shows, and I would walk in circles for about 2 hours looking stuff for people, and then they typically wouldn't buy it. So we've been live streaming going on 6 years now. I've got it down to a science. I've got it down to a science right here. Auctions and buy it nows, and if you can just wait and see what's surprised, you never know. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. Because requests can be pretty broad. I've asked people, they've been like, do you have any Beatles albums? And I'm like, oh my gosh. Well, yes, but you're going to have to be very specific. JG, Jimmy Giffrey, that is sold to David Hoy. Grog wants Blanton. And that was maybe the one that just got claimed, right? Or is that something else? No, that's this one. That's sold to Grog, okay? No bids on these singles. $5 and $5. Stockpile and Straight Jacket. And now Corey's out of Metallica. So here it is. A Grail, Master Puppets, OG US retail copy, VG condition. C-Note has it. Let me tell you, VG isn't bad for this record. You're going to be playing it so loud. The album's so loud, you're not even going to hear the lot noise that may be because of the VG condition. Now, if you do get a near mint copy, it's obviously a lot more. It would be $200, $300, $400 right now probably if it was like perfect and shrink wrap. And we've already set a final call on Havoc, and this is sold to Jeff Brindley for $75. All right, seems like we got a lot of new people on. I'd like to welcome you to Coletco. As you can see, well, there's a lot of people watching. Most of the people on here have been with us for many years or many months. And I can promise you, we are ready to go every night selling new records. So welcome to the show. Next record is Nirvana. And this is a 2000 U.S. reissue. It was pressed in 2000. It is near mint minus. It's Bleach, a 2000 U.S. reissue. $35 start on that. Finishing up this crate very quickly, Eric Dolphy, The Berlin Concerts, EX $17.99. Richie Havens, Something Else Again, a UK copy, Richie Havens, Woodstock Performer $16.99, and Tal Farlow, guitar player, VG Plus $14.99. Tal Farlow, guitar player. Nirvana is now up for bid. Let's also put up Silence, Duration of, $5 start, and we have The Six, and this is Sickening. The Six, Silence and The Six. You might have to spell those out so I know which one you're bidding on. Those are $5 and $5. Also, we have Bill Evans, The Village Vanguard Sessions, VG Plus $29.99. Leonard Feather presents Encyclopedia of Jazz on Records, Volume 1 to 20s, VG Plus $11.99. Grog wants Eric Dolphy. That is so to Grog. Next is Grog, also on Tal Farlow. That is so to Grog. No bid on Nirvana. Final call on that. Did the Jazz album get claimed with Duke? The Duke Ellington right here, it is still available. The compilation, it is still available, Todd Tipton. And now, let's go ahead and sell a Grail to C-Note. Metallica is sold for $165. Thank you, C-Note. That is gone. Very, very cool. Very, very cool. That is sold. And we have Rebecca takes both Stockpile singles. Actually, it was Stockpile and Straight Jacket Nation. I've got two Straight Jacket Nations and Stockpile. So let me know if you want both Straight Jackets or you might want all three. And then we have Todd Tipton says he'll take the Duke Ellington. And then we have Havens. Richie Havens was Something Else Again, a UK pressing, vintage EX $16.99. Art Farmer, Farmer's Market, White Label Promo, VG Plus $11.99. And then the Bill Evans or the Gil Evans. There is a Bill Evans right here. The Bill Evans, the Village Vanguard, it was VG Plus $29.99. So there's two Straight Jackets and one Stockpile. So I guess maybe you want all three. And then let's go ahead and put up another auction. What could y'all possibly want out of here? There is absolutely no telling. Let's put this up right here. I know there's some people ready to bid on this. This is a 1987 U.S. Carrollton original OG. And like I told somebody earlier, I'm pretty sure this album, like even vintage copies, there's not really a reissue of this. I don't think they might have repressed it, but I don't think there's a reissue of this classified. Just OG copies. And I know for sure it's never been reissued like modern. This has not seen a modern reissue unless you've bought the Ozzy box set. This is right on the borderline from being VG++ and EX. It has both inner sleeves, and the jacket's not bad. It does have a little bit of sign of wear there. It does have a corner ding. The jacket's probably VG because of just a little bit of wear and corner dings, but that's going to go up for a $75 start. $75 start. Ozzy, the Randy Rhoads tribute album. So we're going to call it VG++ EX across both discs and a VG cover. $75 start. Next was Rebecca takes all three singles. That's what I like to see. These are sold to Rebecca for $5, $5, and $5. Those are gone. And then next is Billy Butler on Art Farmer. David Hoy was second. Adam Bernardi says he'll take the Richie Havens. So to Adam Bernardi. And then John Dodd on Gil. Now, are you wanting Bill or Gil? Gil Evans, maybe. Gil, this one right here. 83, Gil Evans, Priestess, John Dodd, $14.99. Grog, you were third on Art Farmer. And then the other Gary Moore, I'll put that up next. Chris Bryant on E13. And then how much is Nirvana Bleach? And then Ozzy has a bid for 75, okay? Now, Nirvana is a 2000 pressing. It's a 2000 reissue. No bid, looking for a $35 start. Nirvana is a 2000 reissue, $35 start. Sickening and Silence are both $5 and $5. Ozzy has Japanese modern reissue. Are you sure about that? Are you sure about that? I'll have to check on that. And then Grog says, I'll take the Bill Evans. So Bill Evans is sold to Grog. And then as soon as I said that, right before that, info on reissue of Bill Evans. Reissue, this is a 1973 US VG Plus $29.99. If 21 BK King doesn't want that, then Grog wants it. And then after that is John Dodd, or before that, John got Gil Evans. And then we have Rebecca got Sick and Silence. And then Teresa wanted them. And then Chris Bryant wanted both of them. Okay, now before I have a spiel here, here's all the 45s we've sold tonight. Let me take these in here in the operations room before I have a disaster. Okay. Now, Nirvana all of a sudden gets new bids, and Ozzy and Grog gets Bill Evans. All right, time for some new singles. First thing we have right now is, let me grab this one and this one. And let's grab one back here from this batch as well. This one here, okay? Shonen Knife, Shudder to Think, Nine Fingers on You. I'm not for sure what that is, but it's a $5 start. And we have The Right. The Right is also a $5 start. So there we have it. Those are now up for bid. Nirvana's at 45, Ozzy's at 80. Back to the bin. This has been a great Paul crate as well, especially if you're into this music. Dizzy Gillespie and Double Six of Paris, an original 63 US mono. VG Plus, $9.99. We have Billy Eckstein, Mr. B and the Band. That's EX $9.99, a white label promo. Black Talk, Charles Erlin. That's an original 1970 US. VG condition, $14.99. Duke Ellington and Johnny Hodge, Blue Summit. That's EX $22.99. Duo, Kenny Drew and Niels Henning Orsted Peterson. That's an original 73 Danish import. EX $22.99. And Eric Dolphy, Far Cry, a 69 US stereo reissue, VG $19.99. So here are the current bids. Ozzy was at 76. Nirvana got a bid for 40. Ozzy got a bid for 80. Nirvana got a bid for 45. Shonen Knife got a bid for 5. Shonen Knife got another bid for 5. Right got a bid for 5. Grog put HA and Dizzy. That might have been a ha, though, and not really a claim. And Grog got Dizzy Gillespie. And then Shonen Knife is a Japanese punk band, all female. Thank you, Laura. That's this one over here. And then Nirvana got a new bid for 47. Grog wants Harland. And Harland was Charles Erland, I bet. That's so to Grog. Ozzy 85. David Hoy on the Duo. That's so to David Hoy. Shonen Knife 6. Pass on Erlin. Erlin's going back in the bin. It was VG $14.99, Shonen Knife 6, and Nirvana 50. That's where we're at right now. Shonen Knife 7, Shonen Knife 8. That is all the auctions. I'm going to put up Gary Moore and more metal signed albums. I've got some bands like Charmed Walls of the Damned, more Warbringer, also got more Havoc, Allegation, some signed stuff, and some sort of band record here. Band... Oh, no. Probably. I don't know. I'll have to look that up before I sell it. We don't put stuff like that up for sale, but I don't know really what it is. Okay, so first thing we have Shonen Knife 7, 8, and then Dolphy Price. Eric Dolphy was VG $19.99, a 69 US reissue. Shonen Knife out, 86 out, Nirvana out. We have the Dirty Dozen Brass Band live, Mardi Gras in Montreux, VG Plus $14.99. Wilbur D. Paris plays Jimmy Witherspoon Sings, New Orleans Blues, a 61 mono reissue, EX $12.99, and Miles Davis, Music from Siesta, an 87 US EX edition, $17.99, EX $17.99. Okay, so back up at the top, Shonen Knife out, Chris Bachek, Dolphy. Who asked about Dolphy? Neil Reigler asked about it first, though. So Neil Reigler has dibs on this. If not, Chris Bachek. Eckstein Details. Eckstein, that was right back here. Billy Eckstein, Adam Bernardi. A white label promo, double LP Gatefold, a white label promo, EX 9.99, Shonen Knife 10, Shonen Knife 11, Aussie 87, Grog on Paris. That was this record right. Did I already pull that? Paris? Somebody already got that maybe. What was that? Dizzy. That was Dizzy Gillespie. That was already claimed. Yeah, Grog, you already bought that, unless there was another one in here. That was Dizzy Gillespie, but you also put Paris again, so that might have been, that was this one, okay? That's this one. And then ST got Miles Davis, Shonen Knife 13, 13, 12, 13, Adam second on Miles Davis, Aussie out, Aussie 88, 89. Okay, so what about the right? What about the right here? The right, I think, just got that one opening bid, and we can go ahead and sell that to Fred Cardinale for $5, yes. Okay, and then Shonen Knife is still getting lots of bids, but we're also done on Nirvana. Nirvana is sold to Gregory Roberts for $50, okay? And then Eric Dolphy is pending from two people. The two people that's pending on Eric Dolphy here is, this is sold to Neil Rigler, okay. All right, got all that figured out. Now, we got one auction remaining back here, and this is Ozzy, Randy Rhoads Tribute. Corey Ross has it for $89. Corey Ross has this for $89. That is the high bid on that, $89 right now. Okay, next auction is going to go up right now, and the next auction I promised to Gary Moore, so let's let him roll, and we got two more. We got one more after this one. So here's Gary Moore, a 1984 U.S. Specialty Original. And this is going to go up for a $25 star. Victims of the Future. $25 start on that. Aussies at 90, Shonen Knife 20, Adam Bernardi on Billy Eckstein. Another amazing crate that Paul has assembled for us. And guess what? We still got 5 John crates, another Paul crate, and we've got Laura in the back marking stuff right now. I told y'all it's going to be busy tonight in the crates and auctions. Lots of stuff going on. Whoo, man. I'm going to have to go get some something. Greg Herman on the Dirty Dozen. Gary Moore has a bid for 25. Aussies at 91. Shonen Knife, still lots of bidders. Fred has it for $20. I think, Teresa, you're out. Very quick read through here. This is Herb Geller Plays, a Japanese, I don't remember even showing this, a 91 Japanese mono pressing with Obi, $24.99. Ero Goner, the Elf, a white label promo, $11.99. We have the Red Garland Quintet with John Coltrane, $34.99. Ganlin, live in East Germany, $29.99. One more, Maharishi Mahashni Vahashni Ogi, $24.99. Chico Freeman, $14.99. Tommy Flanagan, $14.99. Super Session. And Viva Tijuana, the Fiesta Brass, $9.99. Gary Moore, New Bia, 25, now 30. Aussie, 95. Shonen Knife out. And then we have a V8 delivery. I'll take a black cherry in about 20 minutes or maybe before that. You don't have to do it right now. Gary Moore, 35, and Aussie's at 100. All right. And we have Red Garland info. Red Garland was right back here. Red Garland Quintet. Junction with John Coltrane, a white label promo, no condition notes, $34.99. No condition notes. Elaine Elias. This is an 88 US with Jack DeJohnette, $14.99. Shooter Jennings, that's random based on everything else in here, $29.99. George Duke is $14.99. The Eric Dolphy Memorial Album, $14.99. Doldbanger, I keep wanting to say Goldfinger, but it's Doldinger Jubilee, $19.99. And Dizzy Gillespie, VG Plus, $12.99. Gary Moore's now at 40. Ozzy is a final call to Corey Ross at $100. Shonen Knife is sold to Fred Cardinale for $20. The Best of Stan Jets, VG Plus, $9.99. Leonard Feather presents the Encyclopedia of Jazz, VG Plus, $11.99. Duke Ellington, Johnny Hodges, EX, $22.99. And Charles Erland, VG, $14.99. All right, so I think we're ready for 2 more singles. I'm going to bring over another new crate, as soon as I put up our next couple auctions here. Let me grab, I'm liking these crates, and I'm glad everybody knows now that you're watching and you know we're going to be selling this stuff in the near future, okay? Here is CR, $5 start, CR, and then we have State, No Illusions, and that's going to go up for a $5 start. Now y'all know if you're interested in this stuff, you can probably tune in at any time nowadays this week and see stuff like this. Let's go through another new crate, all right? And then let's go ahead, and I hope everybody's done on Aussie. When I come back, I'm selling it for $100 to Corey Ross. They are throwing punches on Gary Moore left and right. It is turned into a brouhaha, as Kramer says. And let's go through this crate here and see what John has here. Let me do a quick flip. Oh, man, he's marked. Uh-oh. He's marked a crate of 12-inch singles. I wonder if the Vlodarcheks are watching. Robert Vlodarchek has been asking for this forever. We won't go through them right now, but there's a whole crate of 12-inch singles. So that is good to know. He finally got back to them. Some stuff gets buried, and he's like, man, well, I can get to them, but it's going to have to be a while. And I'm like, no rush, it's whenever. So there is a crate of 12-inch singles. What else has he marked? Some interesting, this is definitely going to be our next crate. Once again, a wide variety of stuff in here. I see every kind of, man, this is a pretty cool crate in here. I see everything. Let's go through this one right here. Let's go through this one right here. This looks pretty interesting, folks. All right, now, let's see what we have. We have Ozzy sold to Corey Ross for $100. Flying High again. Thank you, Corey. It'll be a glorious day when those are reissued. There's a lot of people who want that record. Now, there's our next two singles. As of right now, no bids, and they're still bidding on Gary Moore. All right, first thing, let's go ahead and put up, let's do another Warbringer that is signed. With signed poster. I bet JSA didn't even see that. Let's see what we got here. All right, so here's Warbringer. This is going to go up for a $45 start. Woe to the Vanquished. It is signed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think that's the full band. And I bet, let me make sure this don't have a sticker on it. Yeah, and it has a poster. And I bet that was tucked down in there. And I bet I didn't see it. And I bet JSA didn't see it. So this is also with an autographed poster. Now, unfortunately, there's no sticker or authentication with it, but I mean, you know, we had like 3 or 4 of these authenticated, so you know it's good. It's on gold vinyl. It's a 2017, and it's a $45 start, and it includes an autographed poster. Wow. So, and autographed poster. So you get the album signed by the band, a poster signed by the band. The album has been authenticated, and with a bonus signed poster, no authentication with that. I'll guarantee it to be good. Myself, $45 start. State has a bid for 7, now 8, and CR with a dead corpse on the front is a final call. No bid, $5 start on that. Okay? Now, let's go up and see what we have here. New arrivals, let's run through these. Spirit. Now, the other night, Paul had this record, and he put an essential. And this is really clean, first label, $19.99. Gary Moore, $85 with George Jones. That is the high bid right now. Jefferson Airplane, Early Flight. I always thought this was a cool record. Early Jefferson Airplane compilation, $26.99. Beautiful jacket, gatefold. Jefferson Airplane, Gray Slick, Yorma Calcoen. This is $26.99. Paul Cantor, $26.99. We have Bruford, Gradually Going Tornado, as in Bill Bruford, the legendary drummer, $19.99. $19.99. Also, James Brown, I Got the Feeling, $39.99. Now, the cover looks like it has a little wear, but here's what's unusual. The vinyl is spectacular, $39.99. And Sam Cooke, Hits of the 50s. A Living Stereo, original RCA Victor, beautiful, $39.99. Wow. I got to say, that's a great way to start the crate there. A beautiful Sam Cooke, Living Stereo title, a super clean James Brown, Bill Bruford, a Jefferson Airplane compilation, and a fantastic album by Spirit. Now, the last thing I read off was Gary Moore. George Samberez is out. This is sold to George Jones for $85. And since he said, let's go ahead and run these right now, and it looks like both Gary Moore bidders are on, let's clean up the Gary Moores. Here's the last one of the night, a 1978 U.S. original, a $25 start. This is Gary Moore, Back on the Streets, a $25 start. That is now up for bid, okay? Adam Bernardi, first on Spirit, and can we see the State vinyl? You can. State, No Illusions EP. Feels like there's some stuff down in here. Let's see. State is on black vinyl. It is HC7038. It has a poster perhaps with it. I knew it felt like there was something down in it. It has a poster insert with it, or an insert more so. I guess that's a poster, but kind of more like an insert. And that is a high bid of what? That is a high bid of 10 with Chris Bryant. And then CR got a bid for 5. Adam Bernardi got Spirit. And then I'm not aware of a Run DMC record. Is there a Run DMC, Laura? I don't think there's a Run DMC. And then Warbringer already has a bid for 50. This already has a bid for 50. And Gary Moore is at 30-35. CR got one bid to Rebecca, sold for $5. Next is Isle of Man, 1963, Stanley Schofield production sound series, a UK flipback Isle of Man racing record. How cool is that? Sound Stories, the Isle of Man TT races from 1963. And I think there's another one. Yeah, here's another one. Sound series, Isle of Man TT 67 Part 1. That one's $29.99. If anybody's into those are pretty cool there. And then another one, 1966. That one's in shrink wrap. Those are that one's $19.99. Roy Buchanan Loading Zone is $19.99. And Over, Under, Sideways, Down, an original mono pressing of the Yardbirds here, and it's spectacular. $64.99. Warbringers at $60. State is sold for $10 to Chris Bryant, right? Chris Bryant, that's sold for $10. And we have Warbringer at $60 and Gary Moore is at $35. Let's go ahead and grab a couple more singles over here and put these up for $5 starts. Let's see what I just grabbed. This and this. And let's put these up for $5 starts. This is Dead North Strong City. Strong City. Dead North. I'm not for sure what's going on there, but $5 start. And then Death of Self. Death of Self. This has like clear lenticular, not lenticular, but like clear overlays. And it's on grayish, greenish, purplish, darkish looking vinyl. Death of Self. Those are $5 starts, okay? Warbringers at $65. And people are seeing the ads. Okay, let me clarify something because I think Laura's right on that. So earlier today, there is this ad running right now on Facebook. And I think this is what people are seeing. This ad right here has attracted a lot of people tonight. It's an ad I'm running on Facebook. You're going to be seeing it every day for a long time. If you're out there new, it's going to pop up in your feed. It's pictures from where we bought collections, pictures from where we bought collections, pictures of the store. Some of those aren't even recent pictures. They're from a long time ago. Iron Maiden records from a long time ago. This is all from an ad. That's a collection I bought 2 years ago. This is being boosted all over the United States right now, and I think that's why there's so many new people watching. Here is the ad for tonight. This is the stuff being sold tonight. This here, there's going to be a lot of people on every night asking for these records. That's from an Insane Metal collection we bought a while back. See all these records? Those are all long gone. That's where people seeing Kubla Klan. That's where people seeing Run DMC. This is just an ad saying we sell live every night on Facebook. These records are not available for sale. Some of them we could have, but all these, this is just an ad saying we sell live every night on Facebook. This is pictures I use quite often. This is all stuff we bought, though. That was a collection we bought. That's a collection we bought. That's a collection we bought. That's a collection we bought. That is just an ad saying we buy records every night. People will find that, and that's how people will find us. That's how Romelu found us. That's how Grog found us. I think that's how Tommy found us. Let's keep asking. That is working. It should, for the amount of money I'm spending on it. It's going to hit between now and probably a week from now, probably about 500,000 people is going to see that. If we can get 30 new customers a week, I'll be happy. It's going to be a lot of new people asking for all those records. That's eye candy, but we do have records like that every once in a while, sometimes tonight. You're seeing that firsthand. So for anybody that just hopped on and they're like, where is all those records that I've seen? That's just an ad saying that we sell every night right here on Facebook and YouTube. And it's true, every single night. It's really like, please follow our page. You're probably going to find something you like at any given time if you're a record collector, because we advertise every night what we're selling, and then we're on here 8 hours a night. We're on here 8 hours a night selling. So there's a good chance you're going to find something. Love, false start. Love is on the Blue Thumb label. If you're new, we've been doing this every night for 4, 5, 6 years. So that is, you're going to be seeing stuff. We have sold a lot of records that's gone, but I'm just here to tell you, hopefully you're tuned in for tonight. Lucifer's Friend, Mean Machine, $39.99. Lucifer's Friend is a white label promo, $39.99, and 2 originals of The Doors. This is a 73 French compilation of The Doors self-titled album and Strange Days together in one package, $39.99, and Spirit. This is a 2-album set in one as well, $26.99. Now, after all that, let me pause and update all these auctions so we can keep the flow going, because I have hours and hours of more records to show and sell you tonight. And thanks for anybody watching you that says you're here because of the ad. Laura delivered me a V8. She's like, Chad's going to need this. Thank you, Laura. Let me take a drink of this right quick. And if you're here because of the ad, let me know, because the amount of money I'm sending Mark Zuckerberg every hour for people to see that ad, hopefully that you're here and you're buying records. I would greatly appreciate you making at least a purchase tonight to help pay for some of those costs. It's a very expensive ad I'm running. Thank you, Mike Massey, for the V8s. Longtime customer Mike Massey sends us free V8s. All right. Back right is Warbringer. Warbringer is called Woe to the Vanished. It's on Go Vinyl, autographed with poster, limited edition of 200 or 2,000, just 200. And it's autographed and JS authenticated. The poster is also autographed. And Warbringer, the last bid on this that came in, Warbringer, Patrick C. Smith bid $70. Gary Moore just got a new bid for $40. I'm not for sure on the 45s. Let's look. Do the 45s have bids? Do the 45s have bids? I don't think they do. We're looking for $5 star. Dead North and Death of Self. Final on those. And then Lucifer was sold to Rebecca Howitt. The Gary Moore is called Back on the Streets. It's a UK original. And this crate right here, everything's cleaned. I'm seeing incredible. The Doors 2-in-1, Love, Mono, Yardbirds, and then back here some of these other records that still have been claimed. Rebecca, you got Lucifer. All right, here is a 2010 numbered Electric Ladyland. John says it's a 2010 numbered $79.99. Wow, I've never seen this numbered before. That might have been that first series of reissues they did for this back in 2010 when they first started putting these back in print. Numbered $79.99. Also, Hank Ballard and the Midnighters. Hank Ballard is $19.99. Dead North, I have no information on Dead North. I really don't know. And the Johnny Otis Show, Cutting Up. Johnny Otis on Epic, excuse me. Johnny Otis Show. I've never seen that one before. Cutting Up. $24.99. That's on the yellow Epic label. Warbringer, 75 and now 80. And then Bill Bruford's right back here. That one's called Gradually Going Tornado, and this is $19.99. Gradually Going Tornado, red Polydor label, $19.99. And James Brown, I Can't Stand Myself When You Touch Me. There Was a Time, $19.99. James Brown, I Can't Stand Myself When You Touch Me. That's a 180-gram reissue. Never seen that before. $19.99. All right, these are buy it nows. Death and Dead are both buy it nows for $5 and $5. Gary Moore, are we done? The high bid is 40 with George Jones. Thomas Hujar, it's up to you. Thomas, it's up to you, okay? And then let's put those over there. And then how much was Jimmy? Jimmy was $79.99. 180 gram, 2010. Fred said he'll take the two singles, $5 and $5. Those are sold to Fred Cardinale. Gary Moore out. This is sold to George Jones for $40. Thank you, that's sold. All right, now let's see what else I have in here. What is the version of this? Oh, wow. A 1996 U.S. original Soundgarden. I like the sound of that. A 1996 U.S. original Soundgarden down on the upside. VG condition. This is OG Soundgarden. Wow, $75 start. It is in VG condition. We grade very conservatively, as you should. This is going to go up for a $75 start. Both original sleeves. Amazing stuff on here. Burden in My Hand. That is OG too. $75 start. Soundgarden down on the upside. Next is Sunday second on the singles. Rod next on the singles. Warbringer has a new bid for $90. Johnny Otis was $24.99. And we have Pink Floyd, Umaguma, a 69 Sweden press where you get the uncensored cover. 69 original Swedish. Interesting. $69.99. Beautiful copy, too. So many fantastic records have been slipped in here. Also, Climax Blues Band stamp album. Climax Blues Band is $19.99. And Otis Redding and Carla Thomas. This is a Sunday's pressing. $29.99. Soundgarden has a bid for $75. Warbringer is at $90 with Patrick C. Smith. Warbringer's at $90. OG Soundgarden. I saw that in the hype. I was like, huh. And I'm just now finding out, live reaction, that is an OG copy. Let's grab some more singles because I have no idea what we're about to pull here. So let's see what we have. We have Trusty. This is called Cockatoo. Trusty is going to go up for a $5 start. And Creation is Crucifixion. Death, Roan, or Devour. We'll call that Crucifixion and we'll call that Trusty. $5 starts on those. Back up at the top, Soundgarden 74. Thomas, nice grab there on the Pink Floyd. 69 with the Geeky cover, the GG cover. And we have Soundgarden at $75. Warbringer's at $92. And now we have Bonnie Raitt, The Glow, Gold Stamp promo, $9.99. Donna Summer, I Remember Yesterday, $9.99. Lionel Richie, $9.99. No condition notes on that. And Jefferson Airplane in the original brown bag, $39.99. Trusty 5, Crucifixion 5. Soundgarden, a 96 U.S. original, one bid, final call. It is now at 100 of Warbringer, but final call on Soundgarden, $75. Lady in Satin, Billie Holiday, $24.99. Lady in Satin, Billie Holiday. Did Dead North sell? Yes, Pam, Dead North is sold. Jackie Reynolds on DS for Donna Summer. That's sold to Jackie Reynolds. Isle of Man, Chris Knapp. Here's another one. Isle of Man is $19.99. Give me 1 second. I'll show these to you. There's another one, $19.99. 21 all-time golden hits, Volume 1, Keen. It is a 69 Robert Crumb. I was about to say, it looks just like Big Brother. Wow, this is actually from 1969, too. It's KEYN. That might be a radio station. Yeah, KEYN, 21 all-time golden hits. Wow, the Bubble Puppy, Strawberry Alarm Clock, B.J. Thomas, the Electric Prunes, and it's got a Robert Crumb cover. How cool is that? Great track listing, too, of 60s hits. $26.99. Soundgarden, 77. Soundgarden, 85. Warbringer, autograph, gold vinyl, and an autograph poster is now at $100. Hiram's out. The Beatles Help, an Apple pressing, $26.99. Beautiful vinyl. The cover looks to be about VG. There is writing on the back, $26.99. And then the Ides of March, common band, the Ides of March, $29.99. Adam Bernardi wants Otis. Did you mean Otis as in Otis Redding, or did you mean for the Johnny Otis show? He may mean Otis Redding. Let me know if that's right. And now Soundgarden's at 100. Now, let me make sure there's no more. Let me take a quick peek. Chris Knapp asked about these Isle of Mans already. So Chris Knapp, here's the deal with the Isle of Mans. I have 1964, I have 1966, 1967, and 1963. So 63, 64, 66, and 67. I think these are... I think they're sounds and spoken word. Commentary, yeah, I'm sure it's like spoken words and sounds. And those are 29, 19, 19, and 19. This one here, I think, is a double LP. Yeah, this one's a double LP, the 67. Okay, and then Adam Bernardi on Redding. That's sold to Adam Bernardi. And Grog wants the KEYN compilation with the Robert Crumb artwork. That's sold to him. All right, and then now these are sold. Trusty actually got a new bid for 6. Crucifixion sold to Sunday for 5. And so Trusty on this. Trusty, Thomas Clark, 5. Rod Bryan, bid 6. So Thomas Clark, you're out on this, just FYI. Also, Hart is $79.99. It's a Nautilus half-speed master, $79.99. $79.99. Trusty has a new bid for 10. Fleetwood Mac, mystery to me. Fleetwood Mac is $24.99, mystery to me. And Climax Blues Band is $19.99. Warbringer, still getting bids. I need to put up something else. Some of these could be getting bids and getting bids, and we got so many more things to sell. So let me go ahead and put up another auction. This is Ozzy, a 2011 U.S. reissue. It is VG Plus. It's a 2011 U.S. reissue. Ozzy's going to go up for a $15 start. It is a 2011 pressing. Now, let me figure out what happened. James got KEYN first. KEYN, James. Who is James and who got KEYN? Grog, the only person that has commented KEYN is you. If somebody else commented KEYN, it didn't show up on my feed. I'll scroll up a little further, but I don't see anybody else that commented KEYN. There's Pink Floyd, there's Warbringers, there's Donna Summer. I don't see anything else. There's Otis for Adam Bernardi, which I've already pulled. And then there's your KEYN, and then there's no others. Chris Knapp says, does I want to do a bundle deal? And then Tom Dearlove wants 1966. Okay, so... Quick timeout. We have Soundgarden out, Warbringer, Soundgarden new bid, Tom Dearlove wants 66, Fred Carnell on Fleetwood Mac. All right, let's go ahead and pull that. Romulu is in on Ozzy. Ozzy. And now Trusty's getting new bids. First, let's figure out where we're at on Warbringer, because I think we're done. Warbringer was a final call for $100, and that was with Patrick C. Smith, because after that, Hiram set out. The hammer is about to drop on that. Since I put up Ozzy, the bids have been 15, 15, 15, 16, 15, 16, 16, 15, 16, 15, 15, 16, 15, 16, 15, 15. And now there's a $15 bid on Trusty. Okay? Now Soundgarden over here has a new high bid of 102 with Thomas Hujar. The last bidder before that was 21 BK King. He bid 100, and then he said out, and then Thomas Hujar said 102, which actually 21 had it for 100. Now Thomas has it for 102. Okay? So that's at $102 with Thomas Hujar. A 96 U.S. original. OG Soundgarden, $102. Now, the question right now is on the motorcycle records. Chris, I've got to keep all these sticker price, especially since somebody else said they wanted 1966. So they're yours. You can have all 4 of them right now, or if you want 1 or 2, but if you pass, somebody else said they'll take 1966, okay? And then Fred says, what is the front LP in the bin? Climax Blues Band, Rich Man, 1999. Trusty was between 2 people, Rod, and now Thomas is at 12. Rod Bryan, you're out on Cockatoo. Jefferson Airplane, this is $29.99 in shrink wrap. Also, Social Security presents Johnny Cash. a 1973 promotional record from the U.S. Department of Health, Education, and Welfare, $64.99. Talk about a bizarre record. Social Security sent people this Johnny Cash record. They said, we can't pay you this month, but here's a nice Johnny Cash record. $64.99. Aussies at $21. JK says, I'll take an Isle of Man. It's up to Chris Knapp. He can take them all, or it looks like some other people want some in there. Now Trusty's at $20. Rank and File, $9.99. And Jethro Tull, Minstrel in the Gallery, $19.99. The total for all four of them will be 20, 40, 60, and 90. So they're 20, 20, and 30, $90. Kelly Vlodderchek wants the bizarre Johnny Cash there. Never seen that before in my life. That's so to Kelly Vlodderchek. Social Security. That record was made by the U.S. government. Rebecca Howard on Rank and File. And Aussie's at 22. Now Trusty's at 25. But it sounds like we can sell Soundgarden. This is sold for $102 to Thomas Hujar. Nice. $102 on Soundgarden. Figure that might even do more. How often here do I say OG Soundgarden? How often does OG Soundgarden get asked for? And now it's sold. And then Chris Knapp says he'll take all of them. Trusty's still getting bids. And then Patrick, I'm going to go ahead and sell you Warbringer for $100. And now my crate's full, so let me put those away. Let's move down Aussie. That's getting new bids. And so is Trusty. And now my crate's full. Let me do a little switcheroo here. And let's start trying to fill up another one. We've got a new empty crate over here for 1 second. All righty. Hope everybody's done me a favor and hit the like button. And if you are new and you hadn't hit the follow button yet, you might want to do that. Follow our page. And because you are going to see stuff like this every night. Okay, 12-inch singles, I'll do that crate next. First thing, let's pull all these to Chris Knapp. So he did have dibs, and he wants all four of them. Those are really cool. They're all gone. Now, Aussie, the last bid on Aussie was Joe Delgado at $22, and that's a final call. It is just got a new bid for $24, and now Trusty's out. This is sold to Thomas Clark for $25. Okay, let's go back to the auction crate. And the next autographed metal album I have, let's go, we've done every band except this one here, Allegation. I love the blue ink on this one too. Apoptosis. Allegation is a 2019 U.S. original limited to 250 on oxblood colored vinyl with insert, and the cover is signed by the band, and it's been JSA authenticated. $45 start on Allegation. $45 start on Allegation. Now, I'm not going to go through this crate again. I'm just going to read the titles. Okay? I'm just going to read the titles. I may be like, here this is. Don't overlook this, because there's several in here like that. I also got some signed autographed singles as well over here. I've got a few signed autographed singles that look pretty cool. So those will be up between now and when the show's over. Hope everybody can stay up late. So Jefferson Airplane, Early Flight. James Brown, I Got the Feeling. Can't believe those are still there. And Sam Cooke, those first three. Roy Buchanan, the mono super clean copy of the Yardbirds, $64.99. We have Love, False Start, The Doors. Now what this is, it's a French pressing, a vintage copy of these two Doors albums. See how cool that is? It's the first album and Strange Days. It's been packaged together in one release here. It's on the Butterfly Electra label, and it's a German press for France, $39.99. So you get two 73 pressings of German pressings of those Doors albums, near mint minus $39.99. This is, what was I calling? Oh, I was saying Allegation. This is Allegion. Allegalion. What does that say? That's A-L-L-E, Algaion. I may have said the wrong title there. Yeah, I was saying Allegation. My bad. I don't even know what it is. $45 start on that. And then Aussie has a new bid for $25. Kristen Driscoll, You're Out. Kristen Driscoll, you're out. I said the wrong bad. That's ALL, whatever James has put there. It's kind of hard for me to read and say. Spirit, we have 21 BK wants the doors. That's sold to 21 BK King. Hank Ballard, is this OG? No, it's not. It's way too light. It is a black label, most likely late 70s pressing. Allegan, Johnny Otis, Bill Bruford, James Brown, Jimi Hendrix, Climax Blues Band, Bonnie Raitt, Lionel Richie, Jefferson Airplane, Billie Holiday, The Beatles, Heart, Ides of March, Climax Blues Band, Jefferson Airplane, and Jethro Tull. All right. Already bid on the 45 start. Okay, I think what Rebecca's saying is she already bid ALL. She put all for Algilion. For what? Allegan. So we have 3 people who have bid $45. Okay? And then next is how much for James Brown. There's 2 in here. There's a reissue for $19.99. There is a vintage, or what I think is an original press, for $39.99. And then BK didn't want the doors, so it's still available. And then the Billie Holiday is still available, and that is $24.99. And this is a wax time 180 gram. Allegan, even though it looks like Algaion. Okay. And now Ozzy's at 26. Anybody else? This crate's going to be right here behind me. Now we got 3 people at 50, now 55. And the Ozzy is back to Joe Delgado. Ryan Eaton wants the James Brown reissue. Let me see who asked first. Who asked first on the James Brown? Robert Barnett. Robert, your pick. If not, Ryan Eaton wants that one. Okay. Let's see what's going on here. All right. I took a peek. I took a peek. All right, so Ryan Eaton gets this James Brown, and then what's the other? James Brown, I Can't Stand Myself When You Touch Me. That one sold to Ryan Eaton. We got James Brown, I Got the Feeling, $39.99. Blue King label. I can't tell you what it is as far as year. It's definitely a vintage press. It's very clean. $39.99. Sneak a peek. That's a Seinfeld reference. They were in the dressing room, and Kramer was like, "Did y'all sneak a peek?" They were all changing in front of each other. George got all awkward. All right. There's more demand for 12-inch singles right now here in America and in the world. There's no other bigger demand than this crate I'm about to go through. Anywhere right now on this planet, there's not as many people wanting to see 12-inch singles than right now live at this live stream. No other store in the world, no other place in the world. There's no way. The demand and hype that's behind this crate right now. You're about to see possibly a complete clean out of 12-inch singles. There's no other place in the world where the demand for 12-inch singles is as high as it is right now. So everybody buckle up. This could get intense. No other place in the world right now than this crate. First, we need to take care of some business back here, though. Ozzy's at 28 with Kristen Driscoll. This goes back to Joe Delgado. It's a 2011 U.S. reissue, VG Plus. 2011 U.S. reissue. Allegan. Allegan has a final call. The high bid is Rebecca Howard at $65. It is a 2019 U.S. original, Oxblood vinyl, and it's autographed. JSA authentication. We have one bid, or the high bid of $65. The high bid of $65. Okay? Let's get started. I'm about to put up 2 more singles, but things are a little crazy right now. David Bowie, Let's Dance. What a great start. And Cat People putting out fire with Stevie Ray Vaughan, 1999. Another great start. Sledgehammer, Peter Gabriel, $14.99. Steve Dahl, Pet Fish Sticks. I love fish sticks. Wow. He does too. $9.99. Also, Sugar Hill Gang, Apache, $14.99 for Sugar Hill Gang. And I Want to Be Your Property, Blue Mercedes, $9.99. Wow. If I don't mention anything about condition, they're all EX Plus or better. And once again, there's no other place in this, think about this, on earth right now, together, assembled, more people excited to see some 12-inch singles than right here, right now. Let's go ahead and start tagging these. First thing, the first new comment was there was a new bid on Ozzy for $29. There was a new bid on Allegan for $90. So, Rebecca, you've been outbid. And the $28 bid on Ozzy, whoever had it for $28, Kristen Driscoll, you were outbid on Ozzy. The first comment in here was Rebecca Howard on Bowie. That's so to Rebecca. Then Robert Vlodarchek. And then Shane Devers. And then Brandon Lack on SH. That's Sledgehammer. That is so to Brandon Lack. Fred Cardinal next on David Bowie. Chris X next on David Bowie. Ryan Eaton next on David Bowie. Stephen A. Young is next on Peter Gabriel. Grog was next on Peter Gabriel. Robert Vlodarchek first on Sugar Hill Gang. That is so to Robert Vlodarchek. John Cassidy put Gabe. You were next on Gabriel. David Foster put El Rio. And then David Foster put Terry's. And then True. And then Chuck's, and then Allegan out on Ozzy, and OG Soundgarden. Okay, so to my knowledge, I don't think Blue Mercedes or Steve Dahl got claimed. Allegan is officially sold now, and that's after he bid and she went out. James Cauldron, $70. James, that's sold to you for $70. Kristen went out on Ozzy. This is sold, and this was sold to Joe Delgado for $29. That is sold, okay? Let's pause right there, and let's get back to some new auctions. Now, the next auction I have to put up is the Offspring album. Let's go ahead and put this up because it is a 2000 U.S. original. Sealed copies of this have sold for over $200. This is a 2000 U.S. original pressing of the Offspring Conspiracy of One. This is also not in stock right now or, quote, kind of in print. A $45 start. The Offspring Conspiracy of One. $45 start. That's up for bid. And then also I'm going to put up Autograph. Autograph is a 1984 U.S. Indianapolis OG. This is EX++ near mint minus. Autograph sign and piece, a $35 start, okay? Also, we have Jody Watley, Will Love, $9.99. Jody Watley, Will Love, Quantias featuring Dream Yesterday Once More. I just butchered that one, but it's $9.99. Baby Love, Regina. This is $9.99. Baby Love, Regina. Stacy Lattishaw, Nailed to the Wall. That is $9.99. And American Soviet, CCCP, $9.99. CCCP. And we have Book of Love, Boy. Book of Love Boy, $9.99 on that. Offspring 45, Autograph 35, Offspring 50, Autograph 55. Jody Watley is sold right back here to Javi Soto. That is sold. Javi Soto also wants Regina. That was Baby Love. That's also sold to Javi Soto. Let me go ahead and show you this next one, which is I Touch Roses, Book of Love, $9.99. Mike Owen on the first Book of Love. That is sold. And we have Peter Brown. They only come out at night. Peter Brown is $9.99. Boontar on BOL, Book of Love. Now, Boontar, one sold. This one's still left, technically, if you want it. And Fred Cardinal wants the Soviet Socialist Republic, CCCCP. And then Mike Owen wants Book of Love as well. Boontar, if that's not the one you wanted, Mike definitely wants it. I'm going to try to put up a couple more singles. Here is Violently Ill, Plastic Society EP. Violently Ill, a $5 start. And this is called T to let's see, Gristle to T. All Fury. Looks like letters are missing or something. It's kind of like a Wheel of Fortune thing. And then he wanted Boy. Okay, so Mike Owen, you get the other Book of Love. Quick update. Offspring, Conspiracy of One. Rebecca has it for $55. Brandon Lack, you're out. And Autograph just has one bid with Mike Torres for $35. We're about to sell that. Back to the 12-inch bin. We have Paula Abdul, Cold Hearted. Paula is $14.99. Also, Kathy Dennis, Come and Get My Love. D-Mob. D-Mob is $9.99. And then DBA Flip, it's Friday night, just got paid, $9.99. And Culture Beat, Tell Me That You Wait, Culture Beat is $9.99. Now, back up at the top, let me figure out what just happened. I bid on Information Society in advance. I bid on Information Society in advance. I bid on Information Society in advance. Rod Bryan, Information Society. Is that something still in this crate? Information Society in advance. So that's my most recent, newest comment. Also, Brandon Lack says he has Peter Gabriel's Sledgehammer, so give it to the next person. Peter Gabriel's Sledgehammer is sold to Stephen A. Young instead of Brandon Lack. Okay? Brandon Lack, you're also out on Offspring. And then, I'm not for sure what Rod Bryan's saying. And then Tony Lewis was first on Paula Abdul. So Paula Abdul sold to Tony Lewis. Greg Herman was second. Fred Cardinal third. Javi Soto wants Kathy Dennis here. And then Chris Bryant was second. Mike Owen third. Susie next on Paula Abdul. Autograph 37. And Robert Vladicek wants Culture Beat. Okay? And then Autographs at 40. And CYD Through the Roof, $9.99, okay? Violently Ill, only one bid, so to Brian Call for $5. And then whatever this is a bot now for $5. To T.A.L. Fury Gristle, $5 on that. Okay, so Autograph is at 40 with Mike Torres. This is a 1984 U.S. original, $35. The high bid on this is $40 with Mike Torres, and 84 U.S. original. Chris Bryant says he'll take the 45. Brian Call was second. Okay, The Offspring. The Offspring is a OG pressing. OG pressing. Rebecca just bid 57. And yes, if you're just hopping on, this has been the most anticipated crate of the night, these 12-inch singles. The most anticipated, by far, crate of the night. I think this is CYD Through the Roof, a promo. No, it's CUD, C-U-D, Through the Roof, okay? Next, Serena Paris, Just About Enough, $9.99. Army of Lovers, Crucified Ride the Bullet, $9.99. Kate Ryan, Scream for More, $9.99. And DeAge, Rock the Boat. DeAge is $9.99. One more, Bomb Ballerina. Itsy Bitsy Teeny Weeny Yellow Polka Dot Bikini, $9.99. Are we done on autograph? The other bidder before Mike Torrey's was Stephen Lewis Jr. Stephen, I hadn't heard back from you, but I'm about to sell it. The Offspring is still getting bids. It's now at 58 with Brandon Lack. And then Greg Herman wants Army. Let's go ahead and pull that one. Army of Lovers. Fred was second. Stephen Riley third. And then Rebecca wants Bombalurina. And then Robert Vladicek was next. Let's go ahead and put up another single from over here. I'm going to grab two more and see what I have grabbed. This one is Culture Roosevelt. Culture Roosevelt. That's a $5 start. And this one is The Rights. F them if they can't take a joke. That's a $5 start. Selling hardcore singles all night long. Okay. Now, up at the top, Offspring 58, we sold Bomb, and then Robert Vladicek on Kate Ryan. Offspring 59. Next is, let's go ahead and sell this. Unfortunately, I lost Stephen Lewis Jr., so Mike Torrey's, that sold to you for $40. That way we can put up another LP. He just said out good. So Sheena Easton Strut, $9.99. Thank you for saying out. That is sold to Mike Torrey's for $40. And Cool and the Gang, Fresh. Cool and the Gang is $9.99. And we have Amy Stewart, Knock on Wood, $9.99. And Denise Williams, Let's Hear It From the Boy, from Footloose, $9.99. All right, so Offspring 59. Brandon, it's back to you. Rights 5, Rights 5, Rights 6, Rights 7. Culture Roosevelt is a $5 start. No bid on that. Let's put up another autographed album. Seems like the Warbringers have been very popular. So let's do this one right here. This is a 2013 U.S. original on white vinyl, signed and JSA authenticated. Warbringer, a $45 start. Warbringer 2013, and it's signed and JSL authenticated, a $45 start on that. Back up at the top, and we have eBay bootleg red vinyl butcher cover. That's an unofficial pressing. That is a bootleg unofficial. There is no official reissue of a butcher cover that exists officially. That is a bootleg unofficial. Sheena Easton is sold to Fred Cardinale. That's sold to Fred Cardinale. Rights 10, Rights 8, Offspring 6, Rights 11, Warbringer 45, 45, 50, Rights 13. Next is Pete Shelley, Homo Sapien, $9.99. Pete Shelley, $9.99. Donna Summer and Barbara Streisand, No More Tears. They're covering Ozzy. No More Tears. Tears. Donna Summer, $9.99. And Village People, this is $9.99. Village People, it's a 4-track top deal, 3-track, $9.99. All right, so let's go back up the top. Here was the most recent bids. Offspring was a final call to Rebecca Howitt for $59. That is an OG pressing back there. OG Offspring. EX. The real deal, not a reissue. Those kind of albums are always getting asked about. OG Offspring. Okay? The Rights 5, the Rights 5, the Rights 5, the Rights 6, the Rights 7, Rights 8, Rights 10. Offspring got a new bid for $60 with Brandon. So there was a new bid. Rights 11, and then Warbringer 45, 45, 50. Rights 13, Warbringer 69. Brian Call says he's out. And then Brandon said he bid 60, and he's out on Warbringer. So Rebecca, the Offspring goes back to you. Back to the 12-inch single bin. Taylor Dane, I'll Always Love You. Taylor Dane is $9.99. Arcadia is $14.99. I try to find the song quickly. Some of these are hard. Election Day, $14.99. Now Offspring 60, now 61, now 65. Greg Herman on Taylor Dane. Also, we have Electric Boogie, Marcia Griffiths, and that's $9.99. Nobody bid on Culture Roosevelt. It's a $5 buy now, and now the Rights are still getting bids. And now Offspring is getting new bids. And now we sold Taylor Dane to Greg Herman. Arcadia is sold to Mike Owen. Rebecca Howitt was second. Teresa on TD, that was for Taylor Dane. Iva next on Arcadia. Offspring's at 75. Chris says he'll take Culture Roosevelt for $5. And now Warbringer, the last bid that came in on this, signed on white vinyl, was Jeff Brindley at $69. Jeff Brindley at $69. That's the high bid on that. Back to the 12-inch singles. The Dream Team is in the house. $14.99 on the Dream Team. Tupac, Heart and Soul. $12.99 on that. And we have Do You Want a Funk? Megatone Records, cream vinyl with green pink, $34.99. Wow, $34.99 on Patrick Coley, Sylvester, Do You Want a Funk? That's a good one. And it is not wanting to go back in the sleeve. Let me take it out of this. That one's $34.99. Let's keep it behind the jacket. I think it'll work better that way. Okay, so there's that. And now Warbringer was at $69. What about the Offspring? $75 on it. And the last bit on the rights, you got a lot of activity there for a second. Chris Bryant has it for $11. Chris Bryant has it for $11. Okay, and now we have Tony Lewis on TP, then Javi, then Fred, Teresa on Dream Team, and we have Deborah Sanson in MCL. That's $9.99. Suzanne, clearly, Hot Sweet. Took me a while because the letters are so large. $9.99. And the Power Station, Get It On. Power Station's $9.99. So the rights is sold. Rights is sold. And that's sold to Chris Bryant for $13. Warbringer is sold. And that was sold for $69. And that was sold for $69 to Jeff Brindley. That one's done. And now the Offspring. The last bid was Rebecca Howard at $75. Final call, $75. Let's get some balloon action going. $75. All right. Now back to the bin. Holy moly. Here we go. Black Sabbath, Volume 4, the Cocaine album. I think they use cocaine a lot, but definitely on this one. I saw a video the other day where Ozzy was talking about like doing like a whole bowl a day or something. I was like, goodness gracious. Black Sabbath, Volume 4, VG Plus, a $35 start. Black Sabbath is an OG first pressing of Volume 4. One of my favorites. Incredible stuff here. Wheels of Confusion. You get Supernaut, Snowblind. Incredible. $35 start. Black Sabbath. OG 1972. VG Plus. A $35 start. Javi Soto on Power Station. Then Fred. Then Steven. Songs on Funk, please. Do You Want a Funk? Remix number 2. Do You Want a Funk? Remix number 2. And Don't Stop. And then we have Regina wants Donna Sonnet. Sumnet. Craig next on Power Station. Black Sabbath 30, 35, and now 75. Nobody else been on the Offspring, right? I lost a couple people, but I've got to sell it to Rebecca for $75. Let's bring over another signed album. This one is kind of the outlier as far as ones we got of the same band. This is a 2016 Euro limited to 200 on White Smoke. It's signed. Charmed Walls of the Damned, Creatures Watching Over the Dead. White Smoke, it's been signed, and that's a $35 start. $35 start. Was there a Donna Summer in here? The one with Barbara Streisand? That is sold to Regina. Okay, and then Songs on Peter Schilling. This is a 12-inch crate. Now, you may mean Pete Shelley. Pete Shelley is Homo Sapien, Love in Vain, and Homo Sapien. Okay? Black Sabbath at $80. Taylor Dane, Tell It to My Heart. Taylor Dane is $9.99. We have Herbie Hancock, Rocket, a promo. Demonstration Not for Sale, $14.99. And ABC, The Look of Love, $14.99. Charred Walls of the Damned is signed and it's JSA authenticated. It is on White Smoke vinyl and it's a $35 start. All right, that's where we're at on those two. I'm about to grab some more singles. I'm probably going to get back to selling a lot of singles when we're done with this crate. I knew this crate would be like keeping me very busy, so that's why I've kind of paused on the single auctions for right now. Black Sabbath's at 88 already. Taylor Dane is sold to Tony Lewis. Shakedown got Herbie Hancock, then Fred, then Ivan, then Mike, then John Meeks, and Mike Owen is first on ABC, then Mike Torres, and we have Pussycat Dolls, When I Grow Up, $19.99. Chard has a bid for $35, and Natalie Cole, Pink Cadillac, $9.99. Now, these are 12-inch singles. However, they usually have multiple mixes and sometimes 1, 2, or maybe even 3, 4 extra songs on them. So they are 12-inch singles. So if you do want me to read what's on there, I can tell you the mixes. Some people look for certain mixes too. Certain mixes of certain songs are really cool. And let's see what I have here. This one has like an Obi strip. This is Kermadingen. Here's our next single. I don't know if I can get that back on there. It came out of the sleeve when it's got like this type deal on it. CURMUDGEON, $5 start on that. Okay, and then Black Sabbath is a final call already to MT Matt for 88. That jumped up fast. Wow. And then we're done already. Chard, 35. Another one, 35. How many autos? It looks like it's signed by 2 people. It looks like a T Ripper and then something. And we can actually check some of these if we need to. Like some of these, y'all may say, hey, the lead singer died in 2011. Did he sign it? Or something like that, and I don't mind to check. Let's see what JSA, most of them, they're just going to say signed by 2 members or something. AX73624, and it says signed by 2 members. Yeah, signed by 2 members. It will at least tell you how many people signed it. That has bids for $35, $35, $40. Rebecca wants the Pussycat Dolls. Whoop. That is sold to Rebecca, then Tony Lewis. And then Javi wants Natalie Cole. And then also, what is this? Let the Music Play by who? By, I can't say it. Arpeggio, $9.99. Also, Sam Harris, Hearts on Fire, $9.99. David Naughton, Making It, $9.99. Salt and Pepper, Push It, $19.99. Debbie Harry in Love with Me, $9.99. Maris, Pump Up the Volume, $14.99. And Original Sin, NXS, $14.99. Wow. Okay, let me get all these sticky notes off my feet. You know how Ringo yells, I got blisters on my finger at the end of Helter Skelter? I yell out, I got sticky notes on my feet. Okay, here we go. Hope everybody's ready. I am going to reposition myself to finish up these last claims. And let's see who got what. All right, so the last thing, we can go ahead and sell Black Sabbath. MT Matt was probably like, thank you. That way we can at least get a new auction going. And Black Sabbath is sold to MT Matt for $88. I think we're at peak viewership right now at 10 minutes till 10 o'clock. So thanks for everybody tuning in. Incredible night tonight. And technically, not counting whatever Laura's marking, we still got 4 more crates of new stuff to go through. Now, the next comment was Rebecca put arpeggio, but I think she was just helping me say the word. And then James Vasquez got Salt and Pepper. Fred Cardinale got Debbie Harry. Mike Owen gets Mars. I think I said Maris because those lines were messing me up. I thought they were I's for a second. But that's Pump Up the Volume, Mars. Yes, thank you. Javi was second on Debbie Harry. Ivan was next on Mars. Fred Cardinale first on NXS, then Mike Torres. We've already sold Debbie Harry. And then Mike Torres was next. Chris X was next. Robert Vlodarchek wants Serena Paris from earlier. We got it, I think. And, yep, that's sold to Robert Vlodarchek. Where's Charge at? And then on that, okay? So, Chard, the last bid on this was Sunday Morning Sessions at $45. $45 on Chard. And then the Curmudgeon, I think it has one bid for $5 with Brian Call. Right, Brian? Or he might be just helping me pronounce it. I think Brian Call actually has bid, though. If not, Brian, let me know. But that's at $5, okay? There's that. Now, let's read through those one more time, and then we're going to go, since we've done John Crate, it is time to go through this next Paul Crate, and he does have this for $5. Thank you. Final call to you. I'm about to sell it. Let's grab another new auction. Why not go ahead and throw up some Judas Priest? Let me read that again. Judas Priest. A 1982 U.S. Carrollton original. No condition notes on this Judas Priest album. Screaming for Vengeance. A $35 start. The vinyl is EX++ Near Mint Minus. A $35 start. It does have the inner sleeve. $35 start. You've got another thing coming. $35 start on that. I claim Salt and Pepper. I think somebody was ahead of you. They were. James Vasquez got Salt and Pepper. James Vasquez got Salt and Pepper. Did I see a Black Label Society Sonic Brew? We had that the other night, but I haven't had one tonight. Okay? Charge at $50. Let's go ahead and sell this to Brian Call for $5. And now let's read through these one more time quickly. That way we can get to another crate. Steve Dahl, Pet Fish Sticks, $9.99. I Want to Be Your Property, Blue Mercedes, $9.99. Quantiz, Yesterday Once More, $9.99. Stacy Lattisaw, Nailed to the Wall, ouch, $9.99. Peter Brown, They Only Come Out at Night, $9.99. DBA Flip, that's $9.99. Also, Scud, Through the Roof, $9.99. DH, $9.99. And Cool in the Gang Fresh, $9.99. Let me put up a couple more singles right quick. And we got a new crate coming up over here from Paul. And then there's 3 more crates that John's marked. We've sold a few from this band tonight. Here's another one. This is Slices. Slices is going to go up for a $5 start. And we have Static Eyes, Social Circle. I think that might be split, but I don't really know. $5 start on that. Okay, and then Judas Priest is an 82. It's an 82 U.S. Carrollton original. And the high bid on that is $40. That already has a bid with 21 BK King. Okay, these are $5 and $5 starts. $5 and $5 starts. Javi Soto wants Cool in the Gang Fresh. Fred Cardinale on Blue Mercedes. Okay, those are sold. And then Amy Stewart, Knock on Wood, $9.99. Denise Williams, Let's Hear It for the Boy, $9.99. Village People, Fire Island, Village People, and Melody, that's $9.99. Social Circle has a bid for $5. Electric Boogie, Marcia Griffiths, that's $9.99. Chards at $55. Hiram, it goes back to you. Final call on Judas Priest. Deborah Sanson and MCL, $9.99. I'm about to read all the auctions that's left so we can bump some stuff up if y'all need to bid on some stuff before you go to bed. Suzanne Clearly, Hot Stuff, that's $9.99. Do You Want a Funk, Patrick Coley, $34.99. Pete Shelley is $9.99. Arpeggio is $9.99. Sam Harris is $9.99. And David Naughton is $9.99. Okay? And it doesn't look like there's no other bids on Judas Priest. Maybe. Hold on a second. What happened? Corey put JP and then 21 put out, but I don't see a number. What is the high bid? It was at 40 and I was about to sell it. Charge now at 58. Sunday's out. This is Static Eyes and Social Circle. One bid 5, no bid on Slices. We're about to sell that for 5. Okay. The other John, no, they look like albums. I do see more Isle of Man, though, for, I guess, Chris or whoever else on those. Okay, and then I'm going to offer this because the last time we did singles, I did this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. There's 18 singles left there. 18 singles left there. And if anybody wants a bundle deal, I'll do them for $105. That is less than $6 a piece. So $105 for the rest of the singles. So 105 divided by 18, that's 5.83 each. But a bundle deal on the rest of the singles for $105. That even includes the one in there that we had marked 35 and some that are 15 and most of them that are 10. Now just $5,833,333 each. Bundle deal on the singles. First time showing them. But to clear them out, $105. 18 left there. Charged at 60. Hiram's out. I still don't see a bid on Judas Priest. Corey did not put a bid, and then 21BK said out. So we got an error. Right now, we would have an error message in the chat because something's not right with Judas Priest. Slice has just got a bid for 7. This is sold to Brian Call for 5. Rebecca, I just almost sold that to you, but Chris just bid 7. If anybody wants that bundle deal, 105. Let's go through this other crate Paul has prepared for us. It looks like a wide variety of stuff in here. Yeah. So let's go ahead and go through this. New pre-owned stuff. Here we go. I still have an error message on Judas Priest. I only see one bid officially with 21BK King for $40. And I'm about to sell it to him if nobody else bids because that's the only bid I can see right now. $40 on Judas Priest. That's the only official bid that's on my Restream official chat. Chart is sold to Sunday for $60. Okay. That's sold for $60 on that. And now let's go ahead and put up another auction. And that next auction is going to be what is this Soundgarden? Okay, Soundgarden's a 2003. Soundgarden's a 2003 Euro reissue, a $35 start. Bad Motorfinger 2003, $35 start. I'm in on Judas Priest if it's a Pittman. It's a Carrollton pressing. Corey just saved you $42. Always make sure before you bid that you definitely want it because even if you bid and then you realize it's not what you want, I'm still going to sell it to you. I think Corey just saved you. He says he'll bid $42, and now Corey, it's sold to you for $42. But yes, make sure before you throw a bid out, you 100% want it. If you bid and you're like, oh, that's a Carrollton, I wanted a Pittman, I would still have to sell it to you for $40. Slices is out with Chris Bryant. This is sold to Rebecca for $8. Soundgarden's a $35 start. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and it is Van Halen, self-titled. And this is a 1978 Winchester original. It does have the second label, EX condition, a $35 start. Running with the Devil, Eruption, You Really Got Me, $35 start. It does have the original on her sleeve, and this is Van Halen, a $35 start. So those are up for bid. These are new arrivals, priced as marked. Also, Anthony Braxton, This is the Montreux Berlin concerts, 1977 promo, $19.99. Isaac Hayes U-turn, sealed, original Isaac Hayes with hop sticker, $19.99. The Jacksons Going Places, a sealed original, $24.99. And Pockets, Come Go With Us. Pockets is sealed, $14.99. Two more singles going up right now. We have You Disc, You Something Ugly. Looks like somebody getting choked. $5 start on that. Something You Something. That's now up for bid. And the other single I have is another Social Circle expiration date EP. That's a $5 start. Those are now up for bid. Next in the crate is First Debbie on Jackson's. No bid on Van Halen. No bid on Soundgarden. About to be buy it nows. The OJ's collector's items. This is a 2LP compilation, white label promo with Philadelphia Records promo topping strips, $24.99. Fred Cardinale wants the sealed OG Isaac Hayes, sold to Fred Cardinale. Fleetwood Mac, Then Play On, no condition notes, gatefold cover, $29.99. Corey's in on Van Halen. Soundgarden's a 2003 Bad Motorfinger, outshined Chris Cornell, $35. Social Circle 5, You is at 5. Those both have bids. Final call. Norman Connors, Take It to the Limit. Sealed, 1980 US, $19.99. And Impulse Artist on Tour, live concert performances, a white label promo, $9.99. $9.99. And the LA Boppers, Make Mine Bop. That's a 1982, also sealed, $19.99. And Ornette Coleman, Skies of America, radio station markings, KRAB, a 1972 US with promo markings, Ornette Coleman, $24.99. $24.99. And Billie Holiday's Greatest Hits, $9.99. $9.99. Social Circle, sold to Brian Call for $5. You is sold to Chris Bryant for $5. Van Halen is sold to Corey Ross for $35. Does anybody want Soundgarden, a 2003 pressing, for $35? That is a no bid. $35 buy it now on that. Here is our next autographed album. Let's jump back over here to a different Havoc album. Havoc is a 2020 U.S. original, limited to 300 copies on sea glass colored vinyl. So this is going to go up for a $45 start. Havoc, it does have a poster with it. It does have a poster insert with it as well. Double-sided. It has the insert, and the cover is signed by somebody, but it is signed. Havoc, it is JSA authenticated. There's the cert and the card. $45 start on Havoc. That is now forbidden. It's a 2020 US, $45 on that. Also, we have Quincy Jones. I heard that. Quincy Jones is $14.99. And Keith Jarrett, Staircase, sealed. Keith Jarrett, $19.99. Our next auction is going to be AC/DC, Let There Be Rock. And this is going to go up. It's a 77 US original. 77 US original. VG Plus, a $25 start. VG Plus, it is a 1977 Bon Scott, Angus Young. VG Plus, a $25 start. Janet said she will take the Soundgarden for a $35 start. And then Havoc's a $45 start. Next is Charlie Rich, Lonely Weekends, a sealed sun pressing for $9.99. And Cream, Goodbye. Cream is $29.99. Atco, yellow label, no condition notes, $29.99. AC/DC, a $25 start. And final call on Havoc. Let's go ahead and pull another single out of here. Let's pull some up for $5 starts. I'm going to grab this one, and I'm going to grab this one. And I have no idea, but we are about to find out. The first thing I have here is Death Before Dishonor, Black Friday 29, $5 start. And this is a Death Between Seasons. So Death and Death. Death Before Dishonor, let's call that one DBD. And this is Death Between Sessions, DBS. Havoc has a bid for $46. AC/DC has a bid for $25. Those will sell, so if you was going to bid, now you got to outbid either Joe or Fred or Corey. And we have two different singles here with death in it. So let's abbreviate these. DBD and DBS. Seasons and Dishonor. Dishonor and Seasons. Both are dying. Norman Harris, the Harris Machine. This is 1999, Norman Harris. Also, Roy Glover, What's a Man Supposed to Do? A 1970 U.S. Funk Soul album, original sealed, $14.99. So Chris bid 5, Chris bid 5, Brian bid 5, and Brian bid 5. And now Havoc's at 48. Filet of Soul, a 1973 soul compilation, $9.99 with Isaac Hayes, the Staple Singers, the Dramatics, the Bar-Kays, Rufus Thomas, Little Milton. That's $9.99. And the Fabulous Thunderbirds with Jimmy Vaughn, $14.99 on that. And Lorraine Johnson, Learning to Dance All Over Again. That is sealed, unopened, $14.99. So here's where we're at. I think Havoc may be done at 46. Note, there was a new bid for 48. So Fred, you're outbid on Havoc, and now these are getting bids, DBD and DBS. And now Brian's at 8 on both of them. And now ACDC, lots of abbreviations. ACDC, DBS, DBD, and HOVOK, which is Havoc. David V, 63, wants the Filet of Soul. Fred Cardinal second on that one. Also, we have Rick James, Fire It Up, a sealed original pressing from Gordy. That's $24.99. Debbie Jacobs, Undercover Lover. That is sealed for $14.99. Also, Dave Holling Quintet, Seeds of Time, an 85 US in shrink wrap, near mint minus, $19.99. Chad desperately needs a bottle of water. Oh, there it is. Appeared out of thin air. Give me 1 second, please. All right. Putting up a Dave Matthews Band right now would be treacherous. That would be very complicated if I put up a Dave Matthews Band right now. Yes, we don't want that at the moment. Give me 1 second while I touch my toes. Oh, that was a great toe touch. All right, Susie Breelove got Rick James. Death Before Dishonors at 12. Death Before Seasons is still at 8 with Brian Call. Fred Cardinal, did you bid again on Havoc? Fred, you never did get a bid again on Havoc. It's at $48. Let me know if you want back in. And AC/DC's at $35. And that is a 1977 U.S. original OG. Just saying. Okay? And Havoc's a 2020, limited to 300. Poster, insert, and signed by one member there on the front. Back to the crate, Crusaders. Crusaders is Street Life, 300 South, sealed for $14.99. Also, Chick Corea, Piano Improvisations, Volume 1. Chick Corea, $14.99. Robinson on AC/DC at $36. The Core of Jazz, bottled by MGM, a promo copy, $9.99. And Ornette Coleman, Twins. Ornette Coleman's an 81 remaster, $19.99. And Joe Liggins and his Honey Drippers, a 74 US, $14.99. Havoc is officially sold then for $48 to Stephen Lewis Jr. Thank you. Fred's also done on the singles. AC/DC has new bids now, 36 with our new buyer. MT Matt right back in at 38. Brian's done on Death Before Dishonor, but I am going to say Death Between Seasons for 8. And now this is a final call to Chris Bryant for $14. Let's go ahead and grab another autograph. Let's mix it up a little bit with a single, and this time a single from. Actually, you know what? Let's do a different band here. This is thank you, Laura, on the name, Vincent Crowley. Vincent Crowley is a 2021 US. And this is going to go up for a $45 star. Vincent Crowley, like Mr. Crowley. And it is signed, and it comes with a poster that's also signed. Vincent Crowley. I've always said, like Ozzy, I've heard him say it, Mr. Crowley, right? I've also heard some people say Aleister Crowley, but this is Vincent Crowley. I'm going to stick with that. It also has a poster here, also signed. It's not JSA authenticated, but there it is. It's an advertisement poster. That looks interesting. And this is JSA authenticated. Beyond Archean. Vincent Crowley. And that's going to go up for a $45 start, okay? Now, we left off with another new bidder on YouTube, John McPatriot at 40, and then a 37, then 41. Fred Cardinal on Ornette Coleman, then Teresa, AC/DC out, and then this is sold Death Before Dishonor. Death Before Dishonor sold to Chris Bryan for 14. And just for clarification, AC/DC is at 41 with MT Matt. John, you're out. Joe says he's done. And then Robin Glenn. Also, if you're done bidding, it helps me out if you say out, but also if you say out, that also means you can't bid again. So before you say out, make sure you're done bidding. But saying out really helps me know y'all are done and we can expedite the auction, okay? Mr. Crowley, dun, dun, dun. That's what I think. Why don't you ride your white horse or something like that? Da-da-da-da-da. That's the first thing I think of. Liquid Gold, a 1979 disco promo, $9.99. And Grace Jones, Living My Life, $19.99. Grace Jones, as featured in James Bond, The Living Daylights. View to a Kill. View to a Kill. Grace Jones, Living My Life. Okay, so that's up for bid. So here are, I meant to do this earlier because it's now 10:11. We have 279 people still watching. Here's what's left in the auction bin. And before you fall asleep or before you go to bed, if you hear something you want me to expedite, let me know, okay? I have Infidel Reich, and it's signed by this same guy, and it's banned. I don't like selling banned records because it may be like, I don't know, it could be something that I don't really want to sell, but it's in the bin. Warbringer. I have another Warbringer. I also have this, another Vincent Crowley, another Allegian. Allegian, it's also signed. And then the stuff I actually know, like Black Sabbath's Greatest Hits, Richie Blackmore, Green Bullfrog, Richie Blackmore's Rainbow, the one with the castle, Van Halen, I've got 5150, Fair Warning, Judas Priest, Sad Wings of Destiny, Alice Cooper, School's Out, with Panties, Ozzy, Blizzard of Oz, it is a reissue, Metallica and Justice for All, it is a reissue, Metallica Kill 'Em All, it is a reissue, Metallica Ride the Lightning, it's a bootleg, Kiss Destroyer, 45th Anniversary Edition, Black Sabbath Mob Rules, a picture disc, and next for sure is Coverdale Page. I've almost forgot about Coverdale Page. We're going to do that next. And then I've got a few singles. And the singles that are signed are Sweltering Madness by somebody else. I know that's Warbringer and somebody else. So those are all possibly up for bid, okay? So let me know where you want to be at, and I'll get them in rotation. 2 LPs at a time, and then 2 singles, okay? Now, Davey Winston got Grace Jones. I'm a newbie, so I'm out on AC/DC. So, yeah, if you're done bidding, you just got to say AC/DC out. That lets me know that I didn't lose you, or maybe you're still thinking about it. That way I can go ahead and sell it. And the last bid on this was MT Mad at $41. It is a 1977 U.S. original. It's at $41. Now we have a bid at $50. Now we have a bid at $55. MT Mad has the high bid at $55. We got a request for $51.50, a request for Rainbow, and we have, I I think we're good to go. Okay, so back to the crate. And we also got 3 more crates of new arrivals to go through. And Laura's marking records right now on the back. She is marking records as we speak. Wow, sealed Ohio Players. It's called Back. Ohio Players is $24.99. It is sealed. The New Market, step on it. The New Markets is sealed for $14.99. And we have the OJs, a 1975 white label promo. It's a reissue of their debut album. So it's a promo reissue of their debut album, $14.99. AC/DC's at $50 with MT Matt. We have an out. We're about to sell it. Nobody bid on Vincent Crowley, right? It's a buy it now for $45. Covers autographed, posters autographed, and it's JSA authenticated. $45 on that. Vincent Crowley. So that is available. Vincent Crowley. Let's go ahead and put this up. This album's never been reissued except for a one-off, bizarre Japanese pressing they did about a year ago. This is always a desirable album. It's not in print, and it's not available for streaming, and it's good. Coverdale, as in Coverdale from Whitesnake, and Page, as in Jimmy Page from Led Zeppelin. And this is a 1993 Brazil original pressing. It is a Brazil original, 1993, a $55 start. $55 start on that. It has the original on her sleeve. Coverdale Page. That is now up for bid. David Coverdale, Jimmy Page, $55 start. There is a little bit of a, no, there's not. Yeah, there's a little bit of a blip right there on top of the cover. I don't know if y'all can even see it right there. Kind of a little bit of a seam crackle. That's up for bid. Mike Torrey's on VC, and VC was something. What was VC? And then AC/DC is sold to MT Matt for $55. Coverdale Page, Warbringer single, all right? So here's Warbringer, and this is going to go up for a $35 start. Now, keep in mind, a lot of these is because I've had JSA authentication done. So, I mean, you know, you got the value of the single, and then you got the autographs, plus the cost for us to do this. I try to include that at no extra charge. Basically, you got a signed record, JSA already authenticated. So $35 start, Warbringer, Power Unsurpassed, $35 start. Oh, Vincent Crowley. Sorry, that's this right here. That's sold to Mike Torrey's for $45. Warbringer already has a bid for $40. So some of these signed records, Laura's tagged them, so I kind of know what the value is, just the record, but the fact that they're signed and we've had authenticated, sometimes hard for me to judge without doing further research. I'm just kind of guessing at these. But for me, something already authenticated by JSA, we usually don't try to take any less than $35 for them, because if you just had that sent off and authenticated after postage, authentication fees, and postage back, it's going to cost you a minimum of $35, $40. Warbringer's at $40. Janet gets the OJs. Coverdale Page, just one bid for $55. Next auction is Richie Blackmore's, actually, his first request was $51.50. Why Can't This Be Love? A 1986 U.S. original club copy with the original on her sleeve, EX edition, a $25 start. Van Halen, $51.50. That's now up for bid, $25 start. $25 start. That is now up for bid. An 86 U.S. original club. That is a $25 start on Van Halen. Coverdale Page done. One bid, $55. Next is Rough Edges, Beanie King, VG Plus, $14.99. Mandrill. Mandrill's a 71 Monarch, VG Plus, $16.99. Coverdale Page has a new bid for $60. And the Main Ingredient, featuring Cuba Gooding, Music Maximus, VG Plus, $11.99. Smiley Lewis, Down Yonder, an 84 UK, EX $12.99. And Maxan, Bail Out for Fun, a 74 white label promo, VG Plus $19.99. Coverdale Page 60. Van Halen 25. Van Halen 25. Van Halen 25. Coverdale Page 60. Van Halen 25. Van Halen 30. Coverdale Page 60. Coverdale Page 61. Van Halen 35. Warbringer's a final call for $40. The Cavalier single, that was, let me figure out which one that was. Hiram, this is this one right here. This is Grand Cavalier, Rain Through Fire, 2011 Sweden, limited to 666 on purple vinyl. So let's do this one as well for a $35 start. Signed by the band, it looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 signatures. 1, 2, 3, 4. Looks like 5 guys back there. $35 start. It's a 2021 Sweden, numbered to 666 on purple vinyl. $35. That's called CD. And we also have CP up for bid, which is Coverdale Page. Van Halen's already hit 40. Laura Crate's on the way. We have the Marvelettes now. This is a 1990 UK EX1299. Johnny Griffin and Art Taylor. VG Plus $9.99, a white label promo. The Cats Go Wild. That's a 62 mono, VG Plus $9.99. Also, Anything You Want, Wilbert Harrison, a 71 US VG Plus $9.99. Warbringer sold to Mike Straws for $40, and then Van Halen's at $42. Max Sand price. Max Sand was VG Plus $19.99. Rycooter was EX $17.99. Blackfoot was VG $9.99, and the Beatles Revolver, an 83 US VG Rainbow label, 83 VG $14.99. Coverdale Page, $75. Van Halen is now at 42, and this is a final call to Hiram for 35. Laura just delivered a crate. Here's the agenda. We're going to go through a John crate, a Laura crate, and then another John crate, and that will leave another John crate after that. And that whole time, we're going to be doing nothing but auctions, 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 singles, auctions, auctions. Next was Max Sand, Van Halen 42, Coverdale Page 82, Van Halen 45. MT Matt wants Blackfoot, Van Halen out, Coverdale Page 80, already at 82. Dennis Coffey, back home, VG $9.99. Pat Fratt wants the Beatles. That's so to Pat Fratt. And Bruce Cloud, California Soul, 69 US. It's never been reissued. VG $14.99. Larry Graham and Graham Central Station, VG $9.99. Coverdale Page 80, Coverdale Page 85, Coverdale Page 85. Hiram, Ask and You Shall Receive. That's sold to you for $35. Also, the Jacksons Triumph, VG Plus $14.99. Ornette Coleman, New York Is Now, an original 68 US, VG $29.99. And Mandrel again, Composite Truth, a 72 German import, VG minus $9.99. Wow. Once again, fantastic stuff. Max Sand is sold to Neil Rigler. That kind of sounds like Roxanne, but it's Max Sand. Van Halen 51, Coverdale Page 92, and now our next single. I'm going to go ahead and try. Let's get back to like the hardcore stuff, and then the requested LPs will be up as soon as some of these others have ended, okay? So I'll put those up as soon as some of the other ones end, okay? This next single is called Death Squad. Death Squad, kind of a questionable cover here, but it is Death Squad, a $5 start. And that's up for bid right now. It's on white vinyl, Death Squad, with blank labels. This is going to go up. It's on Death Squad Records, Youth Attack, and that's going to go up for a $5 start. That is now up for bid. Next auction is going to go up right now, and it's The Deers, Money Babies. This is going to go up for a $5 start, The Deers. So that's a $5 start and $5 start. Next is, I'm not going to read through this again, so if y'all wanted to see something, let me know. Johnny Griffin. And Johnny Griffin, Art Taylor. This is Johnny Griffin, Art Taylor Quartet, a white label promo, VG Plus $9.99. The last bid on Van Halen was MT Matt at $51. So MT Matt has Van Halen at $51. Coverdale Page is at $95. More info on the Beatles. Beatles is already sold, okay? Beatles is already sold. This is a great crate. Late tonight, I'm either going to try to read through these again, take questions. I might even take offers. But at this rate, I've got to show more new stuff. So the next probably 4 crates will just be one quick read-through, okay? Just one quick read-through. So if anybody wants anything in there, let me know. I'm going to go ahead and stack it back here behind me. If you change your mind or if you want to see something again, let me know. I'm going to go ahead and grab this crate because it looked like, yeah, this one has some really good stuff in it. And then I'm going to go ahead and grab, that way we know a Laura crate's on deck. But this is loaded with just like absolute essentials here. Yeah, this one's loaded with just like super clean, absolute essentials. I'll make sure this is the one I want to go through though. Let me make sure. I'm liking this one. It is like very good looking. And then there's this one. It's very good looking. They're all good looking. Is this check condition? Oh, we got a, oh, let's do this. Oh, man, we got a great check condition crate. Let's go through this. A check condition crate. I didn't know he had a check condition crate. This could be very interesting because the check condition stuff is some of the best titles, and they're always a little bit cheaper because they're a little bit. So this sounds very interesting. So let's go through this crate here, and let's read through the check condition stuff. All right. These are $5 starts. These are up for bid. Death Squad and the Deers. As of right now, no one has officially placed a bid. Van Halen has new bids. Coverdale Page is between George and Thomas. Thomas bid $95. George went out. Final call on that for $95. But Pat Frat, these are still technically up for bid. The Deers and Death Squad. So if you for sure want them, I would lock in a bid there. And final call on the 93 Brazil OG. Okay, and then Chris Bryant said, I did. And he put DS Death Squad. Chris is in on Death Squad for $5. Okay, I missed that. DS. So actually, Pat Frat, if you want to bid, you got to bid more than $5. Check condition stuff. So these have all been individually, for anybody that's new watching, everyone in here has been individually cleaned, checked, and marked. So John has cleaned all these today. He's put them in new sleeves, and they're been individually graded and priced. Just saying. Sorry, I was multitasking there. Jeff Beck Wired. VG Plus, $9.99. Jeff Beck Wired. So these are check condition vinyl. The grade, I'm telling you, is the grade. And I'll let you be a judge of the covers. If there's something major wrong, I'll let you know. Let's go ahead and sell Coverdale Page for $95. And are we done on Van Halen? Are we done on Von Holland? Let me know, because I think we got down to 2 people. I don't see an out. MT Matt has it for $56. I have not heard back from Tim Graham. It's up to Tim. Also, The Impressions with Curtis Mayfield, Riding High, VG condition, $12.99 on Curtis Mayfield, Riding High, or The Impressions. The Moody Blues, there we go. In Search of the Lost Chord, VG condition, $9.99. Also, Heart, Greatest Hits in Live, VG Plus, $19.99. And Over, Under, Sideways, Down, and that's VG, $24.99. Yes, I got to get Johnny Griffin and Graham Central Station from the last bins. Johnny Griffin and Graham Central Station. I didn't forget about you, but I kind of did. So let me pull those. And so Grog got Johnny Griffin and Christopher S. got Graham Central Station. And there is a new bid on Van Halen for $58. Nobody bid on the Deers. It's a $5 buy now. Death Squad's at $7 with Pat Frat, Tim, Chris Bryant. You've been outbid on Death Squad. You have been outbid, just FYI. Okay, so the next LP album is Warbringer. And this is signed a $45 start, a 2011 U.S. original on clear and yellow splatter. It is with the original inner sleeve. It's been signed 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, and JSA authenticated. $45 start on that. Neil Reigler says he thinks he requested Johnny Griffin first. Uh-oh. I remember earlier somebody asked about Johnny Griffin. Grog says, may I see the Johnny Griffin again? And then Neil Reigler, can I get Johnny Griffin? Earlier, though, Grog asked, can he see it and get the details? So Grog asked, and then you asked, and then he got it. So he does get dibs on that one. Now, John McPatriot is a first-time buyer with us. He's going to get the Moody Blues. John, you're a first-time buyer, so here's what I need you to do, if you don't mind to take a quick second to do this before we go any further. This is sold to you, and what I need you to do, in the link, there's a link in the description of this video that goes to our website. Please fill that out so we can get your information to send you an invoice. $7 in limited shipping. That's for the rest of tonight. I'll be here again tomorrow doing this all night, and I'll be here Saturday night doing this. $7 in limited shipping, as much as you want to buy, okay? So that's sold to you, and I need you to fill out that form. When you're done filling it out, let me know. They're still bidding on Van Halen. Now it's at 61. Warbringer has a bid for 45. Death Squad has a bid for 10. And now Robin Glenn wants Heart. So that's the second copy of Over, Under, Sideways, Down we've had tonight. This one's VG $24.99 with a promo sticker, yellow label, stereo. And then we had a mono in a previous bin, no condition note, $64.99. And then also Bob Dylan, John Wesley Harding. Dylan is VG $14.99. Columbia 2i, VG $14.99. And the great Buddy Holly, VG Plus $14.99. Pat Frat, you're out on Def Squad. It's now at 10. And Three Dog Night, 1 is the loneliest number. ABC Dunhill, Three Dog Night, VG $9.99. Our next single is going to go up right now for a $5 start. And this is Creation is Crucifixion, Suicide Nation. Creation is Crucifixion, Suicide Nation. I may have just opened it for the first time right there. It feels like I did the way that was sealed, but I don't know. Just a plain white jacket with a little tiny sticker up here with the title. $5 on that. Now, we have Def Squad is at $12 with Pat Frack. Chris Bryant, you've been outbid. And now we have, this has a high bid for $5. Tim Graham, you're going to get the Van Halen for $65. Thank you. And now we have Warbringer, just one bid with Hiram for $45. We're about to sell it. Back to the check condition bin. Mountain Nantucket Sleigh Ride with the inserts, EX $22.99. Mountain with the inserts. So that means it's going to have a booklet and a photo, I think. Just $22.99. Mountain Nantucket Sleigh Ride. Yep. It's got 2 photos and a booklet. Lord just walked by with like a cup of noodles or something. Uh-oh. Now my night is officially train wrecked. That smells good. Isley Brothers, it's your thing. Do what you want to do now. That's VG Plus $14.99. And so this has a bid for $5. Def Squad has a new bid for $15. Pat Frat, you're back out. And Michael Ruttman on Mountain. Michael Ruttman got Mountain. Ivan was second. Hiram, you get Warbringer for $45. Thank you. I thought that one would do more. Let's go ahead and put up the Allegan. The Allegan. Allegan. Currently, there's none for sale on Discogs. Wow. This is a 2016. This is Proponent for Sentience. It's signed by the full band, it looks like. 3-5 signatures on like a gold rust pen, copper color. And this is signed, JSA authenticated, and there are none for sale on Discogs. Wow. And it's signed. $55 start. $55 start on that. Def Squad is sold to Chris for $15. He also get Creation for $5. Those are sold. Let's put up some more auctions right quick. Mountain, or excuse me, Richie Blackmore's Rainbow. This is a 75 US keel. It is original. VG and a VG cover because of some ring wear. I love the artwork on this one. The Guitar Castle. Rainbow is a $15 start. Rainbow's a $15 start. And then that other record back there is a $45 start. All right, back to the check condition stuff. We have Arlo Guthrie, last of the Brooklyn Cowboys. VG Plus $14.99. Derek and the Dominoes in concert. Eric Clapton, 2LP, VG Plus $14.99. Bachman Turner Overdrive, Not Fragile, EX Edition $12.99. And the Moody Blues, 7th Sojourn, that's EX Edition $12.99. Moody Blues, 7th Sojourn, EX condition on that one. Give me 1 second over here before I click on this. I'm going to make sure this is still running. We've got a ad here. Let me make sure this is good to go. All right. Okay, sorry. All right, so back at the top, we got Chris Bachek on the Derek and the Dominoes, Adam Bernardi on Randy Bachman. Rainbow does have a bid for $15, and this record back here does not have a bid. Final call for $55, and Huey Lewis and the News Sports, just $9.99. It is a VG copy. Here is another Creation is Crucifixion, And let's grab something else out of here. And this looks like it says Slave Scene, F off away from me on blue vinyl. That's going to go up for a $5 start. And Creation is Crucifixion, numbered to 300 with some kind of robot looking thing on the cover. That's going to go up for a $5 start as well. All right, so those are up for bid. And then this does have a bid for 55 of John Dodd. Do I Ever Sleep? A little. And then Nico wants Huey Lewis. That's so to Nico Kapalanis. I didn't get much sleep today. I sleep from like, I don't know, like 11 to 3:30, 4:30, maybe. Marshall Tucker Band, EX Edition, $12.99. EX $12.99, Marshall Tucker Band. And then Big Brother and the Holden Company, VG Condition, $14.99. This is a Columbia 2i original label, VG Condition, $14.99. And Boston, Don't Look Back, EX Condition, $32.99 on that. EX Condition, $32.99. And Blue Oyster Cult Spectres, Go Go Godzilla, a white label promo, $14.99. Allegiant has a bid for $60. John Dodd's out. Rainbow just got one bid for $15. That's sold to 21 BK King. And these two singles has bids for $5. And the other record does not have a bid. That's a final call. Back to the crate here. Let's try. This is interesting, I guess, for maybe a Metallica collector. This is a unofficial from Europe. It's interesting. It's Ride the Lightning. Ride the Lightning. This is an unofficial EX $25 start. Dark blue cover here. It's on a white looking Roadrunner label, but it is an unofficial or bootleg. And Metallica is a $25 start. $25 start on that. The next thing was Mike Ospaw got Blue Oyster Cult. And then Adam Bernardi was second. And then Michael Woods first on Boston. Okay, and let's show Tom Petty, his self-titled album. It does have an insert with it as well. VG $19.99. Should be on a Shelter label. If so, it's probably a first press. It's looking like it. And Robin Trower is VG Plus $14.99. Let's go ahead and sell the Legon. And I still hadn't mastered that name, but that's sold to James Cauldron for $60. Thank You Creation is sold for $5. And we have Slave Scene. That's a $5 buy it now. All right, that's a $5 buy it now. That is available. How are bootlegs recorded? Are you asking me how did they make that record if it's a bootleg? Because it's a bootleg? They might have got a copy of a tape, like a copy of a master even, possibly, or it's a rip from a CD. They could rip it from a CD. I have not played it. Laura, that would be a question from Laura. Sometimes I've heard the Tool bootlegs, like the bootlegs of Tool records, those are ripped from a CD remaster or from the original CD, and they sound incredible, but I'm sure that sounds fine, but I have no idea. I've never played it. Here's the 6, cut bait, 45 RPM. Next, $5 start. Heard something fall over in the back. The 6 is a $5 start. And then the next signed record here is going to be this one. Now, Laura says this is banned, so I really don't know what I'm getting into here, but I'm going to try. It's signed by that same guy earlier, Vincent Crowley. It's called Infidel Reich. It's banned from Discogs, so that's typically not a good sign based on probably what the music is. But so I really don't know what I'm getting into here. However, I am going to put it up for a $35 start. I don't know if they're like spoofing. Sometimes these people are spoofing stuff, and sometimes they're serious, if you know what I mean. So I don't really know. But it's signed by Vincent Crowley, and that is banned on Discogs. It's going to go up for a $35 start. Infidel Reich, $35 start on that. It's up for bid. Some of these bands, they start putting stuff like that on it, and like I said, I don't know if they're spoofing something or if they're serious. So $35 start. It is signed, banned on Discogs, so that's now up for bid. Metallica has bids for $25 and now $30. Chris Bryant and on, Chris. You got Creation for $5. This here is still available. It's now just up for bid. And then we have Slave Scene and the Deers. And these are still available for $5 and $5. Next is White Animals. This is Dread something, VG Plus $14.99. This is the White Animals, VG Plus $14.99. Also, the Ambroid Dukes, VG Plus $24.99. Ted Nugent. This is the Ambroid Dukes, early Ted Nugent, VG Plus $24.99. Lincoln Magoria and the Distinguished Colleagues, VG Plus $14.99. And the Beatles' second album. This looks like it's an original mono, VG condition, $16.99. Gregory Sorry. This is Tom Petty, VG condition, $19.99. Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers. It's on Shelter Records. It does have an insert. So the vinyl's VG and the cover is VG with some writing right here. So that is the OG Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers label. It does have an liner notes insert. The cover's kind of worn and the vinyl's VG. So that is $19.99. $19.99. Now, Oso's backing on the Metallica 31. Infidel Rock, no bid. Final call on that for $35. And the 6 is a bot now as well for $5. So I got 3 no bids, including that one. And then Metallica 31, Tim Graham on the Dukes. And that is this. And then Romelu on the Beatles. And this is sold to Romelu. And we have what? Junior Walker and the All-Stars live. VG condition, $9.99. Soul Records, Junior Walker, VG $9.99. And the Tubes is VG $9.99. The Tubes, VG $9.99. Let's go ahead and put up a couple more singles here. Let's see what this is and what this is. This is Appalachian Death Ride. That's a $5 start. And Exit Condition. And this is a $5 start. Exit Condition. So that's our next 2 singles. Now, we have Metallica 33. I'll take the one EP, Chad, Slicing. This was Slave Scene, if this is what you're talking about. Slave Scene. I think this is what Chris is talking about. He'll take it for $5. And then we still got the 6 and the Deers. Those are $5 and $5. And then Romelu on Junior Walker. However, my crate is full. So let me do this. Let me swap out crates. If anybody wants this record, it is a $35 buy it now. Signed by Vincent Crowley. That's available. And let me go ahead and swap out crates here. First, let me move Laura's crate before I trip and fall over it. And let me get a new empty one to start selling off of here. Hold on one second. That's our 4th full crate of sold vinyl tonight. That's pretty incredible. Thanks everybody that has tuned in so far tonight. Let me go get another empty crate. We got a whole new pallet delivery today. A whole new pallet delivery today. So there's 58 new empty crates here. They're stacked up to the ceiling. And Tanner's like, I didn't know they were showing up till the truck started backing up and somebody knocked on the door. He's like, I've got a whole truck here full of pallets for you. So, brand new. They were made just this week. I think they make these things on demand. So, there's that. All right. So, Junior Walker. This is sold to Romelu and Tubes and Metallica 35. And then Exit has a bid for $5. B-Sides wants the Infidel. Sell that to B-Sides for $35. And now Metallica's at $37. Okay. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. Thank you, B-Sides, on that. I forgot about Mr. Cooper here. This is an original, too, with the Nasty Panties. Nasty Panties. This is Schools Out, Alice Cooper, a 1972 U.S. original EX condition with a pair of nasty panties, too. Original green label. Not a bad copy. A little bit of a crease right here, but It's up for bid. $35 start. That's now up for bid. Metallica's on black vinyl. And right now, Appalachian Death Ride, no bid, looking for a 5, and Exit's a final call for 5. Back to the crate. These are new arrivals, check condition. We're halfway through it. I've got a lower crate I'm about to do next. Jackie DeShannon, new image, VG Plus $14.99. Basic Miles, the classic performances of Miles Davis, VG Plus $19.99. And it's on Columbia, VG Plus $19.99. Also, Love for Sale, VG $34.99. Love for Sale, VG $34.99. And Dylan by Bob Dylan, VG $12.99. Exit is sold to Ivan R for 5. Appalachian Death Ride is a buy it now for 5. And Jeff Beck Truth with Rod Stewart, VG condition, $9.99. Yellow Epic label, if I can get it out. There we go. VG $9.99 on that. Romelu on Miles Davis. That is sold to Romelu. And Metallica, Ride the Lightning. Metallica, I'm making sure Oso's done. It's a Euro white label Roadrunner unofficial. C-Note has that for $37. So Romelu got Miles, Chris second. Alice Cooper's a $35 start. I'm going to try another signed single here. And this one is Gate Creeper. It is going to go up for a $35 start. It is signed and JSA authenticated. It's a 2017 US original. Limited to 250 on hot pink and neon yellow. And it looks like it's signed by the full band, Gate Creeper. And that's going to go up for a $35 start. $35 start. It is signed and, of course, JSA authenticated. Sweltering Madness. But I think that's Gate Creeper. Yeah. There's also a Gatekeeper, but that's Gate Creeper. 21 on Jeff Beck, that sold. Alice Cooper 35, and there is a new bid on Metallica. Central Nervous System, I Could Have Danced All Night, VG Plus $14.99, and Joe Walsh's Barnstorm. This is VG Plus $14.99. Some great music on that. Joe Walsh Barnstorm, VG Plus $14.99. Let's put up another single, and this is 7 Seconds. I think I've heard of this before. This could be pretty good. 7 Seconds, Committed for Life EP. Dedicated to Heart. That might be a pretty good one. Excuse me, $5 start on that. 7 Seconds, now up for bid. Also, we're about to sell Alice Cooper for $35. Susie Breedlove on Joe Walsh, thank you. And BK, 21 BK was next. Johnny Winter, EX $17.99, still alive and well. Uriah Heep, Demons and Wizards, VG $9.99. New bid on Metallica at 40. This is new arrivals. If you're just tuning in, new arrivals for the rest of the night. We still got 2 more John crates and a Laura crate after this, and I think she might even be marking more. So we got a lot of stuff to go through. It's probably, we might even have a crate at the end of the night, and I might be like, you know what? We'll sell this one tomorrow because there's a lot to go through. Plus, quite a bit of auction still left. But when the auctions run out, which I predicted would be close to 11, the LPs probably aren't going to be done till like 11:30, so maybe even midnight. Boomtown Rats is VG $9.99, and then 1963 Winter Nationals, VG Plus $14.99. 1963 Winter Nationals, that's a cool record. Racing, another racing record, VG Plus $14.99. And the Guitars That Destroyed the World, that's a great comp, VG $9.99. So Metallica, I got to make sure Oso's done. C-Note did bid 40. And then 7 Seconds got bids for 5, 7. Alice Cooper got a new bid for 37 too. So we're not done on Alice Cooper. Samuel Kopich, there was a new bid on that. 7 Seconds 10, 7, 8, and now 15, and now 7, and now 12, now 20, and then 15, and now 11, and now 20. And now 21 BK put Name and Beat. Name and Beat. Name and Beat. I'm not for sure what those are for, but I'll keep going. Bob Dylan, Slow Train Coming, VG Condition, $14.99, and J.J. Cale Troubadour, VG, $14.99. Is that music or broadcast of the Nationals? This is recorded at the Pomona Drag Strip. Art Malone, Jack Tamil, D Moon. National Anthem, record run, stock cars, time, fuel, narrate. I think it's spoken word. It's usually spoken word and like sounds of them racing. It's like narrations, and I think it's like a recap. These are typically like recaps of what went on there. Typically. All right, so 7 seconds. 7 seconds has bids for 25 and 25. Samuel Kopich, you're out on Alice Cooper. This is OG Green Label with Nasty Panties, and it's at 37. Oso's done on Metallica, so we can sell this bootleg to C-Note. C-Note, this is sold to you for $40. And then to my knowledge, nobody bid on Gate Creeper, which is signed by the band, a $35 buy it now. 63 is VG Plus, $14.99. Matt Kamer on J.J. Cale. Alice Cooper 40, Alice Cooper 42. We're going to put those over there because I got more stuff to put up. Next is the Yardbirds Little Games. This is a cool one with Jimmy Page. VG, I think it's one of the last albums they put out before they disbanded, and then next was Led Zeppelin. The Yardbirds Little Games. I love that cover too. Lots of like casino type stuff going on there. VG $29.99. Also, the Beatles 6. A Scranton, Pennsylvania, U.S. original stereo press. VG Plus $34.99. $34.99. Chris says he'll take 1963. Let me make sure that Tim Graham that asked about it doesn't want it. Okay? 21 BK King on Yardbirds. That's sold to 21 BK King. All right? Now, Alice Cooper's at 45 with Samuel Kopich. Curtis, you're out. 7 seconds. The last bid was $28 with JK. Okay? And then this is sold to Chris Knapp. Let me show 2 more records, then 2 new auctions. John Cougar Mellencamp, VG $9.99, and Gary Wright, Dreamweaver, EX $17.99. Next LP, one of the last signed LPs we have tonight, another Vincent Crowley. This is a 2024 Netherlands original on translucent red vinyl, and this is going to go up for a $35 start. Anthology of Horror, and it's made out to Ryan, Let the Nightmares Begin, Vincent Crowley. This is personalized to Ryan. It is signed on red vinyl for a $35 start. Next is 7 seconds is at $29. It's up to Curtis. It's up to Curtis on the Alice Cooper. Michael Jackson Thrillers, VG Plus $24.99. And Paul McCartney, Tug of War. And this is VG Plus $17.99. Ginger Lynch on Boomtown Rats. That's sold to Ginger Lynch. And now we have another single to put up. And let's grab this one right here. Total Abuse, Sex Pig EP. That's going to go up for a $5 start. Total Abuse. That's now up for a $5 start. Also, John Cougar American Fool, VG $9.99. The Nobody Else, Black Oak, Arkansas's first album. Interesting. VG $24.99. The Nobody Else on Hip Records, a promo copy. Black Oak, Arkansas's first album. VG $24.99. Jethro Tull, Let Me Bring You, Songs from the Woods. Alice Cooper has new bids. Vincent Crowley is a $35 start. 7 seconds is at $32. Total Abuse Sex Pig is a $5 start. You got old Ray Charles here, Modern Sounds and Country and Western Music. That's VG for $9.99. ABC Paramount, Mr. Ray Charles, VG $9.99. Jets and Gilberto, a classic jazz album, VG Plus $26.99. Three Dog Night Cyan with Shambhala on it, VG $9.99. Jerry Rafferty Night Owl, VG Plus $14.99. And Shel Silverstein, yes, that Shel Silverstein, Inside Folk Songs, VG Plus $29.99. 7 seconds. We have an out and we have an out. So that's with JK at $32. It's up to Thomas Clark. Curtis is out on Alice Cooper, so let's sell that to Samuel Kopich for $50. And Vincent Crowley, Anthology of Horror, autographed and signed, or I should say signed and JSA authenticated, a $35 start. $35 buy it now. The last one was a buy it now as well, and it did sell. Todd Saw got Ray Charles. Robert Barnett was second, and I'm trying to grab War Records, and they're all gone. Due to the volume of stuff we still have to go through tonight, I'm going to go ahead and go right into the lower crate. I'm not going to read through those again. That'd be a great one to read through at another time. But first thing is... One second, please. Okay. Grog got the Getz Gilberto, and then Christopher S., you're second. All right, and then Total Abuse, no bid, $5 buy it now. And then 7 seconds is sold. Thomas Clark went out. This is sold to JK for $32. JK over on YouTube. All right, now let's go through another new crate. Here we go. And then there was a third person on Ray Charles, and Christopher, I've already sold that. And then Chris Bryant got Total Abuse for $5. And then is the horror movie, is that horror movie, Vincent Crowley? I really don't know. Anthology of Horror. Amityville Horror. Nowhere to Hide. Coup. Madame Laverne. Voodoo Queen. I don't know. Somebody might watch it, might know a lot more about that than I do. And then Burt Jordan wants Gary Wright. Still getting some claims on here. I could probably go through this again and sell another third out of the crate. But as of right now, I think it's best if I just keep showing new stuff. So let me go ahead and keep showing new stuff. Let's do that right now with new stuff. Let's bring over this Laura crate over here and see what's going on. And we still got a whole pocket of albums up here to auction. So let's keep the show on the road. And let's take a quick peek into the Laura stuff. I'm going to go ahead and take a peek. I like being surprised, but I'm also going to take a little peek here. Ooh, well, most of the stuff I'm looking at, I don't know what it is, so I'm not really peeking. I know what some of this is. That's pretty cool. Nice. All right. I'm about to stand up. I've squatted down to look through them. This is going to be painful. Oh. Here we go. And here is the Laura Crate Metal Night Edition sticker. The first person who buys something from this crate gets the rare, highly desirable, now iconic, and extremely valuable Laura Crate Hype sticker. Okay, let's repackage this. Somebody wants to know what the no bids are. The no bids. The no bids is Vincent Crowley, Anthology of Horror, red vinyl, signed and JSA authenticated. And it's going to go up for it is a $35 buy it now. Okay. That's the most recent. I have another signed single, Gate Creeper, signed, numbered, $35 buy it now. Appalachian Death Ride's $5. The Deers is $5. And the Six is $5. Those are all $5 each. And then the buy it nows Three Dog Night is a $35 buy it now. And Live Cream Volume 2. Those are beautiful Japanese pressings. 35 and 35. That's the only no bids tonight. Everything else is sold. Appalachian Death Ride is sold to Chris for $5. That leaves the Deers, the Six, and then the signed one over here. All right. Also, a Laura or Paul crate, John crate. So there's basically 3 full-time people who work here helping me price all these records. That's John, Paul, and Laura. And when I say it's a Laura crate, I mean she has picked these out, cleaned them, researched them, and priced them. Sleeved them and priced them. And I think everybody has always tried to pick maybe stuff that they like putting out. Paul's been putting out a lot of jazz and obscure stuff, kind of more his. Laura picks out sometimes everything. John puts out anything and everything. But basically their job is to come in and price records as much as possible every day while they're here. And then Laura also does all the research on the auctions. Sometimes Paul does if she's not here. But one of the big things we decided was every night we have to have about 4 or 5 hours worth of auctions for y'all. Because the moment we don't have any auctions, I start getting bombarded with the question, where are the auctions? And so we made it a policy. We've got to have auctions for so long that everybody is at least watching till the very end. So the first thing they do every day, and probably what she's about to do, is she goes ahead and gets auctions ready, and then they come in and price records. Because we've got to have enough stuff to auction every night for 8 hours every night. And that's also why Paul has to buy so much. Because you can imagine how much stuff we have to get ready for auction every night. Gate Creeper is sold to Brandon for $35. Cream is sold to Oso for $30. But yes, they come in, pull records. Our biggest job is trying to buy enough stuff that we, every night can feed the fire. Because we have to go through a lot of records here. That's why we're constantly buying these huge collections all over the country. So, but yeah. Paul goes out and buys, and he kind of manages all the leads, etc., etc. When in the back, we kind of keep tally. I'm like, uh-oh, are we getting low on auctions? And Paul and Laura will be like, yeah, we probably need to go buy some stuff. And I'm like, holy moly, let's get on the phone because we cannot run out of great records to auction. But that's the first thing that goes. 40, 50, 60 great records every night sold at auction, 7 days a week, 6 or 7 days a week. We've got to find a lot of stuff. So it's a hunt all over the country to find this stuff so we can bring it back here and sell it. But 6 nights a week and sometimes 7 when Paul does a show. All right, so here's Kiss. Back to selling. We got a long ways to go. Every night we have a 2021 U.S. Half-Speed Master sealed copy of Kiss Destroyer, a 45th anniversary 2LP 180 gram with 10 unreleased tracks. That is sealed, a $25 start. Kenneth Russell says he'll take 3 Dog Night. Nice. Now everything's almost sold. I do have more Japanese pressings, but we might not get those till later because I have other stuff to put up. Kiss is the Half-Speed Deluxe Edition, $25 start. The first batch of stuff in here is check condition. If you have any records to sell, contact us. You have to have enough for us to come drive to you, or we can do something through the mail. Send us a message through our website, or send us a message through Facebook or Instagram. We can do something through the mail. If you have 10,000 records or 8,000 records, Paul will set up a trip to come by as long as you got good stuff. Some people contact us, they have 10,000 records, and they kind of aren't worth anything. First record is Opeth Ghost Reveries, EX condition, $22.99. Opeth Ghost Reveries, EX, $22.99. I butchered the first one. This is Porcupine Tree, Up the Downstair, EX, $22.99. Kiss is now at $40, and Stradivarius by Ginger Baker. That is VG condition, $9.99. and Whitney Houston, self-titled, VG Plus, $14.99. All right, time for another new auction. Black Sabbath's Greatest Hits. 1977, the true UK original for this on NIMS. Black Sabbath's Greatest Hits. Carnage going on the cover. $35 start. New bid on Kiss at $40. Bradley Smith on Opeth. That's sold to Bradley Smith. Christopher S. Also, Bradley Smith gets the Laura Crate Hop sticker. Also, everybody make sure you've joined our private group, Whole Lot of Records. We also have a private group on Facebook. We do have a private group on Facebook where I post pre-orders for new releases. See all these crates behind me, around me? These are all brand new sealed records, as in new releases and reissues. I post pre-orders. I got a list to post tomorrow. Christopher second on Opeth. Gary Wellman on Stradivarius. Ginger Baker. Kiss has a new bid for $41. Hardcore singles going up as soon as I show you the Bonzo Dog Band Urban Spaceman with the book, VG condition, $9.99. Bonzo Dog Band. All righty, so let's keep going here. First thing we have is this and this. And we have, let me grab a hold of them. What do we have here? The next record is Poison Idea, Discontent. Poison Idea is a $5 start. And this is, I'm not going to take it out of the sleeve because it looks like it's got a bunch of extra stuff. Resolution and Undertow, an unconditioned split 7-inch. Undertow, Resolution, $5 start. All right, there's our next couple singles there. Now, so there is a new bid on Kiss for $41. Natasha got Porcupine Tree. Gary Wellman on Bonzo Dog Band. This is going to be a very popular crate from what I can tell. Poison Idea 5, Poison Idea 6, and we have Zappa, Zoo Dolores. EX $22.99 for Frank Zappa. No bid on Black Sabbath, looking for a $35 start. A 77. By the way, Kiss is the 2LP Half-Speed Master Deluxe. It is a final call for $41 with Burt Jordan. 41 with Burt Jordan. Next is Santana, Shango. There is a name tag on it from the Connery collection. The vinyl's EX. It is $9.99. Poison Idea is at $10. And we also have Mirror to the Sky. Laura and Chad loves Yes. Very true. Yes. EX edition, $22.99. Mirror to the Sky. It's a Gatefold 2LP. Black Sabbath does have a bid for $35. Poison Idea is at $10. No bid on this. And we are about to sell Kiss. Gary Wellman on Santana. Santana is sold to Gary Wellman. Thank you. And we have The Doors, Soft Parade. This, unfortunately, is VG minus. Not a bad starter copy. If you have it, higher grade Doors albums do get expensive. That's $9.99. And we have Roy Gallagher, The Story So Far. It is from the Connery collection. It's only $12.99. Gary Wellman said yes. And he's not just saying yes, he wants yes. Also, yes, Kenneth, I got you down for Three Dog Night. And now Poison Ideas at $15. Then there was another bid for $13. And we also have the Presidents of the United States of America. And this is EX $24.99. EX $24.99. Hold the phone. There's a new bid on Kiss for $48. There's a new bid on Kiss for $48. We're not done yet. Burt Jordan, you've been outbid. Poison Ideas at $16. Gary Wellman on Roy Gallagher. Roy McElroy. That is sold to Gary Wellman. Poison Idea, Discontent is on black vinyl. It's on black vinyl, $16. Nobody bid on Resolution Undertow. It's a $5 buy it now. Edmund Estrada on the Presidents of the United States of America is PESOG. It's already sold. And we have Grog getting Black Sabbath for $35. That is sold to Grog over on the Tube, also known as YouTube. Next auction is Metallica. This is a reissue remaster, a 2014, still in shrink. Nice, a $25 start. Darkness, Imprisoning Me, All That I See, Blackened, and Justice for All. Harvester of Sorrow, Shortest Straw, $25 start. Metallica and Justice for All, $25 start. Next, Poison Idea, 21. Greg, you were third on Roy. Jim B gets Resolution Undertow for $5. That's sold. And now, Burt Jordan, are you done on Kiss? He is. Let's go ahead and sell that to Robin Glenn for $28. That's sold to Robin Glenn for $28. Or excuse me, $48. Sorry, $48. That is sold. Now Poison Idea is at 21. That's still getting bids. Metallica is a 2014 in shrink. It's near mint. It's a reissue remaster, $25 start. Next, what an interesting cover. EX 999. Who is this? Kaja Bonnet or Bonnet. What is that? B-O-N-E-T. Kaja Bonnet, The Visitor. It's also got promo written down here. EX 999 and Electric Light Orchestra Discovery VG Plus $14.99. Who else was bidding on Poison Idea? Seth Weeby, let me know if you want back in. I think it's just up to you, Seth. If you say out, I'm gonna go ahead and sell it to Chris. Next LP is Judas Priest, and this is Sad Wings of Destiny, and this is a 1980 U.S. PRC Richmond reissue. VG condition, a $15 start. Sad Wings of Destiny, it is a 1980 U.S. $15 start on that. $15 start on that. What label's this? Should be on Blackened. Blackened. This is Metallica. It's a 2014 U.S. reissue remastered. No bid, looking for a $25 start. Next is Elton John. Captain Fantastic. I was listening to this the other night. Incredible song. VG Plus, $17.99, and it has inserts. It has the book and the poster. Brown Dirt Cowboy. Nice. I love how that song just builds up, and then the electric guitar comes in. Great stuff on that. Next is promo album before. Gary Wellman wants this deal right here, and then Jennifer Corbin wants this. And we have Poison Idea. Poison Idea is sold to Chris Bryant for 21. I'm like begging for somebody to bid on Metallica because I can't believe it doesn't have a bid right now. I even started singing lyrics of one just to get hype built up. There we go. Michael Peevler's in. I was about to say, I mean, surely somebody, anybody, new copies are like 45 bucks. I mean, $25. Are you kidding me? Here's our next auctions. We have an Amazing Feat MSI. This is going to go up for a $5 start. An Amazing Feat MSI, $5 start on that. And our next single is, I've grabbed a whole handful here. What else do we have? Zero Tolerance, Bad Blood. Zero Tolerance is a $5 start. Metallica, 25. Metallica, 26. Judas Priest doesn't have a bid. $15 start. It is a 1980 U.S. reissue. Okay? Todd Saw on Elton John. That's Todd Saw. Brown Dirt Cowboy. Carmen Camon. Carmen Camon, maybe. Camon. Voices. Gold stamp promo. EX 999. Metallica 28. Metallica 28. Mick Masson. He's in on Priest at 15. And the last check condition record is Charlie XCX. I have a feeling there's going to be a note from Laura on the back. How did I know? Laura loves Charlie XCX. A 5-heart rating. EX 1999. What an interesting cover there. Is that like something she's actually wearing, or is that like CGI? That's EX 1999. Okay, so we have an Amazing Feat, MSI, and Zero Tolerance. Jim B's in on Zero Tolerance at 5. Metallica is tied at 28. Travis Wade wants Charlie XCX. Now Laura's not going to come up here and scream at us. Next auction is Samuel Kopich, or next claim, he wants CCR. I don't see a CCR. We have RX. This is School Punk Mystery Color Vinyl, School Drugs, Modern Medicine, sealed $19.99. Everybody's getting all googly-eyed over the cover now. Curtis and everybody, I didn't show it too long. If you want to look at it anymore, you got to buy it. And then we have They'll Kill Ya. Insects versus Robots. Prague album, $14.99. Okay? Now, here's what's going on. I'm about to stretch. I can't believe it's already 11:13. Chad's got to stretch for a second. Otherwise, Lord isn't going to go on a sticker strike. Chad's going to have to end up going to... Give me 1 second. Okay, I'm going to go down for a second. Oh, my goodness. Okay. Okay. Here we go. So the last bid on Zero was 5. No bid on MSI, and Judas Priest was 15. And then Metallica 29, Metallica 30, Chris Knapp on Insect. Gary Wellman was second. Edwin Blom was third. And next record is Pink Floyd Metal. It is opened. It is the remaster 180 gram, $24.99. Zero Tolerance is sold to Jim B for $5. MSI is a $5 buy it now. Judas Priest is $15, and that's sold to Mick Masson. And now Metallica just got a new bid for $35. And Justice for All. Our next action, but also our auction is Van Halen. Unfortunately, this is a low-grade copy. It is OG retail, though. VG minus G plus. So this thing's pretty worn out. That's why it's going to be just a $5 start. Jeff Sapia gets Pink Floyd for just $24.99. The Echoes of a Distant Land. And everything is green and summery. That's Pink Floyd's Metal. Opeth, Blackwater Park. Opeth is a 2010, $34.99 for Opeth and Deja. And this is Bomba Estéreo, a Latin dance pop album, sealed, $14.99. Also, we have another copy sealed for $14.99. And what is this? The Tron Sonic Experience, another prog album. I'm about to say that's got to be. Look at the cover, $14.99 on that. Also, we have 5 for Van Halen and Metallica. Margarita Music. How about Metallica? It's at $35 with Tim Graham. And then what else could you drink with margaritas? Is this Peter Gabriel? No, this is Kanye West. $14.99, Mispress. Side 1 of this record is actually side 2 of The Weeknd's House of Balloons. Wow. So side 2 is The Weeknd's album, House of Balloons, and not Kanye. $14.99. Gary Wellman on Prague. Edwin Blom second, and then we have another Kanye, and it's another mispress. Those are mispresses. Kanye's are $14.99. Final Call on Van Halen. Metallica is about to be sold to Tim Graham for $35. We have some more outs there. So Jim B says he might want Kanye. He might want 2. Okay, and now let's grab a couple more singles. I thought those last 2, MSI and Zero Tolerance, I thought those were better than what they just sold for, which was 0 and 5. Here's Terry Maltz, I'm Neurotic, and then we have Toshiro Mifune. There's a little bit of wear on the cover. Toshiro Mifune. Those are our next singles, $5 and $5, okay? Jim B says he'll take both Kanye's. And we have the Babies, Union Jacks, $9.99. This is from the Connery collection. Sean Connery, $9.99. And the Tangent, The World That We Drove Through. This looks like it's Prague. It's on green vinyl. If this isn't Prague, I'll be very surprised. It is. Vandergraaf Generator, Porcupine Tree. I knew it. You can look at a cover and be like, yep, that's Prague. Some kind of like Lord of the Rings fantasy top cover. That's Prague all day long. We have the Pineapple Thief, 137. The Pineapple Thief is $19.99. and 20 Years of Dirt, the best of Nitty Gritty Dirt Band, $14.99. $14.99. There is a name written on the cover, $14.99. Gary Wellman all over the tangent. That is a point on a circle. And then this is Van Halen, one bid, 5 doll hairs. This is sold for $5 to Robert Barnett. Metallica is sold to Tim Graham for $35. Tangent's already sold. Final call to get a bid on Terry and Toshio. Those are final calls. And we have, going up for bid right now, the 2016 reissue remaster of Metallica's the Metallica's Kill 'Em All. This is a $15 start. This is Metallica Kill 'Em All, and this is remastered. Searching, Seek and Destroy. Searching, Seek and Destroy. Jump in the fire, hit the lights. All right, $15 start. It is a 2016. It is a $15 start. All right, these are no bids, $5 and $5. Terry and Toshio, whichever that is. And we also have Black Sabbath's Mob Rules 2021 Record Store Day, limited to 5,000, sealed. The Ronnie James Dio second album, Black Sabbath Picture Disc, a $35 start, okay? Next is John Fogerty. This does have some writing on the cover, $9.99. Gladys Knight and the Pips, Everybody Needs Love. It does have some writing on the cover. That is $9.99. And Orzik Tentacles, this is $24.99. Earthland, Orzik Tentacles, $24.99. Black Sabbath is now a vid. Oh, I have another signed single here. Cam Lee. Just so I can say I've officially sold it. Nobody asked for it, but I forgot I had one more signed 45 here. Cam Lee, Reclamation of the Fallen, signed and JSA authenticated. That is now a $35 start. $35 start. All right, and then let's go back to the top. So Metallica 20, Metallica 15, Metallica 15, Metallica 25. Chris says he'll take both those last no bids for 5 and 5. And then Black Sabbath 35. Gary Wellman on GF, and that's John Fogerty. And now Metallica has another bid for 30. Yeah, well, I forget about Whiplash and Four Horsemen. Yeah, what a great debut album. Motor Breath. Such, I mean, you know, I didn't think when I first started listening to Metallica, I thought, I'm not going to lie. Everybody's like, yeah, that's like the thrash. That's like the thrash of the thrashes right there if you're going to like Metallica. And I'm like, I like more stuff from like Injustice and Black Album and, you know, that more speed. Then I listened to that for the first time and I was like, okay, this is pretty dang good. Hit the Lights. Riff Masters. Shelter, No Compromise. Next single, Shelter, No Compromise, a $5 start. You know, and that's coming from the same guy that loves Crosby, Stills, and Nash, James Taylor, and Jim Croce. You know, some of my favorites. And I can say that I greatly enjoy listening to that. Orzik Tentacles is sold to Michael Remza. We have Prince, Around the World in a Day, an 85 U.S. original, $34.99 on Prince, an 85 U.S. original. Modern Life is War, Witness. This is $19.99, $19.99, and Lou Donaldson, Pretty Things. The second label, it does have a promo sticker. Lou Donaldson's $39.99. That's called Pretty Things, $9.99. Kill 'Em All. The high bid on Metallica right now is $35. The high bid on Metallica right now is $35. Black Sabbath still has one bid for $35. We're about to sell that. Shelter has bids for $5 and $7. And Cam Lee doesn't have a bid. We're looking for a $35 start on that. It is signed and JSA authenticated. Art Blakey and the Jazz Messengers, In My Prime, $19.99. And we have Shaka Khan, Life is a Dance, the remix, $14.99 on that. Also, Sonny Rollins, Art Blakey, and Kenny Drew with the Modern Jazz Quintet, a sealed 2010 US. That is $19.99. So Black Sabbath is officially sold for $35, and that is sold to Brian Riley. Thank you, sealed. Figured that one would sell for more, but it didn't. Shelter's all of a sudden at $8. And then Metallica has a new bid for $37. Let's also go ahead and put up Ozzy. This is another reissue remaster. It's going to be just a $15 start, though, and that is Ozzy's Blizzard of Oz. It's a 2011 US VG Plus condition, a $15 start. $15 start on that. Also, Serge Tankian, and that's Imperfect Harmonies. He is the lead singer of Toxicity, or that's the name of the album. Oh my gosh, Laura, help me out. System of a Down, $24.99. Thank you, Laura. System of a Down. I'm sure there's a band called Toxicity too. $24.99. System of a Down. Surge. Music on vinyl, $24.99. Shelter is on black vinyl. Shelter is on black vinyl. No compromise, okay? Cam Lee is a $35 buy it now. JSA authenticated and signed and with a doodle. And then, okay, so Metallica 37 and then Shelter 9, Metallica 40, 41, Ozzy 20, and then Curtis, is that a claim or a help? And if it's not a claim, then Mason wants it. And then can I show the Art Blakey again? I can. Art Blakey and the Jazz Messenger, In My Prime, Volume 1, $19.99. Ozzy's now at 21. Ozzy's now at 21, and Metallica's at 45. We also have Porcupine Tree, Voyage 34. I've never seen that one. Porcupine Tree, $24.99. That was a help. So Surge is sold then to Mason. Thank you, Mason. That's sold to you. And then The Modern Life is War. He's talking about this album right here. Modern Life is War, Witness. That's another hardcore silver with black splatter, $19.99. Shelter has a new bid with Jim B for $10. And now let's put up another single. And let me grab... did I already sell that handful? Wow, we're going through these things fast. I think we can finish this whole basket. If we do a basket a night, we got about 3 weeks, but I think it's going to take us longer than that. We go through these things pretty fast, though. Sluggo, Contradiction EP. Sluggo, Agitate 96 Test Press, number 14 of 17 made. Sluggo, $5 start on that. Lindsey Buckingham, it does have a name written on the cover, $12.99. Climax, I'd still say yes. Gold stamp promo, $9.99. And the Anthology of Tom Waits, there is some cover damage. No condition notes, $24.99. The Anthology of Tom Waits, $24.99. All right, so Ozzy has bids for, Shelter had a bid for 10. Also, I just realized I put up another S, so help me out by putting Slug or Shelter. Ozzy 22, 25, 33. Ozzy 26. I think somebody just bid, 26, 28. Ozzy 30. Now, what about Metallica? Iron went out. Mason has it for 45, and we're about to sell it. Also, Carole King Tapestry. Unfortunately, there's a name written on the cover, but it's nice. $14.99. Mason also gets Tom Waits. We have Ring Van Mobius, Past the Evening Sun. I was about to say that's got to be Prague. Gold marble vinyl, $29.99. And also we have the 13 for Elevators. Wow. A 2022 US green with pink splatter, double LP. Wow, $54.99. Look at that. $54.99. Would you look at it? Just look at it. And then what was next? I said Mason had Metallica at 45. Shelter's at 11. Edmund was next on Surge. We sold Tom Waits. Shelter 13. Ozzy 30. Chris said yes, sold 35. Now, what was yes, sold 35? Yes, sold 35. Yes, sold 35. I'm not for sure what that was referring to. Gary Wellman on Carole King. And then Craig's next. He says, can I see vinyl on Sluggo? Sluggo is just a white, it's a test press. Here we go. Sluggo Contradiction Test Press, numbered 14 of 17. It's a test press, numbered 14 of 17. It even says it here on the cover. Jim B bid 5. Mason second on Carole King. Gary Wellman on the other prog album. Michael Remza on 13-4 Elevators. Grog does want the Art Blakey from earlier. And we have the, not the Pretty Things, the Pretty Reckless on silver vinyl. They don't make this anymore on silver. And it's a double LP. I don't think it's the one that's in print, I don't think it's a double LP either. All right, so wow, what another great crate. And if you're just tuning in, I know it's late, it's 11:30. By this time, I'm kind of like wrapping up the auctions, and I'm like, well, we got like a couple crates left. Or, wait a minute, Sluggo. He was referring to Susie. Okay, so what I was saying is we're wrapping up the auctions and we have a couple crates left, but it's already 11:30 is what I meant to say. It's 11:30 and we're now just wrapping up our auctions and we still got 2 crates to show. I said that backwards. So it's a lot going on right now. But first, Shelter, I think we can go ahead and confidently say that can be sold to Jim B. And he had that for $13. Okay, and then Ozzy, the last bid on Ozzy that came in, Joe went out, and that was with Burt Jordan at 30. And I think I can go ahead and sell that. But for sure, I can go ahead and sell Metallica for 45. And that was sold to Mason, I think. Metallica was sold to Mason for 45. The next comment was the Pretty Things. Robert Burnett somehow got a question in before anybody. And he said, what is the cost? $39.99. And then Chris claimed it. And then Edwin claimed it. And then MT Mac claimed it. And then Sluggo 8. It's $39.99. Then Sluggo 6. And then Natasha wants Pretty and Shaka. Pretty and Shaka. So she wants Pretty Things and the Shaka Khan. Right, Natasha? Sluggo 12. And Darren says, I missed his Shelter bid for $15. Jim B, I apologize. He did bid $15. Darren Johnson bid $15. Jim B, you're out. Okay? And now Ozzy is sold, without a doubt, for $30 to Burt Jordan. So they're still bidding on Sluggo, and now Shelter's back available. Sluggo, it looks like it's a test press. It says Contradiction EP, and then over here it says Agitate 96, number 26, test press, June 7th, 2001, number 14 of 17 made. Number 14 of 17 made, and it's the same thing as written on the, it's a test pressing. It definitely is some sort of test pressing. So he's out on Shelter. So Darren, I'm glad you called that. Now it's sold to you for 15. And Robert had dibs on Pretty Reckless, and he said he'll take it. All right, I got 2 more new arrival crates to read through while we go through. We'll see how participate. We still got 252 people still watching. Wow. So, I mean, I'm going to maybe keep showing new arrivals if they keep selling. If not, then I'll hold the last crate and we'll show it again tomorrow. But right now, if y'all are still on and buying, we'll keep going. Seems like this is the biggest late night crowd I've had in a long time. I think my Facebook ads are hopefully working. Like I said earlier, I hope so because of the money I'm spending on them. Anybody new watching that want to say hi, I promise we won't bite. I have a feeling there is a lot of new people watching, so welcome if you are. You can join in at any time. At any time, you can join in. Here's our next single, Time to Escape Cost of Living. Time to Escape, cost of living EP, $5 start on that. Sluggo out, and details on Porcupine Tree. Porcupine Tree was $24.99. It's called Voyage 34, double LP, no condition notes. $24.99. I think we're good to go. And Coverdale Page is gone. Yes. And here is Richie Blackmore, Green Bullfrog. This is Albert Lee, Jen Sullivan, Roger Glover. It's almost like a rainbow album. It's called Green Bullfrog. It's going to go up for a $20 start. Our Facebook page is also called Coletco. We're on Coletco as Facebook. We're on YouTube as Coletco. Facebook is at YouTube. And we're on, we have an Instagram. We have a TikTok. And you can add me on Snapchat. No, I will not be adding anybody on Snapchat unless I really know you. And then Bradley Smith says he'll take Porcupine Tree. That's so to Bradley Smith. I guess we could set up one for the store. I don't know what I would do with it. Our TikTok took off there for a while. I hadn't posted anything for a while, but I think we got 12,000 followers over on TikTok. And I'm like, man, I don't know what to do with it now. What do I do? Because I can't live stream over there, so it gets really neglected. It does honestly get really neglected, so. Here we go. Welcome to Coletco. Sluggo's at 18. Time to Escape 5. Edwin's in on Green Bullfrog at 20. These are new arrivals. Spirit of 76, $26.99. Green Bullfrogs at 21. Another Spirit, 12 Dreams of Dr. Sardonicus. An import copy. It's a UK, $19.99. Now Sluggo's at 20. Also, John Mayall, live in Europe, $26.99. Michael Nath says, hi, I'm new here. Michael Nath, glad to have you. Glad to have you for the last 5 years. $26.99 for John Mayall. Hearts and Shrink Wrap, $24.99 for Magazine. Wow, Fleetwood Mac, Tango in the Night, Shrink Wrap, Hop Sticker, Inner Sleeve, $64.99. $64.99. And Blows Against the Empire, a promo on clear vinyl. What in the world? $129.99. A promo copy on clear vinyl with book. Never seen this in my life. Jefferson Airplane, Blows Against Empire, a promo, $129.99. Sluggo is now at 20. Green Bullfrog, 23. Time to Escape is a buy it now for $5. Time to Escape is a buy it now for $5. And to Bonnie from Delaney with hop sticker and promo sticker. Wow, $24.99. Another promo. Green Bullfrog's now at 24. And Robin Trower in City Dreams is $19.99. Details on Dreha from the last crate. Edwin Blom wants the details of Dreha from the last crate. Edwin Blom wants the details of Dreha from the last crate. Here is the details of Dreha from the last crate. It's called Dreha, Bomba Estéreo, a Latin dance pop album, sealed, $14.99, 2021. I have 2 of them available. Green Bullfrog, $25.25. Are we done on Sluggo? Jim B has it for $20. Tio Reviews at $22. And we have Isle of Man, 1960. There you go. Wow, it's on blue and yellow vinyl. $34.99. This one's on colored vinyl. We've sold a lot of these tonight, I think, so far. Chris, how do you get to the vinyl, though? $34.99. And they're on color. I want to see what that looks like. Wow, that's blue. And this is yellow. New Orleans. I have no idea where they're coming from. I forgot where Paul bought these. You'd have to ask, remind me to ask Paul. I have no idea. They've been stacked back up there, though, for a couple years now. Sluggo has another bid for $22. No detail. I have definitely not had that one tonight. James Brown, Apollo Theater, and that is $29.99. Edwin does want Dreha. So let's sell that to Edwin. Dreha is sold, okay? And now, that one was 1960. I think that is 60. This is Isle of Man 1960. Okay, also over here, let me do a bundle, not counting the autographed one. So far tonight, we've only had 1, 2, 3, 4 of those not sell. Instead of 5, 10, 15, 20, I'll do them for $12. We'll do that bundle for $12 on those. We have Gordon Lightfoot, Endless Wire, Daylight Katie, Come On, $19.99. We'll get over the Staple Singers with promo stamp on stacks. Wow. And it's promo marked. Wow. $34.99. Christopher Cross, another page, $9.99. And another Staple Singers, a mono white label promo. Wow. $39.99. So many great records so far in this crate. Sawyer Brown Shakin', $14.99. And Bonnie Raitt, Longing in Their Hearts, 1994 UK, $69.99. $69.99. Bundle on those 4 for $12 if anybody wants them. That's the only no-bid singles other than the 2 autographs. And then what Condition on Blows Against Empire? Condition on Blows Against Empire. Yeah, that was that promo on clear vinyl. I've never seen that before. Let's take a further look at it. The jacket appears to be VG or VG Plus. It is a gatefold with this wild silver foiling. Are they always like that? With that silver foiling? It has a piece of tape on the spine, possibly from a radio station because it was a promo. They usually have markings, original on the sleeve. But yeah, the vinyl is, John's graded it, and I'm looking at it too. It's EX++ near mint minus, and it also has a book with it. And this is a promo. Whoop, before I drop it, whew, that was close. A promo on clear vinyl, $129.99. And yes, Chris, you got the 1960 Isle. Sluggos at 30. Green Bullfrog still getting bids. Let's not forget about the other hardcore records, so let's get going with those. And this is Bad Company and Socks Thrash Pop EP on green vinyl. And this is going to go up for a $5 start. That's going to go up for $5. Grog. Oh, no. What just happened? Up, I've lost my chat. Whoop, I reset. Dang it. I'll reset my chat. So I can't see anything until... let me look up here. All right, the problem is, I think I've seen where he said he'll take this. That's so to Grog. And then I lost my chat. Everything disappeared. So who was high bidder on Sluggo? It was T.O. and Jim B. And then Green Bullfrog, I could see that for $32. And then Bad Company Socks is a $5 start. What else just happened? Label on James Brown. I think it's a reissue. Yeah, it's a vintage reissue on this red Polydor label. It's like a 70s press. And yes, Grog, I got you down for Blows Against Empire. Also, my crate is full. We'll make that the last record. So let me swap out here. And then I may need y'all to rebid on Sluggo. I forgot where we was at on that one. And now let's grab another crate. A new empty crate to start filling up. That was number 5 from tonight, which is pretty amazing since we really have done nothing but new arrivals and really no discount bins except early on. I bought another pallet of crates, which I think makes my total investment in crates now probably like $20,000. I think since I've been doing this, I've spent about $20,000 on crates. I know we've ordered at least 20 times, and it's usually after shipping about $1,000. So I have a lot of money invested in these crates. But we need, y'all can imagine, we need them. I'm looking around me right now how many we have. This was a game changer for us. when I found out about these, I was like, man, we got to have these. And I think I've ordered about 20 pallets since I've been doing this. So, and I just bought another pallet. So that means we're growing in inventory. At one time, I was like, well, we'll buy enough and we'll refill them and sell them. But I keep having to buy them and buy them and buy them and buy them. And I think that means my inventory keeps growing and growing and growing and growing. And somehow, even though we keep selling more and more, my inventory keeps growing and growing. I don't understand that. Does anybody got an explanation? Anybody like an accountant or it's like some kind of inventory manager? Green Bullfrog 32, 33, 34. Jim B has Sluggo at 30. T.O.'s out. And Green Bullfrog 35. And we have Green Bullfrog 36. Next is Robin Trower, Caravan to Midnight, $19.99. Robin Trower, Caravan to Midnight. Fleetwood Mac Penguin, $24.99. Fleetwood Mac Penguin, $24.99. We ordered these from a place called Farm Plastics Milk Crate Direct. And they're not milk crates, they're called super crates. They're called super crates. They're indestructible. I have stood on these. We have never had one break, ever. And we've put hundreds and hundreds of pounds of pressure on them. Wow, the Beatles White Album. A 1976 Jacksonville with the poster and photos. An original White Album. There is writing on the cover, but $59.99. That's the orange label. Not a bad copy to have. $59.99. And the Beau Brummels is $9.99. Nobody bid on Bad Company socks. So it's a buy now for $5. And Sluggo is officially sold to Jim B for $30. Right, and they're still bidding on Green Bullfrog. Let's put up a couple more singles then. This one is called Society Nerve. $5 start on Society Nerve. At least that's what the Obi says. And now we have... I need to move this. All right. Oh, bumped into the camera. All right, and then the next one is, we had this band earlier, The Rights, and that's a $5 start. F them if they can't take a joke. $5 start on that. All right, back to the crate, and then we're going to do another one after this. Peter Frampton, I'm In You, $19.99. ZZ Top, Rio Grande Mud, looks like a fantastic original Terre Haute copy. $39.99 Terre Haute OG for ZZ Top. Nuggets, original artifacts from the first psychedelic era. A 2 LP Nuggets compilation, $44.99, 1976. Green Bullfrogs at 42. Soviet Nerve and the Rights are 5 and 5. Also, Soul Children, Finders Keepers, Gold Stamp promo, $34.99. Ambroy Dukes, Journey and Migrations, a 2 LP, Ted Nugent, $39.99. 21 BK King sold on ZZ Top, sold to 21 BK King. That is sold. Wow. 5 Live, the Yardbirds. A 69 UK Flipback, $79.99. Look at that. In mono. Y'all may not want to buy this, okay? You may not want to buy this. Just saying. Phil Collins, No Jacket Required, $19.99. The Dream Academy Remembrance Days, $24.99 on the Dream Academy. And this is Dave Mason, $9.99. This is Dave Mason, Alone Together. Black vinyl, John probably would have marked it. And Brent, gets the Yardbirds. Green Bullfrog is sold to Edwin Blum for $42. That is sold to Edwin Blum for $42. No bid on the Rights for $5. No bid on Society Nerve for $5. Those are now buy nows for 5 and 5. George Benson is the Gold Stamp promo, $14.99. And Hank Williams, the Roy Orbison way, $26.99 for Hank Williams. The Roy Orbison Way. Is all the hardcore people falling asleep? I thought y'all were supposed to be hardcore. What the heck? Hardcore people are falling asleep. They're supposed to be hardcore. What's going on? No bids on the last several auctions. I'm going to have to what is wrong with y'all? Supposed to be call yourselves hardcore. Here you are falling asleep. Next single is The Snobs. $5 start, and Screaming Fist, Templanza. Those are $5 starts. Okay, I'm about to throw up a couple more Japanese pressings. Also, we have Delaney and Bonnie Genesis, $19.99. Paul McCartney, Venus and Mars with the inserts, $34.99. The Doors, a Monarch pressing, $59.99. Beautiful. Wow again. Roy Buchanan, Dancing on the Edge, $19.99. Isle of Man, 1965, $19.99. And Heart, WTF, and Red Velvet Car, a heart-shaped picture disc from Heart, $39.99. And then Chris, Facebook cut him off. He had to change. Chris commented so much they cut him off. And then Chris Bryant says, I claimed it. I don't know if Chad saw it. I never did sell you A Modern Life is War, so let me pull it for you right now. I think you didn't buy it. Nope. All right, so this is sold. This is sold to Chris Bryant, and then Chris Knapp got Isle. Chris, you're going to end up with the entire collection tonight. And then Natasha on H for Heart. Okay. And The Snobs is a no bid for 5, final call. Screaming Fist is a no bid for final call. And the last two singles that didn't get bids was The Rights and Soviet Nerve. And those are still available. Okay, let's go through another new arrivals crate. Let's go through another, just right back into another crate. Jim B has the Snoobs for 5. Oh, White Todd, yes. This is not OG. It's 1976. The White Album came out in 68. So about 8 years later, this orange label was being pressed. There is some writing on the cover. However, it does have the poster and the photo inserts of John, Paul, George, and Ringo. $59.99. This is a 1976 Jacksonville press. Hey, listen, I had the Beatles Rock Band, okay? I saved up and bought the Beatles Rock Band Super Deluxe when it came out. I had the drum set, I had the microphone, the limited edition Paul McCartney Hofner bass. I had Beatles Rock Band, the complete setup. All right, next crate is going up right now. Nice, it's another check condition bin. I didn't realize we had another check condition bin. Here's another check condition bin. Wow. Here we go. Are we done? Snobs is sold to Jim B for 5. And Screaming Fist is a buy it now for 5. The vinyl on the Doors, it's just too late. This is why I don't like showing too many new arrivals this late. There is so many fantastic records. This is a beautiful press. Grog, this is EX++. And the White Album. Next single. We had these earlier. I can't remember if they got a bid. I know they got a bid because they're not left over, or if they got multiple bids. Took me a while to figure out the name of the band. It's called Soothing. Here's another from Soothing. Soothing is a $5 start, and Total Abuse is a $5 start. Those are now up for bid. 5 and 5. Jim B got a score. I'm sure he did. I thought everybody fell asleep on me. He's probably rubbing his hands together right now, evil laughing. Jim B's made enough money tonight, he's probably going to go put a down payment tomorrow down on a Ferrari. There's no telling how much money he's made tonight watching this sale. $2,000, $3,000, $4,000, $5,000, $10,000, $15,000, $20,000 tonight. There's no telling how much he's made watching. There is writing on the label. There is writing on the Doors Monarch. There is, for some reason, like a squiggly line. Not on side 2, though. And I think that same squiggly line is down here. Total Abuse has a bid for 5. There is no telling how much Jim B's made tonight. I'm afraid to know. Okay, here we have it. First record in the crate. George Thorogood. These are check condition, VG condition, $9.99. George Thorogood, VG condition, $9.99. The Doors, Waiting for the Sun, VG condition, $24.99. The Doors. There is some writing on the inside of the jacket. Nancy Farrell. Nancy said, "I'd better write my name on this." This is Waiting for the Sun. That one's not too bad, though. VG, $24.99. Jim Morrison's autograph. Wouldn't that be something? Gosh, don't scare me like that. VG, $24.99. Jim Morrison, The Monkees' Greatest Hits. VG Plus, $17.99. More of the Best of Jerry Butler. VG Plus, $14.99. Best of Bee Gees. VG Plus, $14.99. And Richard Betts, Highway Call. VG, $12.99. Total Abuse 5. Total Abuse 6. Nobody bid on Soothing. Soothing is a buy it now for $5. We had that one earlier. Soothing, and it has that same insert about the lathe as earlier. So let me try to I'm trying to bundle these because we got way too many left over. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. $27 instead of $45. Bundle, $27. $3 a piece. $27 on that. And then Michael Remza on Richard Betts. That's so to Michael Remza. Todd Saw is OG, same as OG. Yes, yeah. There's only one version of the White Album. It was an international release, so there's no different versions. Sometimes US and UK albums are different for the Beatles, but that's their early stuff. I think after Sgt. Pepper's, all the albums were the same track listing. So that is so to Todd Saw. And then Mason wants the Monkees. And Chris Bryant says, "What's the rights?" I called the rights. Mason on BGs. This is so to Mason. And Total Abuse, the high bid is with Chris. I hadn't heard back from Darren Johnson. Chris says he claimed the rights. When did that happen? The rights? The rights. When did you claim that? I don't think you did. We sold one earlier. We sold one that looked just like that earlier. We had one that looked just like this. It was orange and white instead. I think it's the same songs and everything. I can't remember though. If not, Susie said she wants all of them. Okay. And then we have Will the Circle Be Unbroken. That's VG Plus $26.99. And Coming of an Age, the 5-man electrical band. VG Plus, $19.99. So the Total Abuse is sold to Chris Bryant for $6, and the Rights is sold to Susie Breedlove. This is sold. This is sold to all these are sold to Susie for $27. Okay. Now, with that being said, I'm going to go ahead and take this stack in here since we're about to start a new one. Plus, with that bundle on top, it will make it easier for them. So let me take these in here. And now we are ready. All right, so we got Dr. Hook, Sloppy Seconds, VG Condition, $9.99. The Whalers, Burning. I Shot the Sheriff, VG Plus, $34.99. Bob Marley. And we have John Mayall, The Blues Alone. EX Condition on John Mayall, $24.99. Next single is, let me grab the rest out of this basket. I can kind of flip through them easier. All right. All right. So first we have Violently Ill, one-sided EP, a $5 start. Violently Ill. And Danger Loves, Lip Smart, So This Is Love. Those are all $5 starts, or both $5 starts. Next in the crate is the Fabulous 50 hits from the Fabulous 50s. Jane Mansfield on the cover. VG Condition, $14.99. The James Gang, Your Album. VG, $9.99 for James Gang, Your Album with Joe Walsh. Rita Coolidge, Nice Feeling. Rita Coolidge is EX Condition, $9.99. More of the Monkees, I'm a Believer. VG Plus, $14.99 for the Monkees. VG Plus, $14.99. Also, The Doors, Morrison Hotel. VG Condition, a Terre Haute press, $24.99. That is OG Doors. Terre Haute, VG, $24.99. Steve Miller, Fly Like an Eagle, VG Condition. Jill Binkley wrote her name on the cover, unfortunately, but that's VG, $9.99. And Little Feat, Time Loves a Hero, VG Plus, $12.99. John Mayall, Moving On, VG Plus, $14.99. And George Thorogood and the Destroyers, EX, $17.99. Rod Stewart, Never a Dull Moment, EX Condition, $22.99. Rod Stewart, Never a Dull Moment. All right, let me pause right there. There's no bid on Violently Ill, final call for $5. No bid on Danger Loves, final call on that for $5. Mason got the Monkees. Monkees is going to Mason. More of the Monkees, that is sold to Mason. For just tuning in, we've had an eventful night. We're still going through new arrivals at midnight Central Time here in Middle Tennessee. That's pretty amazing. I usually have a lot of the new arrivals wrapped up by now. But however, right now, we're still going through them. We are going through new arrivals at this moment. And then my next trick, I don't know yet. I hadn't decided. Probably some sort of recap or a discount bin. I'm pretty much mentally exhausted at this point. I usually am on Thursday nights. These metal nights wear me out mentally. James Gang Thirds, VG Condition, $9.99. Elton John's Greatest Hits. Looks like somebody doodled on the Elton John letters. It is VG, $12.99. We have The Doors, and that is sold to 21 BK King. Thank you for that. Steppenwolf, Hour of the Wolf, VG Plus, $14.99. And Roberta Flack, First Take. Roberta Flack is VG Plus, $14.99. Violently Ill and Danger Loves are $5 and $5. That is a buy now if anybody wants those, $5 and $5. And here is our next records. What is going on with this one? We'll do this one first. This is Time to Escape. Time to Escape. We'll put that up for a $5 start. I don't know what this actually is. There's a drawing of this. Is that actually printed? It says FU, 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 FU. I don't know exactly what's going on there. Total, but it's a $5 start. Okay. The George Thorogood. George Thorogood, it was EX condition, $17.99. Covers around VG condition. Frank Zappa and the Mothers, the Grand Wazoo, EX condition, $37.99. Joe Walsh recorded live, You Can't Argue with a Sick Mind, VG plus $9.99. And Jerry Jeff Walker, It's a Good Night for Singing. Jerry Jeff was EX $17.99. The Who's Greatest Hits, EX condition, $17.99. And this is The Substitute or Substitute. I was born with a plastic spoon in my mouth. The Seeker. Ask Timothy Leary. Too Much Magic Bus. Talking about my generation. Deaf, Dumb, and Blind Boy sure plays a mean pinball. Happy Jack wasn't tall, but he wasn't fat. We Won't Get Fooled Again. My Wife. Squeeze Box. Mama Wears a Squeeze Box. The Relay, 515, and Love Ran Over Me. Those are all cuts from Quadrophenia. And Who Are You? Who? EX, $17.99. Solid compilation there. Mike Allspaw on Jerry Jeff. FU has a bid for 5. FU has a bid for 6. And Culture Club, this is VG, $12.99. Waking Up with the House on Fire, VG, $12.99. Jethro Tull, Minstrel in the Gallery, VG plus $14.99. And Foghat, Rock and Roll. Rock and Roll. Rock, Roll. That's VG, $9.99. Todd Saw on the Who's Greatest Hits. And Mike Allspaw wanted Joe Walsh, not Jerry Jeff Walker. You got it. So let me put Jerry Jeff Walker back in there. He wanted Joe Walsh instead. Next is Ian Hunter, You're Never Alone with a Schizophreniac. That's VG, $9.99. Darren Johnson, second on the Who. And Nancy Sinatra in London, VG plus $24.99. Time to Escape is a buy it now for $5 if anybody wants that. Time to Escape, it was a no bid. We don't know really what this is. It's maybe called Total DICKS, as in like male genitalia. And there's a bunch of FUs written all over it. It's like a picture disc. And Cheech and Chong, Lost Conchinos, that's VG $12.99. And Elvis Costello, Imperial Bedroom, Imperial Ballroom. Yeah, Imperial Bedroom or Ballroom? What is this one here? This is Imperial Bedroom. Imperial Bedroom, VG $12.99. And now Chris Bryant wants CC. And CC was Cheech and Chong. That's so to Chris Bryant. Next single I'm going to put up right now is, I guess I could put up a Japanese pressing too. Let's see here. Here's a Mentally Ill test pressing. Here you go. Mentally Ill test pressing. This is Mentally Ill 45 RPM test pressing. Have at it. $5 start on that. Okay? Violently Ill test press. It doesn't say anything else. And then Mason says he needs to put back the Last Monkeys, the one, More of the Monkeys with I'm a Believer. So this is going back in the bin. Vicky's in on the FUs at 8. And now we have Elvis. I just showed that. We also have Jethro Tull Benefit, VG Condition, $9.99. And Cosmos Factory is VG Condition, $14.99. Let's put up, let's grab a Japanese pressing. Haven't done one in like 5 hours. And we're going to put up a Rainbow. And this is Rainbow Bent Out of Shape. A Japanese pressing. Near mint minus and pristine, a $35 start. This is bent out of shape. It is near mint minus and pristine, a $35 start. Cover and Obi is also nice, and the insert, rainbow. Okay, let's pause there. I also have the Who, a 79 Electro Sound Press, VG Plus $24.99. The Police at Londos D. Moore, Roxanne, VG Plus. There's different colors of the letters. I've seen green, I've seen red. That one's yellow. The Police is known for doing alternate covers. There's a prime example. That one comes in different colors. Violently Ill has a bid for $5. Also, More of the Monkeys. That was the one that was just put back. Also, man, I'm showing the same records. How did that happen? I must have had a spillover. There we go. Uriah Heep, VG Plus $14.99. The Magician's Birthday. That's VG Plus $14.99. FU is sold to Vicky Allison. That is sold to Vicky. Violently Ill Test Press has one bid with Jim B for $5. We're about to sell it. Rainbow does have a bid with MT Matt for $35. And Marshall Tucker Band is VG Plus $9.99. Let me grab this crate of Japanese and get them closer to me. Wrestling with crates. There we go. All right. So what do we have up back there? There's that. Man, it wouldn't be a night of Japanese, beginning or the end, without an Asia album. So here is Asia, Astra, a Japanese pressing, cover, shrink wrap, Obi, and hype sticker. And this is going to go up for a $35 start. Asia, Astra, beautiful Japanese pressing. And, ooh, does it have it? It does. It has the sticker sheet. Awesome. It has the Asia sticker sheet as well. And that's a $35 start. And the Police album, Joe DeGaldo, Londos D. Moore with Roxanne, VG Plus $24.99. The Guess Who Canned Wheat is VG Plus $14.99. REO Speedwagon is VG $9.99. And the Four Tops Greatest Hits, VG Plus $14.99. Violently Ill is sold to Jim B for $5. That is sold. And now let's grab another one over here. And let me see what I got. Let me do a... Oh. Luckily, that was CDs and not vinyl. All right. My stack is getting slim. All right. We'll do that one and this one. The Dead Ones. The Dead Ones on white vinyl is a $5 start. And Creation is Crucifixion. That's a $5 start. Both Japanese pressings have bids for $5 and $5. Final call. Boots, Nancy Sinatra. These boots were made for walking. And that's exactly what they'll do. Something, something. They're going to walk all over you. 38 Special is VG Plus $17.99. Flashdance is VG $9.99. Miami Vice is VG $9.99. Pat Benatar, Crimes of Passion, VG Plus $9.99. The Monkees in Shrink Wrap, VG $9.99. Stereo, Hey Hey, We're the Monkees. The Beach Boys is $17.99. Styx is VG Plus $14.99. And Styx is VG $9.99. Brian, make sure you put a bid for $5. And Creation has a bid for $5. Asia is sold to Larry Gonzalez for $35. One bid and sold to him. We're not going to spend any more time on that. And MT Mac gets Rainbow for $35. MT Mac gets Rainbow for $35. So let's go ahead and tag that as well for MT Matt. All right. Whew. Man, I didn't get to go get my snack tonight either. Man, I usually take a break like at 10. Been going up there and getting me a V8 and a pack of crackers. I did get a V8 earlier from Laura, delivery, but I can feel it. So Greg Beddinger wants Styx, Grand Illusion. Thank you. Come sail away. Come sail away with me. And Miami Vice. Guy, that's so do you. Are you a first-time buyer? Guy Shard, I'm almost positive you are. No, I'm about to go up front. What I'm about to tell everybody is I'm about to go up front and grab something. I'll go up front and grab something right quick, and I'll be right back so I can finish up this last hour. We're going to be live for one more hour. Guy, if you're a first-time buyer, thank you. And make sure you register. The link to our website is in the description of the video. When you fill that out, please make sure you let me know that's filled out. And so, yeah, I have about an hour 15. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. And when I come back, I'm going to put some new stuff up. I'll be right back. I normally don't do this, but tonight was a rare and special occasion. I don't ever do this. Never, ever do this. But tonight, I had to go get something special. And I had to get into the hard-hitting stuff. And y'all know me, I never drink this. I had to go for the Diet Coke. Wow. I don't ever drink these. These are only for before and after the sales. Only for before and after. And now I'm going to have the hiccups from extreme carbonation. Sorry I had to do it. Sorry. It's probably my favorite drink. It's only for before and after. I had to get one during. I feel so much better. Such a great, it's so fantastic. And now I'm going to change my mic because it's flashing red and it's about to die. And then we'll be ready. All right. Here we go. And I got my Tool t-shirt on. All right, so Guy, thank you. The last thing was Guy Shard got this. He's registered, thank you. Brian Mallard technically didn't bid on this. I don't know, Brian, are you still watching? You never did technically put a numerical next to this, so I don't know if he wants it or not. $5 if he doesn't. And then Chris Bryant on Creation is Crucifix. That's so to Chris, okay? Oh, man. Whew. Now, I had a pack of Dorito Jalapeno Munchies and a half a pack of these. I'm saving the other half for later. Whew. That Diet Coke's I'm gonna be pushing up a lot of air. Brian Mallard gets the dead ones for $5, okay? Shot of tequila? No way. I love diet drinks. Oh my gosh. I mean, I guess I could drink Coke. I mean, I know it's terrible for you, but I like Diet Coke better than, I like the taste of Diet Coke better than regular Coke. All right, let's not get into a big argument about soft drinks now. All right, next auction. I have forgot about this over here. I pulled this out of a John crate earlier. Let's go ahead and run it and see who wants it this late. My bad. I should have put this up much sooner. And I still got to pull that doors for him. But this is an OG Black Sabbath Sabotage. This is a $45 start. $45 start. It is OG Black Sabbath Sabotage. It's now up for bid. I, in about 60 seconds, drank a Diet Coke, ate a pack of crackers, and a half a pack of cookies. Gone. That's my lunch break for the last 8 hours. It's over. The other 45s. I hadn't put them up yet. We're about to put up 2 more right now. I'm actually going to bundle some together. I've got 3 Violently Eels for a $8 start. 3 Violently Eels for an $8 start. Proud to be an Idiot and something else. And something else. So that's those are $8 start. That's for 3 of them. Violently Eel. And then our next single is going to be Deadfall Comrades EP. Deadfall Comrades EP, $5 start. I had my share of those drinks in school, high school, I guess, where we actually could have vending machines. You know, it was not Diet Coke, it was just Coke Zero. And I don't know why. I even asked the Coke guy that time. I was like walking down the hallway. I was like, hey, can we get like Diet Coke in here? He's like, nope. Coke Zero only. And I was like, that's weird. The Doors. This is So DeGrog. Nice decision there. Okay. Now, while I was up front, I pulled up Facebook and checked my notifications. And there's actually been several claims from some stuff from that first video. So actually, I got to take care of some business right quick. And it looks like we have some new buyers on. And they might see some stuff right quick that they didn't know that I had. So let me move some stuff around. And let's go through some stuff, okay? Black Sabbath's a $45 start. Deadfall's up for bid. We got about a good hour left here, and I'm going to keep showing records. I'm going to keep showing records for the rest of the night until it's nothing but vinyl tonight, until the fat lady sings. Her voice is warming up right now, but we still got some time. You may have already seen this crate, so I'm going to be fast, and I'm really just going to pull the stuff in here that's sold because I got to get this done before we accidentally sell it a different time. And the first thing was Reed Gregory Wants the Cure. And this was my last copy of, wrong record. This was my last copy of The Cure. And this was sold to Reed Gregory. Kiss Me, Kiss Me, Kiss Me. If anybody else wants on a waiting list, let me know. The Cure is $44.99. This is Kiss Me, Kiss Me, Kiss Me, $44.99. That's sold to Reed Gregory. He also needs to go on the waiting list. Reed Gregory needs to go on the waiting list for Black Crowes Live at the Greek, okay? Scott Kennedy wants a Bauhaus, and that was this one right here, the Bella Session. That is sold to Scott Kennedy. Thank you, Scott Kennedy. I've got 2 more of these left if anybody wants them. Bella Lugosi's Dead, red and black vinyl with poster. That is sold to Scott Kennedy. And then Scott Kennedy also wants Depeche Mode Music for the Masses. That's not in this crate. I'll do that in a second. He does want Sisters of Mercy. That's in a different crate. And she wants Joy Division. And that is in a different crate. And then we also have Suicidal Tendencies and Metal Church. That's in a different crate, okay? So the rest of the claims are in a different crate. So let me read you what's in here. If you hear something, you're like, whoa, 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 what was that? Let me know and I'll tell you information. What label is Black Sabbath? Black Sabbath is on the original Burbank. This is the first Black Sabbath album, maybe the second Black Sabbath album that's not on a green label. This is the original correct first label. It is OG. It's about EX or better. 1975 original. I think Sabbath, Bloody Sabbath in 73, 74 was the first non-green, but this is the first label here. This crate here is all new vinyl sticker price. This particular crate, this is all brand new stuff, sticker price. Mason gets a Bauhaus. I have one left. The Violently Ill lot is at $8, and Jim B's already bid 10. Jim B's already at 10 on Violently Ill, and this has a bid for 5. And London After Midnight, not yet. No, not yet. And then I ordered industrial stuff last night. Some of that should be here tomorrow. Okay, and Black Sabbath 45. Let me make sure I didn't miss anything else. And so here's what's in here. Led Zeppelin, the Triple LP Deluxe. Man, incredible. Also Skinny Puppy, the Cranberries, Minor Threat, Depeche Mode, Speak and Spell, Black Crowes, Radio City, Big Star, Pussifer, Godsmack, Pussifer, The Chameleons, Robert Plant, Iggy Pop, Bauhaus, last copy, Under Oath, 9 Inch Nails, Guy Clark, Kaleidoscope, Rammstein, Whitesnake's Greatest Hits, Motley Crue, Peter Murphy, Robert Plant, and Rush. So Led Zeppelin, Skinny Puppy, The Cranberries, Minor Threat, Depeche Mode, Black Crowes, Big Star, Pussifer, Godsmack, Pussifer, Chameleons, Robert Plant, Iggy Pop, Bauhaus, Under Oath, Nine Inch Nails, Guy Clark, Susie and the Banshees, Rammstein, Whitesnake, Motley Crue, Peter Murphy, Robert Plant, and Rush. Now, give me a second. The Sisters of Mercy's in a previous bin. Bauhaus is new and sealed. The Bella Session. Bella Lugosi's Dead. Official reissue. Complete recording session. Unreleased tracks. Mastered from the original master tape. Contains a poster. Red and black vinyl. $33.99. Minor Threat. I think it's called the first 7 inches, or it's basically a compilation of their original recordings. $24.99. It's technically just called Minor Threat, but when I order it, they call it something else. I think it's called the first 7 inches. All right. And then, what about Deadfall? This got one bid with Brian Mallard for $6. And also, I haven't heard back from Brian Mallard on the Violently Ill. Brian, if you're done bidding, make sure you let me know by saying out. That way we can continue to roll new stuff. Nobody bid on Black Sabbath. It is a $45 buy it now, which is less than what John had it. I should have just left it in the crate. Less than what John had it marked for. It's a $45 buy it now if anybody wants it. I ran that one way too late. It's the complete discography. This has everything on it that Minor Threat. This is it. That's everything that they did right there. One LP version. And Michael Remza gets the Black Sabbath for $45. Thank you on that. Okay. Anybody else? These are all new and sealed. Great stuff in there. Now, I've shown this crate in the last 3 sales about 5 times. But it is new stuff. And so I try to show it because I can constantly reorder the stuff and make sure I'm in for the Violently Ill. You were actually out on the Violently Ill. Your last bid on the Violently Ill was $8. The high bid is with GMB for $10. I was asking you, do you want to bid more than $10? GMB has had the high bid of $8 for about 10 minutes, I think. He bid 10. 6 minutes ago, he bid $10. And I've been waiting for you to make sure you didn't want to bid again. You are out on those. Jim B's bidding and watching over on YouTube. He is waiting for your move on those. The high bid is with Jim B at $10. That's for all 3 of them. Our next single going up is going to be, hold on a minute, I might do another bundle here. Some of these bands we've had 2 or 3 times, and I think I might just bundle some more of their discography here. Here is 2 Deadfalls. 2 Deadfalls. Let's put those together for $7 start. $7 start. Deadfall, $7 start. And then Violently Ill, Jim B, all 3 of those are sold to you for $10. Those are sold to you for $10, okay? Anybody else? That's crate going right over here. Now, this next crate has several things sold out of it. Since we've been live, there's been about 5-10 claims. This video that I'm pulling this out of is posted over in our private group, which is called Whole Lotta Records. Todd saw on Zep Deluxe. Todd, I think you've been thinking about that. I'm glad you have finally pulled the trigger. Now, if you the new vinyl will never be discounted unless I've had it here for like 3 or 4 months, and I just can't get rid of them. And then we'd reduce the price a little when they all sell. That Zeppelin, I've never had that record on sale before. They get gone. They always get gone. I mean, if you think about it, that's a great price per LP, about $20 a disc. It's about right. $64.99. Thank you. That's so to you. All right. There's Deathfall. And then let's try another one over here that's not with a D, because there's several. All right. Here's Upstab. Upstab, $5 start. Upstab with Report. That's a $5 start. And we'll keep rolling, okay? So over here, or when Tennessee beats Alabama, yeah, or when Tennessee beats Georgia next year at home. Zach Top, Cold Beer and Country Music. Zach Top is $29.99. We have the Vaughn Brothers, Jimmy and Stevie Ray Vaughan, $39.99. David Gilmour, On an Island. David Gilmour is $33.99. Motley Crue, Shout at the Devil, $33. Joy Division, This Is Sold to Melinda Gerhart. Unknown Pleasures, new and sealed, $33.99. Nina Simone Sings the Blues is $39.99. Metal Church is sold to Jay Condi. Thank you, Jay Condi. That is sold to him. Tedeschi Trucks Band Revelator, $49.99. And we have the Yes album, Analog Productions. That's a 2LP, 45 RPM, $64.99. And the Sisters of Mercy, First and Last and Always, MoFi pressing. This is sold to Scott Kennedy. Thank you, Scott Kennedy. That is sold to you. Also, we have Van Halen, Women and Children First, the MoFi pressing, $134.99. Brian Mallard wants David Gilmour. 21, the Black Sabbath is already sold. Extreme 2, Porn Graffiti, $38.99. Depeche Mode, Music for the Masses. This is also sold to Scott Kennedy. Thank you. And we have The Cure Pornography. The Cure is $34.99. And Kings of Leon is $44.99. That is available. So Reed Gregory needs to go on the waiting list for Black Crowes Live. And Jay Condi needs to go on the Suicidal Tendencies Lights, Camera, Revolution. I think I ran out of those. Yeah, we sold the last additional copy of that earlier. So Jay Condi on the Suicidal Tendencies Lights, Camera, Revolution waiting list. Yep, that last copy got grabbed. That was sold during the live sale. So those people were probably watching the video earlier, not even realizing I was probably live selling out of those crates. So those are gone. Upstab is $5 to Chris Bryant, final call. And we have Deadfall. This is a final call. And Deadfall is a no bid. That's both of those. I think I said for $8. $8 on those, I think is what I said. I think. Therefore, I am. Next, let me do some condensing over here. Actually, I need to run through, let's see what this is. That was that killer crate. And yeah, let me go through this. All right, so this will be easy. This is new stuff. I'm about to condense it over here with this crate. I did, Alonzo. I was trying to find that crate. Give me a second. I'll try to find it. Chris Bryant gets the 2 Deadfalls for 4 and 4. And then how did Black Sabbath disappear so fast? I feel like it was up for quite a long time. Upstab is sold to Chris Bryant for $5. That's sold for $5 to Chris Bryant. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like I had it up there for quite a long time. Next thing is Machine Head. This is the new album by Machine Head. It is called Unatoned. It's on clear vinyl with 12-page booklet, $29.99. Machine Head, Unatoned, $29.99. Herb Alber, Whipped Cream and Other Delights, 60th Anniversary Picture Disc. That's $33.99. And I've got 2 Nico albums. Heroin, $33.99, numbered to 152. And Nico, Janitor of Lunacy, 2 LP, numbered to 100, $44.99. That is a quick crate there of new stuff. Also, we had that one earlier. I'm not going to put it up again. This is called Straight Jacket Fits, Down in Splendor. And this is going to go up for a $5 start. Straight Jacket Fits, Down in Splendor. That's a $5 start on Straight Jacket Fits. And our next auction is The Rights. And this is called Pissing on Your Grave. The Rights. That's going to go up for a $5 start. That is Straight Jacket. There's The Rights. And those are going up for $5 and $5 starting bids. Those are now for available. Now, what I'm about to do is condense this over here with that crate that I just showed y'all, I think. Yeah. And put these in here. And then also, what else do I have? I'm going to try to find him that Saga record. Let me see what I got in here. Manzera. All right. This is sold to Alonzo for $18. Alonzo, that's OD for $18. Okay. And Straight Jacket, 5. Japanese pressing. This is something you may see often here, but they always sell. Duran Duran, 7 in the Ragged Tiger. That is a $35 start. $35 start. That's Duran Duran, 7 in the Ragged Tiger, $35 start on that. Does anybody want to make an offer on the 2 no-bid autographs? So the first one was Cam Lee, Reclamation of the Fallen, JSA authenticated single, $35. And then this was the Vincent Crowley Anthology of Horror, red vinyl, signed and JSA authenticated, $35. So those are the 2. If anybody wants to make an offer, I would love to sell those tonight. And these 2 singles back here are no bids. I'm about to start bundling those together in just a second. Straight Jacket's a double 45, yes. The Rights has 1 bid. We're about to sell it to Chris Bryant for 5. And now one more bin, very quickly, of new and sealed. And then I think what I might do is go through a couple of the early crates from the night and take offers on them. So Alonzo, I got you down for Saga. And all the porcupine trees tonight have sold. And I'm going to run through this crate right here one more time very quickly. Okay? Very quickly. Straight Jackets or SF6. What was that? Straight Jacket fits. Yeah, 6 and now 6. So Dokken, Tooth and Nail, blue vinyl, lenticular cover, $44.99. Also Dio, lenticular cover, live Donington 2LP and etching, $46.99. Motley Crue, Girls, 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 remaster, $33.99. Dokken, Breaking the Chains, red vinyl, that's $33. NXS Kick on clear vinyl, that's $33. And Sepultura, Arise, 2LP expanded, 180 gram with unreleased demos, mixes, and live tracks. Sepultura, $44.99. Rat, Invasion of Your Privacy, Lay It Down, black, gray, and white vinyl, $33.99. Casper, The Friendly Ghost, we sold 4. There's 1 left, $33.99. Corey Taylor, purple vinyl, 2LP, CMF2, $39.99. Jim Croce, You Don't Mess Around with Jim, 2023 new mix, $33.99. Rush, Test for Echo, 2LP remaster, $39.99. Winger, green vinyl, self-titled, $33.99. Soulfly, self-titled, Soulfly's $38. Motley Crue Theater of Pain's $33. Tom Petty Full Moon Fever, $36. I've got 2 of those. Free Fallen. Duran Duran Notorious, $33. Soulfly, this is $33.99 for Primitive. Another Soulfly. Halloween, The Time of the Oath, that's $38. And Sepultura KSAD is $44.99. The Rights is sold to Chris Bryant for 5. Straight Jacket Fits is at 7. Next auction is going to go up right now for a $5 start. And it is in a completely black sleeve here. It is ROHT. It's ROHT. Embossed lettering. Wrote. It's on black vinyl. And it's going to go up for a $5 start. All right, so let me reply to Jay. Let's make sure Jay Connie's on a wait list for Suicidal, Lights Camera Revolution. And then let's make sure Reed Gregory's on a wait list for Black Crowes, Greek 1991. All right, and we got everybody else there. Also got to pull a, we'll do it in a second, but I got to pull a Wasp album for somebody. He's asked me a couple times on 2 different videos, and I hadn't got to it yet. He's probably like, any day now, Chad, are you going to pull me that Wasp album? All right. Spell again. R-O-H-T. R-O-H-T. It comes in like a plain black envelope. R-O-H-T. Teal's out on Straight Jacket. That's sold to Jim B for 7. Duran Duran's a $35 buy it now. Duran Duran's a $35 buy it now. What else is going on? Anybody else on anything in here? So the only thing that sold was the stuff I pulled out, right? Which I don't think was anything. So everything in here is still available. Sepultura, Halloween, Soulfly, Duran Duran, Tom Petty, Motley Crue, Soulfly, Winger, Rush, Jim Croce, Corey Taylor, Casper, Rat, Sepultura, NXS, Dokken, Motley Crue, Dio, and Dokken. It's Rot by Rot, R-O-H-T. A unique way to spell rot. R-O-H-T, rot. All right. Next single is The Clip Boys. The Clip Boys. And this is going to go up for a $5 start. $5 start. The Clip Boys. We don't play the game. That's the $5 start. Okay, and then spell again, SFL. Did you go through the crate? I did. And then we have, which DD was that? Notorious. And John Hannigan wants Rat. Duran Duran, Notorious. Yes, I read through those a couple times. You may have just missed them. But I will pull a Rat. Lay it down. Duran Duran, Notorious. Soulfly, one of them's 33, the other one's 38. One of them's 33, the other one's 38. Soulfly, and the other one, that's, I think, self-titled. All right, let's go through, let's try to go through a crate that was shown earlier tonight, and we'll do it buy it now or best offer. We'll probably go back to one of the first crates from the night, and that way, if you're on late, you may have not seen some of the very first crates. And this time, if you've been here, if you was here at 7 o'clock or 6 o'clock when I showed these, now you get to see them again, and we'll take offers on them. So now you get another opportunity, and you can make an offer, and we'll read through these in its entirety. What are the signed albums? Okay, there's only one signed album, and there's one signed 45. We sold about a dozen autographed albums, metal albums tonight. We've sold off about a dozen metal autographed albums. Rot had one bid with Chris Bryant, and this is sold for $5. Chris Bryant. Okay, then we have the Clip Boys. This is it from 1983? It definitely looks and feels like it. Yeah. And then it has an insert and a backing paper too. Feedback records and insert. Okay. Now, what are the no bids? Duran Duran is a Japanese pressing, $35. Let's bundle a couple records here. First, I've got a couple over here we sold already tonight. I'm going to put with them. So here's another bundle opportunity. We got MSI, An Amazing Feat. MSI, An Amazing Feat. Blue vinyl. Death of the Party EP. Time to Escape. Danger Loves and Violently Ill. 5, 10, 15, 25. Now $15. These are $15 a bundle. These had not been shown yet, but we've already sold one tonight. Okay? It's a high dollar one. We'll see if Jim B is going to make some money tonight. We'll find out right now. Cam Lee, Reclamation of the Falling. Cam Lee is the first autographed item that did not sell tonight. Cam Lee is JSA authenticated. It's a single. It's $35. Cam Lee. The only signed album that didn't sell is Vincent Crowley, Anthology of Horror, limited edition, red vinyl, signed Ryan, Let the Nightmares Begin, $35. I'll take an offer on Vincent. I'll take an offer on Cam Lee, or you can go ahead and buy them. No further discount on the bundle because Brian Mallard just bought them for $15. And I'll take an offer on Duran Duran. I've already sold that once and somebody didn't pay for it. Okay, and we've almost sold this entire crate of hardcore singles. We're going to be done with them before the end of the night. I'm about to go through a crate of buy it now, best offer right now. But first, I want to check on this record and see what's up with it. Let me look it up on Discogs. We don't play. Looks like it's a $100 record. Looks like it's a $50, $60, $70, $80, $90, $100 record. I mean, they're selling for $80, $100, $1,000, $2,000. Yeah. We'll see who really wants it. Someone is bound to get by the time this auction ends, someone's bound to get a deal. Because if you want to try to buy one of these right now, you're probably going to spend, after tax and shipping, around $100, it looks like, especially for one in that condition. All right, let's keep going here. And what is the wrap on the vintage heavy metal? Is that a wrap on the vintage heavy metal? We have sold everything. It's all gone. That was over about an hour ago. All that stuff is gone. Yes. All right, these are buy it now best offer. Nielsen's Greatest Hits, $19.99. This is a second read-through of these. Now they're best offer. Please, let's get some more of these sold. Nielsen's Greatest Hits. As in, everybody's talking. I can't hear a word they're saying. Put the lime in the coconut. Nielsen. We have the best of Pacific Gas and Electric. Camley is spelt with a K. The best of Pacific Gas and Electric from the C.R. Connery collection, $14.99. So there is a name tag on the front. The Tacoma Blue Series Rare Blues, $19.99 on Rare Blues. White Chocolate is a 73 US, $19.99. And Blue Moon Swamp, John Fogerty, 2017, $24.99. $24.99. John Fogerty. All right, let's put up another hardcore lot. I've got one. I've got two here. I've been trying to get some stuff together for another lot. Let me do that right quick. That's a different one. That's a different one. That's a different one. That's different. I feel like we've already had these tonight. Yeah, I might just make these a buy it now. And then here's this bin. Okay, so here's a lot of 3 from Creation is Crucifixion. Here's a lot of 3. Creation is Crucifixion. So here's the first one. And Unher, a split 7-inch to Battle to Death. It's in a brown envelope. Then you have this one here that's on blue vinyl. It's another split with that same group. And then here's this one that comes in like almost like a foil type baggie. Creation is Crucifixion, Fate of Icarus. So those are $5 starts. All 3 of them being sold together for a $15 start. All 3 of them being sold together. Creation is Crucifixion, a $10 start. Those are now up for bid. Okay, and then we had the Clip Boys at 30. Chris said he would get 50 for both signed auctions. Chris Ridling said he'd get 50 for both signed auctions. Mason wants Harry Nielsen. Oso Adventure wants Van. Van? Did you mean Van? Did you mean, what did you mean? Van? Let me know on that, Oso. The Doobie Brothers, their self-titled debut album. It is on the Burbank label, $19.99. Is that Doc and Breaking the Chain still there? So I want it. Glenn, it's yours. Sold on red vinyl. And Mary Miles wants a Tedeschi Trucks Band Revelator. All right, so let me pull a couple things there. So that last Tedeschi Trucks is sold, and he wants a Doc and Breaking the Chains on red vinyl. You got it. There's a couple more new sealed LPs sold. Thank you, Glenn. Thank you, Mary. And then we have another offer. Oh, he was about to make an offer. Cam Lee, 25, the other one, 28. So basically, we got an offer for 53 now with Oso Adventure. We've got an offer now from Oso Adventure, $53 essentially. So the first offer was 50. Now we have an offer for 53. And now the Clip Boys is at 35, now 41. This is a new crate, buy it now best offer. We have Eddie C. Campbell, Let's Pick It, 1984 Netherlands, only time on vinyl. Eddie C. Campbell, $19.99. We also have Edgar Winter's White Trash, $14.99, early 80s barcoded reissue. James Cotton, Take Me Back. James Cotton in 1987, $19.99. And Johnny Jones with Billy Boy Arnold, rare recordings by Elmore James, legendary piano man. Alligator Records, 1979 sealed, $19.99. Tommy Bolin teaser, $19.99 for Tommy Bolin. And Ma Rainey, a promo copy, double LP, $34.99 on Ma Rainey. And Going Away Blues, Yazoo, Red Labels reissue, $34.99. Yazoo compilation, Going Away Blues from the 30s, $34.99. And then how much for bundle 7-inch to left? All those are sold. So here's the deal. I was at essentially $70 on these two unsold records. Chris offered 50, Oso offered 53. I was at 70. I'll do $55. I'll do $55 if on these two last two, and that will be Chris Ridling's first dibs. If Chris passes, then Oso can have dibs. So we had an offer for 50, 53. I'll do 55. And they're JSA authenticated and ready to go. Michael's out on this. It's between Jim B and Craig Thomas now. Craig's at 41, Jim's at 42. These three are at $15. All the bundles are sold. All the bundles are sold. Next is Love Sculpture, Forms and Feelings. A 1980 German press and $19.99 for Love Sculpture, $19.99. So let's sell these. I'm going to leave the 45 down in the jacket so we can keep them together here. Sell those to Chris Ridlings for $55. All right, and now the Clip Boys 42. And then, actually, you know what? I needed to start doing some of these buy it nows. I've got metal CDs for $6.99. I've got metal CDs very quickly for $6.99. We have Wolf Mother, $6.99. The Joker and the Thief, it's technically self-titled. Wolf Mother is $6.99. Anthrophobia, that is $6.99. Got some metal CDs here. Health Hazard Suffer. The jewel case is broken. I think that's the one I dropped earlier, or maybe it needs to be popped back into place. Hold on a second. Yep, there it goes. Okay, it's kind of broken up there at the top. I dropped it earlier. Health Hazard. There's a picture of Lemmy there on the artwork. That is $6.99. Also, Cattle Press, Hordes to Abolish the Divine. Cattle Press is $6.99. We have Urn, URN, Dancing with the Demigods. That's $6.99. And Reckless Tide, and this is $6.99. Metal CDs there, $6.99. That's Reckless Tide. Those are all $6.99. All right, Clip Boys, great deal. Was that like half price? That sold to Jim B for $42. Let's not lose that insert. So it's got a top piece, the record, a bottom piece, and then the sleeve there. That's sold to Jim B for $42. These three are sold to Chris Bryant for $15, 5, 5, and 5. Or, no, he bid 10 on the three, right? He got the, no, 15. 15, yeah. So he got Creation, $15, okay? Now, I've already had, give me 1 second. No, I haven't. What's next here? All right, we got Death Strike. Man, we've just got a few more left, and we've sold this entire box. We have, we'll get through them before the end of the show. How much time we got? 20 minutes? We got about 20 minutes left. Cutthroat, maybe? Yeah, Cutthroat, All the Scenes EP, and Death Strike. F and Death EP, Death Strike. So those are $5 and $5. Those are forbid. We're also going through a buy it now best offer crate here. Next is Three Kings and the Queen, Victoria Spivey, VG Plus, $29.99. If you're new and you're watching late tonight, this is how this works. You can buy these. You can buy these, or you can make an offer. Also, we have Shaky Vic, Little Woman, You've Got So Sweet, VG Plus, $39.99. We have Frost Music, The Frost, VG Plus, $24.99. Feel the Sound of Harvey Mandel, a 74 Pittman, VG Plus, $19.99, Harvey Mandel, and Tim Buckley, an original 66 US, VG Plus, $14.99, and Eric Quincy Tate, a 1970 Monarch, EX $36.99. Spivey 22. Sell that to Patrick Lear for $22. Next is Soul to Soul. Roberta Flack, Eddie Harris, Wilson Pickett, Staple Singers, The Voices of East Harlem. A 2LP Live, VG $9.99. Jeff Beck Wired, 2010 Friday Music Remaster. Friday Music 180 gram, VG Plus $24.99. And White Duck, a 72 US folk psych album, VG $19.99. And Adrenaline, a 1983 US VG Plus $9.99. And Cold Blood, First Taste of Sin, VG $9.99. And West Montgomery Trio, Round Midnight, VG $9.99. Crew Blood LP. I'm going to be honest, Larry Baker. I really don't know what you're asking. Crew Blood LP, question mark, question mark. Crew Blood LP. I'm assuming you're talking about Motley Crue, and I'm assuming you're talking about something that's blood-colored vinyl, maybe. And our next auction, we've already sold one Japanese Asia. We need another Japanese Asia. Self-titled, it was the heat of the moment. Man, we've had, what, 100? I bet we've had 100 Asia albums in the last 30 days or more. Here's another one, and I don't know if too many are left behind. Asia self-titled, $35 start. What was my price on Eric Quincy Tate? EX edition, $36.99. 1970 Monarch. Cotillion, 4-digit, EX, $36.99. Nobody on Cutthroat, nobody on Death Strike. Those are $5 and $5. I, to my knowledge, do not have a Motley Crue blood-colored vinyl LP. Okay. Next is Dagger Symmetries. Daggers, D-A-G-G-E-R-Z Symmetries. This is going to go up for a $5 start. It is on white vinyl. Daggers Symmetries. That's going to go up for a $5 start. That's now up for bid. And Chris says he'll take them for $5 and $5. These are sold to Chris for $5 and $5. Next is Grog gets Eric Quincy for $30. And Michael Church wants the Wolfmother CD. Great stuff there. That's kind of pricey on vinyl. It used to be only music on vinyl, and they were like $55. Now you can get the new sealed copies, I think, for about $40. So thank you, and that's sold. I'm going to try to show another handful. There's Dagger Symmetries for a $5 start. And this one doesn't have a sleep. Well, it sort of does. It's called Instant A-Hole, DUI or Die. Wow, Instant A-Hole, DUI or Die. And it's got kind of like a Rat Fink type deal with this guy driving, drinking, and then the chick is vomiting. So they're drinking, they're driving, and they're vomiting. Sounds like a bad Saturday night. That's a $5 start. Chris Ridling's on Adrenaline for $7. Chris, that's sold to you for $7. And we have Phil Manzera, Enel, Bill McCormick, 801 Live, a UK import, EX $22.99 Kansas, Vinyl Confessions, $19.99 Kansas, and the Judds, Why Not Me, $24.99, and Fleetwood Mac Mirage with Gypsy, original under sleeve, nice, Fleetwood Mac, $19.99. The Instant A-Hole has a bid for $5 of Chris Bryant, going once, going twice. Let me grab a new handful of CDs over here. These are all going to be $6.99 each. This is also going to be some stuff I was supposed to auction tonight, but we've been so busy with these 45s. We sold a few early tonight, but I forgot to do the rest. Uh-oh, Iron Maiden. Iron Maiden, The X Factor, $6.99 on Iron Maiden. Kingdom of Sorrow. Kingdom of Sorrow is $6.99. Stone Temple Pilots, this is called Thank You. It's a 2LP greatest hits. Oh, excuse the nudity there. Stone Temple Pilots. Also, Heavy Metal soundtrack. Heavy Metal, no disc. I was about to say, feels light. Heavy Metal soundtrack, no disc. Also, Jimi Hendrix, South Saturn Delta. Jimi Hendrix is $6.99. We have the Berserker Limited Edition Double Disc Pack with DVD and Kingdom of Sorrow. Let me make sure these things have disc in them. That has a disc. And what else do we have? This is here. Motley Crue Blood. I have a Friday the 13th record that looks like that. It's on Discogs for like $1,000, I think. There is a Friday the 13th record that looks like that. All right, I've already checked those. All right, so Michael Remza got Iron Maiden for $6.99, and then Oso was second, and then Robert Warner on Jimi Hendrix, okay? So that stack left Kingdom of Sorrow, Berserker, Stone Temple Pilots, and Kingdom of Sorrow. Those are all $6.99. If anybody wants Asia, It's a buy it now for $35. It's called Asia by Asia, and it's a $35 buy it now. It was the heat of the moment. Only time will tell. And Soul Survivor. Let's put that away. Let me put that in a sleeve. Got it in a brand new sleeve for you. Fantastic. All right, and then Instant A-Hole is sold to Chris Bryant for $5. That's sold to Chris Bryant for $5. Let's get that back in a sleeve here for him. And then Dagger Symmetries is a buy it now for $5. Dagger Symmetries is a buy it now for $5. Dagger Symmetries. Buy it now for $5 there. Stone Temple Pilots is sold to Scott Oman for $6.99. Thank you, Scott. That's sold to you. Also, we have Carole King, Rhymes and Reasons, $14.99. The Isaac Hayes Movement, that's on white vinyl, or excuse me, it's a white label promo. White label promo, $29.99 for Isaac Hayes. And Isaac Hayes Don't Let Go, $19.99. This is a buy it now best offer recap bin. Pointer Sisters, I'm so excited. $9.99. And the Hollywood Bowl Wedding Album. You listen to this at your wedding. $9.99. Okay, let's get back to just the last few records. First of all, I've already sold these tonight. They're $5 and $5. We've already had copies of this. Creation is Crucifixion and Creation is Crucifixion. So those are $5 and $5. Creation is Crucifixion. We have extra copies. I've already showed those for $5 and $5. So there's another opportunity for $5 and $5. Gary Wellman on Isaac Hayes. Gary, do you want Isaac Hayes Movement, the promo, or Don't Let Go? And then Gary Wellman also offered $7 for Pointer Sisters. That sold. Adam Bernardi was second. So there is Creation is Crucifixion. We already showed those for $5 and $5. And then there's this one more, Creation is Crucifixion, which is right here. We haven't had that one tonight. It's a $5 start. I meant to put that in the bundle earlier. And then we got some kind of flexi disc here. Dark Buster Mini Moons. Dark Buster Mini Moons. This is a postcard flexi. Play Me on a Turntable Loud. It's going to go up for a $5 star. Back to the bin. Ricky Peterson. This is called Night Watch. 1990, that's when the year was made. $19.99 is the price. Gary wants the Isaac Hayes promo. Chris is in on that at $5. Jethro Tull, A Passion Play, $19.99 on Jethro Tull. Also, we have the King Bees for $12.99. And Gallery, Nice to Be With You. I Believe in Music. Gallery is $19.99. $19.99. Okay, there's that. Now, I have something here new. So here's a different single, not from this last batch, but I'm going to go ahead and put it up because it's so interesting looking. It's called Blue Tarp, and the sleeve is actually a piece of blue tarpaulin, and it's got like a piece of paper stuck to it. Ricky Don't Feel. What an interesting record here. Who is the actual band? Blue Tarp? The Trashies, maybe? Yeah, it's the Trashies. The Trashies is a $5 start. Blue Tarp, the Trashies. I see it now. $5 start on that. Next is John Lennon Double Fantasy, $19.99 on that. Julian Lennon Vlad is $9.99. National Music Survey, Mutual Radio Network, August of 1986, $49.99. Sawyer Brown, Somewhere in the Night, $14.99. And Little Johnny Taylor, Ugly Man, $19.99. Chris gets the Crucifixion. That's sold to him for $5. If anybody wants Dark Buster, it's $5. And I actually have one more Dark Buster if anybody wants another one. So I've got another Dark Buster. So we actually have two of those if we need them. We actually have two of those if we need them. There's another one. Okay? So that gray basket that I showed at the beginning of the sale, everything in there tonight has sold except those last few you just seen. Pretty amazing. It took, well, I think I officially put those up at as soon as the show started, maybe 15 minutes. So it's took about 7 hours and 45 minutes, and we've sold that entire basket of hardcore singles. Thanks for everybody that's been bidding. Let's bundle these last few. So I'll bundle the Daggers, Crusoe 2, 4, 6. Let's do $7 on those last $5. And that will get every one of them sold. And of course, the Trashy. Surely somebody will bid on that for $5. And then the last few records in here is Pat Benatar, Get Nervous, $12.99. Moving with Nancy, Nancy Sinatra is $29.99. Tricolor Steamboat, beautiful copy. 38 Specials, $24.99. Christopher Cross is $9.99. Hootenanny Specials, $19.99. The Best of Fabian is $9.99. The Best of John Coltrane, $34.99. Brandon says he'll take that remaining bundle for $7. Willie Nelson was $14.99. Willie Nelson Ray Price is $14.99. And Roberta Flack, Chapter 2. Nice copy on that for $19.99. Gary says he's in on Pat Benatar for $9. Get Nervous. Sell that to Gary Wellman. All right. And I think that's actually a New Orleans single back there. It's just been in the front of this box all night. And I was like, well, if at some point people stop bidding on the hardcore stuff, we'll get back to the New Orleans. And we've sold them all night. Whole crate. So how many more crates do I have back there? Is there another one back here already for tomorrow? Let me see if there's one back here for tomorrow. I think there is. Yeah, there's a box of, yeah. I'll probably go ahead and get some more up here, though. I don't like skipping around. I just like going through them straight down the line. If they don't get bids, we'll bundle them later. Okay. The Christopher Cross, I think we have another page. Another page. And then info on Jeff Beck. Jeff Beck was, let me find that right quick. This is Wired. It is a 2010 Friday Music Remaster. VG Plus $24.99. Willie Nelson's The Sound in Your Mind. That Lucky Old Son. I've got the money. I've got the time. If you've got the money, I've got the time. A Penny for Your Thoughts. The Healing Hands of Time. Thanks again. I'd Have to Be Crazy. Amazing Grace. The Sound in Your Mind. A Melody. Funny How Time Slips Away. Crazy. And Nightlife. Paul English on drums. Is that the same Paul English that played with Paul McCartney? All right. And then Gary says he'll take Christopher Cross for $9. Sell that to Gary. And then the blues record, sure thing. So let's see here. Berserker CD is still available, yes. The first blues, I think, was, let's see, they start right in here, don't they? Let's just go back through the first. What CDs are remaining? Kingdom of Sorrow for $6.99. Berserker is sold to GMB for $6. By the way, the Trashies is a buy it now for $5. Another Kingdom of Sorrow, Reckless Tide, Earn, Cattle Press, Health Hazard Suffer, and Anthrophobia. Todd Saw says he'll take the Willie Nelson. That's sold to Todd. And then the one with Ray Price is still available too. So let's see. Pacific Gas and Electric. Tacoma Blues Series is $19.99. Sun House, Sunnyland Slim, Little Brother Montgomery, Big Joe Williams, White Chocolate, John Fogerty, the Doobie Brothers, Eddie C. Campbell, Let's Pick It, an 84 Netherlands, only time on vinyl, $19.99. Edgar Winter's White Trash was $14.99. James Cotton, Take Me Back, an 87 US, $19.99. Johnny Jones with Billy Boy Arnold, Sealed, 79 US, $19.99. Tommy Bolin. And then we had Ma Rainey. That is a promo, double LP gatefold, $34.99. Going Away Blues, 1926 to 1935 compilation on Yazoo. That's $34.99. And then we had Love Sculpture, Shaky Vic, some kind of, these are more like blues rock here. Shaky Vic is VG Plus $39.99. And then the Frost, once again, more like blues rock there. VG Plus $24.99. Harvey Mandel, Tim Buckley, Soul to Soul, White Duck, Cold Blood, Wes Montgomery, 801 Live, Kansas, The Judds, Fleetwood Mac, Carole King, Isaac Hayes, Hollywood Bowl, Ricky Peterson, Jethro Tull, King Bees, Gallery, John Lennon, Julian Lennon, National Music Survey, Sawyer Brown, Nancy Sinatra, Little Johnny Taylor, was $19.99. Little Johnny Taylor, 38 special, Hootenanny special, Fabian, Coltrane, Willie Nelson, Roberta Flack, and Jeff Beck. And everything in there is best offer. If anybody wants these remaining metal CDs, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, I'll do $35 on those. $35 on those. The Trashies will be our first auction tomorrow, so you'll probably see that again unless somebody decides they want it. But $35 on those. The Judds is right here. The Judds is called Why Not Me, $24.99, 1984. Now, for anybody that's been with us new tonight, thank you for tuning in. If you've been with us every night and you're with us every night, thank y'all. We've had an incredible night tonight. Fleetwood Mac is a U.S. original Mirage. It does have a sticker on the cover, but it's clean. $19.99. Next question is Billy Boy Arnold and the Sun House for $24. Billy Boy Arnold and the Sun House. Billy Boy Arnold and the Sun House. So you're talking about the Tacoma Blues comp that has Sun House on it, and then the Billy Boy Arnold, which was sealed, right? And then info on Isaac Hayes. Isaac Hayes is called Don't Let Go. No condition notes, $19.99. That's on Red Polydor, super clean. And then let me find that one here he's talking about. It's got to be right in here somewhere. There it is. The Billy Boy Arnold. So these were 19 and 19. So he's talking 12 and 12. Let's go ahead and sell those to Patrick Lear. Isaac Hayes is $19.99. The Judds is sold to Justin Garrett for $20. And then what was the Nancy and Soul to Soul? So Nancy Sinatra, this is Moving with Nancy Sinatra, $29.99. The soundtrack from her television special with Dean Martin, Lee Hazelwood, and a very close relative, which is her Fajer, which is Frank Sinatra, $29.99. Take 32 on Shaky Vic. Let's go find that. Shaky Vic, Shaky Vic, Shaky Vic, Shaky Vic, Shaky Vic, Shaky Vic. Shaky Vic is sold to Grog for $32. And the Soul to Soul is a live concert. That's right back here. Soul to Soul is a live concert. It's a compilation. Technically, it's music from Ghana, West Africa, with Roberta Flack, Eddie Harris, Les McCann, Wilson Pickett, Staple Singers, Ike and Tina Turner, and the Voices of Harlem. Wilson Pickett's doing Land of a Thousand Dances. Wow. VG, $9.99. And Chris says 40 for King Bees ND. 40 for King Bees and Coltrane. Coltrane was marked $34.99. Best of that. Best of John Coltrane. And then King Bees was right back here. Chris X, that was $12.99. So I'll do 28 and 8. 28 and 8. 28 and 8. What just happened here? What did you offer? 40? Did I just say less? What just happened? So you offered 40. That would be 30. These are marked. Oh, my brain is shutting down. 47. These are together marked 45, 47, right? Yes. Hold on. My head hurts. Yeah. 35. 45, 48. He's offering 40. Sell those both to Chris X for $40. Let's do them like 30 and 10. Yeah, 30 and 10. Sorry. And then Isaac for 12. Sell this for $12 to Adam Bernardi. And then we have Willie Nelson, Jethro Tull, and Isaac Hayes bundle. I've already sold Isaac Hayes. But I will sell you Willie Nelson. I will sell you Willie Nelson and Jethro Tull. I will say those for 15 and 10, 25 for both, Gary, $10 off. The track listing on Fleetwood Mac, the best song on there is Gypsy, Oh Diane, but the entire track listing is Love in Store, Can't Go Back, That's All Right, Book of Love, Gypsy. It's worth it just for Gypsy. Only Over You, Empire State, Straight Back, Hold Me, Oh Diane. Hold Me is a big song too. Eyes of the World and Wish You Were Here, $19.99. Next is Ricky Peterson, $10. We're going to keep on selling everything in this bin. Ricky Peterson. Can't do half off on that, but I will do $14. It's marked $19.99. I will do $14. Let's sell these to Gary Wellman for $15 and $10. That was Waylon and Jethro Tull. And then Patrick Lear on Eddie C. Campbell for $12. Let's go back and find that. It was back here. 80s. Patrick tonight is the leader of $12 bundling. Patrick gets that for $12. Wow, we've almost filled up my entire last crate over here. We couldn't have much time left on Facebook. How much time's left? If Facebook cuts off, I'm going to say my final goodbyes on YouTube. Thanks, everybody. We do this every night. If you're just catching us and you're new, we do this every night. Laura just sent me pictures for tomorrow's auctions. Rolling Stones, Pink Floyd, Toots and Maytals, Blues Jam, Pink Floyd, Blind Lemon Jefferson, Smokey's Family Robinson, James Brown, Sid Barrett. Also, we have Guy Clark, Muddy Waters, Crosby, Stills, and Nash promo, Superman, Stevie Ray Vaughan, Wonder Woman, Monk, The Band, Otis Spann, Jimi Hendrix, The Beatles, David Bowie, Bob Dylan, The Beatles, MC5, Grant Green, The Beatles, John Lee Hooker, Fleetwood Mac, Miles Davis, John Coltrane, Miles Davis, Fleetwood Mac, Miles Davis, John Coltrane. That is all tonight, or all tomorrow night. All tomorrow night. Pass on Ricky. Are you sure? Are you sure? Doobie Brothers. It's called Doobie Brothers. It's self-titled debut. Can you, 3LP, can you order that for me? It'll be pricey. I did. I probably didn't order them because they are pricey. All right. And then we have, is that it? Oh, man. I can't wait to sit down and lean up against the counter up front and stretch my back out. I'm going to try to go ahead and leave right now and go to the gym and then come back early in the morning and do what I need to do here so I can catch Tanner and Ed and talk to everybody. So Paul is doing a sale on Sunday. I'll be doing a coin sale and then probably a comic book and toy sale. So I'll be hosting, Paul be doing Record Sunday. The next Sunday, I'll do coins, knives, bullion, sports cards. And then the next Sunday, I'll probably be doing nostalgia, nostalgia, comics, and toys, and miscellaneous. And, okay, Soul to Soul tracks. Did somebody already buy that? Nope. Ike and Tina Turner, Soul to Soul. The Voices of East Harlem, Run Shaker Life. Eddie Harris and Les McCann with AMOA. Hey Jeweler. Roberta Flack, Freedom Song. Roberta Flack, Trying Times. The Staple Singers, Are You Sure? He's All Right. Ike and Tina, I Smell Trouble. Wilson Pickett, Funky Broadway. Wilson Pickett, Land of a Thousand Dances. The Voices of East Harlem, Soul to Soul. John Griffin, I Will Sell You Fleetwood Mac for $15. $15. How much is Double Fantasy? $19.99. Should be a good selection of new vinyl show up again tomorrow if all my orders show up here like they're supposed to. I got sleeves everywhere. I'm excited to get into more 45s tomorrow. We always find a few really good ones, don't we? Tonight it was Judge. And I guess that one we did right there at the end, the Soul Record comp price, $9.99. Man, I think the first time around, at least 4 people asked about this. And since the second read-through, that's the 4th question. If someone doesn't buy this, I'm going to be shocked because it has had... The first time I read through that, it had 4 questions. People hear soul, and they hear Staple Singers and Wilson Pickett and Roberta Flack. I'm just waiting for somebody to pull the trigger. Chris has dibs. If you don't want it as sticker Chris, Gary Wellman does. And the other thing, I can't believe Fleetwood Mac is going to be passed at $15. A beautiful copy of Mirage. That is available. The Doobie Brothers self-titled album, a super-duper clean copy we never get. It's still available. There was a pass on the discounted price of Ricky Henderson. The Nancy Sinatra is still in there. The Jeff Beck Friday Music is still in there. Another beautiful OG Roberta Flack is still in there. And then 38 Special, those never get left behind. Those are still in there. There's Julian Lennon or John Lennon. It's still left behind. 801 still in there. Tim Buckley, The Frost, all those blues compilation, and Pacific Gas and Electric. It does have a name tag on it. The vinyl is spectacular. It is near mint, not even minus. It is near mint. All right, so Soul to Soul is sold to Gary Wellman. Fleetwood Mac is sold to Gary Wellman for $15. Nancy Sinatra, Gary, I'll do this for $25. It is an original tricolor steamboat, $29.99. I'll do it for $25. Still got the Doobie Brothers. What else is in here? Probably the Frost, the Yazoo Comp, Tommy Bolin, the John Fogerty. We sold hot chocolate or white chocolate or black chocolate. Bunch of the chocolates sold, but there's still white chocolates in there. I think we had something in there called chocolate milk too we sold tonight. And I love chocolate milk. I had trouble sleeping this morning, so guess what I did? I walked to my kitchen. I fixed me a big glass of chocolate milk. I chugged it, and I fell right asleep. How much is Pacific Gas Electric? $14.99. How much is Roberta Flack? This is $19.99. OG. And then, how much is 38 Special? What is it? Details. 38 Special, Special Forces. So Caught Up in You. $24.99. I feel like if I read through this crate again, if we had time, I feel like I could sell everything in there. If I explained what they are and read track listings, I bet if we had time, we could sell everything that's left in there. How much is the Doobie Brothers? I think it just got an offer. Gary Wellman offered $9. Gary, I'll have to have $15 for this. It's marked $19.99. It's got the original on her sleeve. It's fantastic. Gary's also offered $12 on Pacific Gas. There's already somebody ahead of you, Michael Church. By the way, the time is ticking. Facebook's about to end. If you want to buy something, I would get it in fast. I would get it in really fast. Michael said 12. There's already an offer for 10. There's already an offer for 12. Michael, it's yours for $12 if you want it. If not, then Gary Wellman's going to get it. Gary's trying to clean up the crate. Gary, you just need to go ahead and say, I'll take everything in there at 10% off. Give me a 10% discount. I'll just take everything in the crate. That would probably be best for both of us. And also, Leslie's saying if you don't want the Doobie Brothers for $15, she'll take it for $15. If Michael Church doesn't want this for $12, Gary's going to take it for $12. Gary Wellman said he will take it for $15. That is sold to Gary Wellman for $15. So now we got Pacific pending, 10 and now 12. And Michael says he'll take Pacific Gas and Electric for $12. Patrick Lear gets Roberta Flack, another $12 deal. That's sold to Patrick for $12. Who asked the price, though? Chris X asked the price first. So, Chris, if it's yours for $12, he just offered $14. It's sold to Chris X for less than what he offered. That's sold for $12 to Chris X. $15. Richie Rodriguez, are you a first-time buyer? If you are, I need you to message our page. Send us a message with your email address and mailing address. This is sold to Richie Rodriguez for $15. That's sold to Richie Rodriguez for $15. The price on everything that's left, oh my gosh, I don't know if I can add it all up that fast in my head. I can try. I think we're going to run out of time. Let me see if I can do this. 20, 40, 45, 50, 60, 80, 100, 135, 170, 190, 215, 235, 240, 250, 270, 280, 290, 310. I'm not going to worry about the change. 310, 330, 345, 355, 375, 385, 435, 430, I forgot where I was at, 440, 450, 470, 490, 495, 520, 570, and 600, and $625. $625. Richie Rodriguez gets Donna Mitchell. So that goes to Donna Mitchell. What did I just say? $625 for everything, sticker price in there. $625. I'll do 25% off, and that is $468.75. 25% off. That's $468.75 for everything left in there. $465.75 for everything left in there. The sticker comes to $625. Donna Mitchell gets the Roberta Flack, or no, Donna Mitchell gets the Double Fantasy for $15. Gary's going to buy everything in there. He's just going to go ahead and say, sold. Pull the trigger. You only live once, Gary. James Bond lives twice, but you only live once. Cats live 9 times. You only live once. I don't think we're going to get the climatic finish we wanted. Unless Gary gets on YouTube. I don't know if he has a YouTube. And then Rich, I can't say 801 unless I hear back from him. Plus, I thank you all for $10 on a record that was marked $22.99. So we are extraordinarily far apart. This was marked for $23. So that would be more than 50% off, which I'm not going to do. However, I got to make sure Gary Wellman doesn't want everything in here because I'm about to sell everything in here. I think the feed died. He probably was typing out the word sold too. I'll reach out to him and see if he wanted it. Thanks everybody for watching tonight. Final request for the people left on YouTube. Facebook ended. And for those that don't have Facebook, that was probably, man, like what just happened? But thanks. It's been an amazing sale. Especially if Gary says, I'll take everything that's left. I've never seen him on Facebook or YouTube, though. Somebody the other day said, I've never been on YouTube. And I was like, how? How have you never been on YouTube before? Like, I'm trying to figure out a time. How could you go without ever getting on YouTube? Is that even, like, possible? How would you do that? Never be. I'd be like, how? That's a no. No, I said I'll have to check. Where did you leave off? Your last question was Grog. That was Tone Poet, Kenny Burrell, Art Blakey. 5-spot complete masters. Let me check right now. Thanks, everybody, for watching. Grog, I'll check on that right now while you're still with me. And we'll do this again tomorrow. I have nothing to do but come here and sell records tomorrow. I have no social commitments, family commitments. Here's what I commit to, coming here and selling y'all records every night. Let's type in Kenny Burrell. The record you're referring to, here it is. It's going to be like $79.99. It's going to be like $79.99. On view at the 5-Spot Cafe. It originally came out in 1959. It's pressed at RTI and packaged in a deluxe tip-on gatefold jacket with booklet. It's a triple LP, Blue Note Records. I can do it for $79.99. Yeah, I didn't even... I probably seen that on there, but I didn't even pay attention. Yeah. $79.99. Triple LP. That looks pretty cool. Now, I've never seen an original of that. Blue Note 84021. I wonder what those sell for. I've never seen that before. Blue Note 84. What's that number? 84021. 84021. Oh, yeah. There's the original. The original has sold for as much as $1,590. They start a G copy in the United States is $270. It looks like a nice OG copy will cost you $1,000 in US dollars. Yeah, 4021. There it is. Yep. A nice OG copy will cost you about $1,000. Wow. These have, look at these grades. G condition, $70. That's $80 plus shipping. That would have been overseas. They're all destroyed. Look, G, G plus, G. There's a near mint one sold for $1,000 approximately. It's amazing. I've never seen that record before. That's why. That's why I've never seen it, because a nice clean original is about $1,000. 10 Benjamins if you want a nice one. Chris, I'll chat if you can get it. I'll buy one also. So that's 2. One for Chris X and one for Grog. $79.99. Anybody else want one? Or you can hold out for an OG. You'll probably have to wait about 10 years and you'll be spending around $1,000. Or I guess you could buy one overseas right now. But in the United States, you know, I usually, if I'm filtering what's active, I take out international, because a lot of people don't like buying international. I have before, no problems yet, but it is risky, plus with customs and just, you know, you never know. So, and finding a reputable, there are plenty reputable overseas sellers, but most people just say in the United States. I used to say in the United States from a reputable seller, because some of those Taylor Swift singles, there was a lady that was trying to buy some of those from me one time. She's like, I don't know what you're talking about, because you're wanting $500 for them, and I see them on Discogs for $300 and $200. And I was like, well, there's one on there for $250 free shipping, and the person has a 0 feedback, and it's a new account. So that's the first thing they've ever listed. It could be a scam. And then the other ones are in China. I've never bought anything direct from China, and those were like $300 and $400. And I was like, or you can buy mine for $500. It's sealed, numbered, legit. You know where it's coming from. And we have a 5-star rating. We have a 5-star rating here. And she went ahead and bought it from me. So yeah, you got to be careful with 0 feedback, especially before you buy a $500 record that everybody wants, because that's just a perfect situation for a scam. So Chris X and Grog, I'll order those right now so I don't forget them. I'll go ahead and order one extra, and if somebody doesn't buy it, I'll keep it for myself. I like keeping stuff like that, because that looks like a record that if you don't, if they run out, it could be on Discogs in a few months for like $150. So I'll go ahead and order 3 of them. I'll do that right now while I still got it pulled up. Add to cart, 3, and those will be here. Those will ship. Tomorrow's Friday, right? Those will be here on Monday. So y'all won't get billed until the next week. But I'm adding 3 to my cart, and I'm going to go ahead and check out right now. And thanks, everybody, again. I'm going to wolf down another small snack. I'm not that hungry. And plus, I'm about to go to the gym and probably work up quite a workout so I can get really tired and then go to sleep right quick and be back here in the morning. I'm going to go take about a 5-hour nap right quick after I work out for about a half hour. So Patrick says he'll take one. Okay, there's 3 sold. Thank you. And I guess I'll order another one for myself later. There's only 22 left in stock. That's from the biggest distributor in the country that I deal with, so which is the biggest. All right, so there's Grog, Chris X, and Patrick Lear. I won't forget those names, but whoever's watching, make sure we write that down, okay? All right, all done. Thanks, everybody, and good night. And also, Grog says, start buying 1 or 2 tone opponents. I'm down for one every time. You got it. Yeah, I don't know. Ordering vinyl is, I do it every night. I'll do it again tonight, or actually in the morning, which is now, but later. And some of those, I don't know what they are till I click on them. They look pricey, and sometimes I think they're an import, And I try to skip the imports because the imports could come out later in a US, but those are probably just tone poets because they're just high quality. They're RTI, et cetera, et cetera. All right, Donna Mitchell, good to go. Okay, thank y'all again. I'm signing off. Time for crab chips, bottled water, and it's been a crazy and fun night. We'll do it again tomorrow. Same time, same place.